All right, folks, we're about to go live in 5 seconds. I'll give you the green light. 1 second. Still waiting for the feed. All right, folks, you guys are live. Action.
All right. Thank you and welcome to the open session of the MDUSD board meeting here on April 27th. The board members are calling in remotely, but we will go ahead and everyone
All right,
will.
folks, you guys are live. Action.
Thank you. Everyone will to the open session of the MDUSD board meeting here on April 27th. The board members. I'm hearing a loop.
Yeah.
Are we able to fix that? So I just heard everything I said the first time.
You're good to go.
Okay. So with that, we're going to go to the Pledge of Allegiance, and hopefully we can have, like last time, have it. There it is. All right. So if everyone would like to rise, and board members, like I said last time, I don't do well doing it solo, so I do it better as a chorus. So we'll unmute and we'll go ahead and start with I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic
for
which it stands,
one nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice
for all.
All right, thank you. So we will do roll call. I'm broadcasting here from my daughter's bedroom, and I tried to do a virtual background on my iPhone, but then it turns me upside down. So instead you get to see how my 8-year-old has decorated her bedroom. And so we will go ahead and start with roll call. So Ms. Durkee.
Here.
Ms. Count.
Here.
Ms. Mayo.
I'm here.
Ms. Mason.
Here.
And I am also here. So all 5 board members are here. And so coming out of closed session, our first item is number 7.1, which is the expulsion of student 13-20 from all regular schools in the MDUSD. Do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. President, I move the approval of a suspended expulsion for student number 13-20. Prior to a readmission, student number 13-20 is required to meet the following requirements. Participate in 20 hours of counseling to address anger management, decision-making, and peer pressure. Participate in 20 hours of community service. Participate in the California Offender Program for Aggression, COPS, and attend Mount Dab Unified School District Saturday workshop for aggression. Show evidence of a successful school experience without having committed a violation of the California Education Code, reasonably warranting a suspension. Earn credit for all classes, earn 30 credits, and have a 90% attendance rate.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Durkee. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, second by Ms. Mason. I'll start with the voting with Ms. Mason.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Count,
Yes.
Ms. Mayo,
No.
okay, Ms. Durkee.
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 4-1. And with that, we'll move along to 7.2, expulsion of student 14-20 from all regular schools in the MDUSD. Do I have a motion?
Mr. President, I move that we approve the suspended expulsion for student number 14-20. Prior to readmission, student number 14-20 is required to meet the following conditions. Participate in 20 hours of counseling to address decision-making and peer pressure. Participate in 20 hours of community service. Participate in the California Offender Program for Aggression. Attend Mount Dab Unified School District Saturday workshops for aggression. Show evidence of a successful school experience without having committed a violation of the California Education Code, reasonably warranting a suspension. Earn credit for all classes, meaning 30 credits, and have a 90% attendance rate.
Okay, and do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, motion from Ms. Durkee, second from Ms. Mason. And we'll go ahead. Ms. Mason, how do you vote? I'm sorry, could you
Yes.
say that?
Yes.
Vote yes. Ms. Durkee,
Yes.
Ms. Mayo,
Yes.
and Ms. Count.
Yes.
Great. I also vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. And with that, we'll move on to negotiations. So the board gave direction to Dr. Martinez and the other representatives from our agency negotiations team. And then we move to item 7.4, discipline, dismissal, release, or reassignment of public employee. The board took action on a 4-0-1 vote with Ms. Mayo abstaining. The board approved a resolution to case number 2019-100-831. And that was, and then on the superintendent's evaluation, what the board did was have a conversation with the superintendent, discussing the 5 criteria that we had established at the beginning, in which we will evaluate the superintendent. Those 5 items are student outcomes, HR, fiscal and budget, negotiation and labor relations, and the 5th one is communications. And so we began the process of talking with the superintendent about that. The timeline originally for this has been moved back in light of the recent events. And so what we will be doing next is coming up with a time where the board will have a conversation with the superintendent about where those 5, where we are on those 5 items, giving feedback from the board, hearing from the superintendent, having a dialogue about that. And then we will reevaluate the timeline of how we will go about completing the evaluation and beginning the planning for next year. Our goal is to have the planning for next year done before June 30th, but we will report out to the public on both the timeline as well as some of the public facing items from the superintendent's evaluation. So that is where we ended there. And with that, we now move to item 8.1, which is public comment. And so I'll share again that the board has given the public 2 ways to comment here. One is that they can leave a voicemail at phone number 801-228-0093, or they can email board comments at mdusd.org, and that will be entered into the public record. Everyone who had emailed up until this afternoon, that was placed in a document that the board members were able to access. Everything that's emailed through the end of this meeting, that will be compiled and attached as public documentation of any emails that were received. But with that, I will move to ask staff if they can go ahead and share the voicemails that we received that are on public comment, and if they can let me know if there are any others that are on specific agenda items. But if they're not on specific agenda items, we'll go ahead and consider those here under item 8.1 public comment. So with that, I will turn it over to staff.
Yeah, so we got 1 comment. It's regarding on my 17.1. I could probably hold on till that one. I'll play the 4 of them that I have right now to play.
That would be great. And that was 17.1.
Correct.
Okay, I'll make a note of that. And so please play the current ones. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
President Lawrence and board members. My name is Debbie Hickey, and again, I'm calling in regards to your reductions for our classified. I remember hearing at the last board meeting that you sent back to the superintendent and to his cabinet to relook at all of those positions and to justify the fact of why you are renewing, adding new positions to the upper management at the Den Center and reorganizing with larger amounts of fees, however, cutting the smaller amount of fees by the classified. When I looked at both agendas from the previous and this month's Monday meeting, I have noticed that nothing has changed. So apparently the district superintendent did not listen to one word you told him to do. who's running this district, you or him? Because all I see are the exact same items that were on the list before. So I would suggest that you look at that again and you find out why we need to have associate superintendents when you are cutting the hours of the pays for the people who do the most work. My paycheck would go down by $400 a month. That would make me barely able to afford to feed my aunt and myself. So once again, please look at what you're doing to the rest of the people who work at your district. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to the next one.
I'm leaving a public comment for the board meeting on 4/27. Hi, my name is Isabella Triana. I am a junior at College Park High School. I have some concerns about the current coronavirus grading policies. We've been told that we will be receiving credit, no credit for our semester grades. However, I would urge that you reconsider this decision. Given that the majority of third quarter occurred during the normal school year, I would ask that we receive third quarter letter grades that would appear on our high school transcript. As a high school junior, it is very important to me that the third quarter grades are on the transcript because it allows AP and honor students like myself to stay competitive for colleges. This is especially important because the differing decisions from other districts and the elimination of standardized test requirements for college applications makes it even harder to remain a competitive applicant. In order to remain competitive, especially because high schools, such as my school, College Park, do not offer many AP or honors classes to sophomores, and sophomore and junior years are the main years that colleges look at in terms of GPA. Our junior year GPAs are vital when applying to colleges. This is especially disappointing for students who had higher GPAs this semester and would like to showcase it in their college. I understand the need to remain fair, and that is why fourth quarter grades, because they are completely within the distance learning, should remain pass-fail. However, I would urge that third quarter grades remain normal grades so that colleges will have a good idea of how students are doing and applicants can remain competitive when applying to these colleges. Thank you.
All right, go. Another message to play.
I'm leaving a public comment for the board meeting on 4/27. Hi, my name is Isabella Triana. I am a junior at College Park.
Oh, then we played that one already. Sorry.
I'm leaving a public comment.
So that's it for now. It was just two of them, and we'll have another one. It is, I believe, at 17.1. That's the next one we'll be playing.
Okay.
Yep.
Great. Thank you for that. Thank you for the public comments, and I really appreciate our staff's efforts to continue to adjust and make it as easy as possible under the circumstances for our public to continue to communicate. So thank you for that. With that, we'll move along. I'm not aware of any district organizations. I don't think we had any comments under that heading. Is that correct? Okay, so we'll move along to recognitions and resolutions.
Excuse me, Mr. President,
Yes.
there are posted comments under communications. Yeah, on the agenda, I just clicked on it and there's an attachment with just for the record,
Yep, under the public comment.
No, under organization. Did you move on? Did I move ahead? I'm sorry.
Nope, you did. I do not have it attached on my version.
Under communications, is that what we're talking about? Am I in the right place?
District organizations under communications. I do not show anything attached.
So I just went to the agenda on the, I guess I'm on the website, I guess. And there's there's something called union statements as an attachment, or am I in the wrong meeting? Maybe I'm in the wrong meeting. Hold on, let me double check myself. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm on the wrong one. Go ahead. That was last time. I apologize.
Okay. Yeah. No problem. Thank you for
it clicked in there. Okay.
No problem. Thank you for double checking. So
okay.
Please, by all means. And so with that, I have as our next item, number 10.1, review and potential approval of resolution 1920-53 to establish temporary interfund transfers. Dr. Martinez, do you have context on this one that you would like to share?
Yes, and I'm going to have Dr. Alicia Gonzalez come up and just share a little bit of information. What in essence the board item is, it calls for authorization to transfer funds from another fund or account in the district for payment obligations in the fiscal year 2021. Again, it's really an opportunity for us to utilize our own structures to prepare in the case of emergency or need to have cash on hand. Dr. Gonzalez, what else would you add about this?
You pretty much summed it up. This is a pretty standard resolution for interfund transfers. I will be speaking in my presentation on the budget update, what it might look like if there were cash deferrals. This helps us in the event that we are running short on cash, we're able to borrow from other funds. And this is all the board would need to do to prepare for this for the upcoming school year. It doesn't help us for this school year because it would need to have been done 120 days in advance, and we don't have 120 days left of our school year.
This is Linda.
Yes, Linda.
Through this transfer, we are avoiding borrowing funds at a rate of interest. Is that correct?
Correct. Either that way or borrowing from the county treasurer or the county office. Typically, we would do the county treasurer in this case. So we're just hedging our bets in case we start seeing deferrals. But yes, we would be in essence borrowing from ourselves, and the rule is that you're able to do that, but you've got to pay it back before the end of the school year.
Thank you.
So if the board approves this, would we then receive reports throughout the year about how much money is transferred from which fund to which fund, so that we can oversee that over time and understand and also watch it get paid back?
Yes, you would. We would make that very transparent to not only the board, but to the public.
Great. Thank you. Any other board questions? Okay. With that, I would entertain a motion on item 10.1.
Mr. President, I move the approval of Resolution 19-20-53 to establish temporary interfund transfers.
Okay. And do we have a second?
Second, Linda
All right.
Mayo.
Thank you, Linda Mayo. So motion by Ms. Durkee, second by Ms. Mayo. I'll start the voting with Ms. Mayo.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Durkee,
Yes.
Ms. Count,
Yes.
Ms. Mason.
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. With that, we move along to the budget update, which will, Dr. Martinez, anything to say, or should we just turn it over to Dr. Gonzalez?
We're going to go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Gonzalez. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Dr. Gonzalez, take it away.
Thank you. And thank you to my technology angels who are going to be advancing slides in the background for us. So President Lawrence, board members, superintendent, cabinet members, employees who are tuned in this evening, as well as members of the public. Next slide, please. Real quickly, you're going to see that a lot of these are very similar to the presentation from last time. Really wanted to make sure that we were talking through some of these components and adding a bit more information as it comes forward. But we're going to start with a little bit of an overview from the Contra Costa Health Services, different types of recessions and what we might expect, where we're seeing some savings and some different expenses right now that we hadn't budgeted for. We'll take a look at COLA and property tax implications, cash flow, how to manage cash flow and what we will be doing here in Mount Diablo, some issues related to recovery and impact, and then moving forward, what we currently believe based on the assumptions as of today, what our budgets might be looking like for next year. Next slide, please. The Contra Costa Health Services Department, as well as the Santa Clara County Public Health Department. Santa Clara County is really taking the lead in local counties. What they've been letting us know is that a vaccine won't be ready to address COVID-19 for at least the next 12 to 18 months. They're expecting another wave of infections coming this fall, typically the time when we see weather changing and the flu becoming a little more prevalent. So, it's causing us to not only think differently, but there are budget implications as a result of that. We're going to continue to work with our families as well as our staff who have significant health conditions. What you may not know is that we have a number of staff members right now who are 65 and older who are working from home or who are not working right now based on the recommendations from the health department. We're really taking a look at teaching and learning from the perspective of how do we teach our students and families and staff to work through certain behaviors, whether it's interactions or hand washing, to be able to be as effective as possible at these times. We're taking a look at blended learning and distance learning. We know that moving forward, we're going to need to look at this very differently. And we're excited to see what our Educational Services Department is going to be doing in this regard in conjunction with so many of our employees. You know, the health department has also reminded us that we really need to consider distance learning and blended learning, because what if students can't come back the way that we're used to seeing them come back in schools? What social distancing might look like. These are all new and changing ideas. We have no crystal ball whatsoever that can tell us what the fall is going to look like at this point. But we are moving forward with a lot of their advice and taking a look at what the implications might be in the short and long term on our attendance as well. Next slide, please. These headlines are probably not a big surprise, whether it is unemployment, whether it is schools closing down, you know, the job losses, what's happening in the stock market. And all of what's happening right now with the economy is really based on an epidemic. You know, we can make historical comparisons to the Great Depression and to the Great Recession, but the challenge this time is the scenario looks very different. And we know that once shelter in places are lifted, we will have people coming back to work. We will have money that's being spent again, but we just don't know what any of that is going to look like. Next slide, please. This slide gives you a look at a typical economic recession versus something that is atypical. And typical is really more, you know, your Great Recession, your Great Depression, where economic growth slows, unemployment goes very high, which is what we're currently seeing. We have issues related to earning growth, the tax base that would be coming in from property taxes, as well as from sales tax, goes down significantly, and a recovery is slow. What we're in right now can be somewhat atypical. Again, we are right in the middle of it. Right now, we know that our economic growth really slowly, it slows after, let me start this piece again. The economic growth slows sharply until it reopens. So we've got unemployment that is spiking, but we know that there is going to be a recovery as soon as we have that reopening, right? So as soon as our governor and other governors find that it's very safe because, you know, the health system can deal with testing and with monitoring and with tracking, and hospitals can really handle the increase of patients that might be going in, that's when we're going to see a greater reopening. And then they're again expecting that there may be another situation where, you know, we get closed again. And so we're going to see a lot of these going up and down, and that's what makes it atypical. You know, we've got government revenues right now that are rising. Post-opening is what we're expecting there. We think that the rate of recovery could be faster than a typical economic recession. Again, it's all related to when things open, and second rounds and even third rounds, until we get enough testing and vaccines that are able to really address the population needs. Next slide, please. So this slide comes from, a lot of these notes come from school services, and really what we're taking a look at here is the Great Recession was all driven by issues relating to mortgages. Back then, the state had no rainy day fund. You know, we saw the values of our property taxes decrease significantly, including here in the Contra Costa County area. But COVID-19, this is something that we could not predict. 6 months ago, we could not have said, oh my gosh, this is what's going to happen with unemployment and what's going to happen with, stock market, closures, you name it. And so these unprecedented restrictions on our movement, on our spending of money, on being able to be employed, because we're seeing so many people getting laid off right now. Again, completely unpredicted. Fortunately, this time around, compared to the Great Recession, and again, the Great Recession started right about 2008, the state and the federal government intervened fairly quickly. They came up with some plans. There were funds available. They started distributing those. We do continue to hear week by week that more of that is continuing to happen. So that's important because especially in California, the state was in a good position to start with. We've got, we had a real strong economy going in, especially again here in California, and we had those rainy day funds. Next slide, please. What I'm trying to do from here on out with a number of these is I'm trying to identify the resources from where these came as well as the dates. School services, FCMAT, CASBO, a number of our law firms send out information almost on a daily basis. And they're really some of the most reputable organizations, because what they're doing is they're taking a look at what the Department of Finance is saying, and they're breaking it down into easier terms for us. So what they said back about a week ago was in 2008, we had the Great Recession. And after that, our dollar was not worth $1 anymore. It was only worth 80 cents, which means if we're going out and we're trying to buy things, we don't have that same opportunity to try to get the most for our dollar. And that's one of the most simplistic ways to describe what happened during the recession. Our cash was cut nearly in half. And we're going to show an example of that in just a few minutes on another slide. And the challenge that we really had coming into where we are these days is that so many of our districts have been sitting right on the edge of maintaining only a 3% reserve. Every single one of our budgets in the state of California were required to have 3% in case something were to go wrong, that we've got this money that would be there. But most districts are so close to that having even 4, 5, 7, 10% is really unheard of. Next slide, please.
Dr. Gonzalez, could I ask a question, please?
Absolutely.
In terms of buying power, I guess I don't quite understand that one. Is that implying that there was inflation or just that we had seen cuts? I don't quite understand what the 80 cents on the dollar buying power means.
The inflation really contributed to that. But
Okay.
then what the important part that we also need to remember is this whole piece around volatility, because 40% of the state's budget goes into public education. And so, when funds are being held back that we are expecting to get, that also impacts the bottom line there.
Okay.
When we take a look at this message here from CESESA, this also came in probably the end of the week, about 2 weeks ago. What they've really noticed and what they're messaging to districts is that we've moved into a very different economic environment very, very quickly. As a matter of fact, from 2 months ago to now, the impacts are really extreme with our districts. And I'll give you some bottom line numbers of what that looks like. One of the things that they've reminded us of is that recessions tend to last 10 to 15 months. But with public education, they can last a whole lot longer. Because when we've got deferrals, those deferrals, the amount of money that we're expecting to get from the state every month, if they're not paying that and basically giving us an IOU, it lessens our ability to be able to pay bills and really budget accordingly. And what they're now letting us know is that the May revise and the June budget that the state will be creating aren't going to have real true financial information, because a lot of the money that's coming into the state is going to be deferred in those property taxes. They're not going to really see a lot of that or the sales taxes until this summer. So they're expecting that this is going to get worse over time. Next slide, please. So what we've done as an organization is we've gone back and we've taken a look at our current savings as well as some expenses that we're seeing differently. And we just wanted to point these out because it would be remiss if we didn't show that right now we're saving in utilities, we're saving in gasoline for buses, we're saving in materials and supplies, the assessments that we would need to be hiring proctors or having folks work additional hours in order to take care of, as well as some of our contracted services, because we don't have students here or we don't have staff in place for some of that professional development, we are able to save some money. I know that a number of the board members have asked, well, we should be able to see some savings and substitutes as well, except we're really not seeing all that savings because that budget for substitutes had already been overspent this year because of the number of vacancies and the subs we've had filling those. So that piece really became a wash, if you will. But we have seen increased spending in devices, in some of our technology infrastructure, in online learning resources that we've needed to acquire, both with licenses as well as some of the safeguards that we need to have put on place, not only on our devices, but on our regular day-to-day operations. Cafeteria funds, we know that our food services is working every single day. We're providing more than 40,000 meals every week. So kudos to the teams from Food and Nutrition Services. But that's a differential. And of course, with a lot of these, we're going to go back and we're going to try to apply for many other federal grant funds, but that will not come in anytime soon, and we're not guaranteed any of those. But we've had increased spending there with cafeteria funds, with custodial supplies, as well as overtime in specific departments, including in our security department. We do have round-the-clock security, and I do want to remind the public that, you know, you're our eyes and ears out there. So if you're seeing anything that's out there at our school sites that you don't think should be happening, please, by all means, call 911 and help us out, because that will help. Next,
I have a question.
Yes. Okay, go back to the last
Have
slide.
we
Go ahead.
contacted our waste management? We spend about $40,000 a month on waste management. And if we are not having kids at school eating lunch, I got to think we don't need to have a pool every week. We could probably have a pool like once every 3 months.
You know, I can't answer that one specifically. I have a lot of information, but not that one, but I can get that question answered for you.
And I would also think water, which we spend $70,000 a month on, would go down quite a bit, even maintaining watering of the fields.
Well, we have some water and some waste that we may be taking a look at, but the fields do still need to be watered. And the most important thing that we need to do is make sure that we're maintaining those fields and mowing them and making sure that critters that like to come in and habitate don't have the opportunity to do that. But yes, all of these pieces are what our maintenance and operations and facilities department is really taking a look at.
A question as well. So other areas, will we see actual numbers here at some point in time of, you know, how much we normally spend, say, on you know, air conditioning this time of year? That's probably all shut off, I'm assuming, at all of our sites. So that would be under utilities, but, you know, at some point, will we get some actual numbers? I'm also thinking about a number of the contracts that come in. I see you have some contracted services listed here, but usually this time of year, it seems like we get, you know, additional expenses for transportation when there's more transportation than our buses can provide, you know, other contracts for special services or additional nurses. I don't think that we're doing all of that work. So have we gone through our contracts to figure out which ones could be revised or suspended so that we save the money in the last few months?
Well, I know that with the departments I've been interacting with, they certainly have been having those conversations. I know that there's been some misunderstandings with a lot of the contractors that we do have, that they're going to get fully paid, and in some situations they are, and in some situations we're always making sure that we go back and we talk with our legal counsel, Cesar Alvarado, to look at specific contracts and see what our options are. There is that stipulation in the federal descriptors that there is an expectation that because schools are going to continue to be funded, that they would continue to pay most of those services services, and we're looking at those on a case-by-case basis. But we are taking a look at utilities. I think you mentioned transportation. A lot of that extra transportation at this point in time in the year would be things that different grade levels with going on field trips. And so what we've done is, we're not going to have those expenses, so we wouldn't necessarily see the savings on the general fund. It would be departments, or it would be grade levels that would not have those funds spent for this current year and likely carry over to the next year.
This is Linda. So in regards to the savings for electrical, we do have the solar system, which is feeding the electrical grid, but we aren't using as much electricity, presumably because of the HVAC, whether it's for heat or for cooling. However, I don't think we will see an appreciable savings because we don't get paid for the by PG&E for what we're putting on the grid. Is that correct?
I can't answer the specifics of that. I can certainly ask Melanie Koslow to see if she can possibly address that. I know that she's listening in the next room because she's got the presentation after mine, so she may have some of those answers handy. I know that one of the things that we've tried to do as much as possible for the sites that we can control, the heat and the air conditioning on the centralized systems, that we've been turning those off. I know that we've had to send individuals out to specific school sites that are the rest of those. So I think 20 of our sites are currently online and the rest are not. And some of those systems, we will turn them off and they will turn themselves back on. And so, one of the things we're trying to do is fast track to make sure that we've got everybody on a central system. But, there are those components that we're taking a look at, and we're not getting it right all the time. There are some times when we'll go out and we'll turn everything off at a site, not all the electricity per se, but, the heating and the air in it will come back on. So it's not been a perfect science yet. If there are no more questions, let's go to the next slide, please. This is where we start getting into some of the serious components of what all of our school districts are facing right now. And in many of my budget presentations, not only here with the board, but out in the community, we've talked about the changing COLA. So what usually happens with COLA is we will get 3 years worth of what is a cost of living adjustment. And it's a number that's set by the state of California. And a year ago, we expected the 2021 COLA to be 3%, which for us, it's about $3 million per 1%. So we expected it to be that. In January, when we heard the governor's budget message, it dropped to 2.29%. What we are hearing across the board, whether it is CASBO or FCMAT, whether it is school services or any of the legal firms, whether it is the Department of Finance, they're all telling us the same thing right now, which is exactly what the county office, the Contra Costa County office is requiring. They want us to go back and take a look at all of our budgets, redo our second interim, and that's the presentation that we gave to all of you back in March. They want us to redo our multi-year projections there and go back and put in zeros for that COLA, which means that for the upcoming school year, it's about an $8 million loss. The following year, it would be about 12 million plus the initial 8. So all of these amounts compound in all of these out years. And that's what's adding a significant challenge to school districts around the state, around our county, and here as well. So right now, if we don't have that 2.29% COLA for the upcoming school year, that's about a $6.5 million reduction. School Services of California, in a memo on April 22nd, said it's optimistic to think that it will just be zero. So then you try to figure out, okay, how can you have less than zero? So let's go to the next slide, please. This is going to be a tad bit complicated, but I'm going to share this because I really want to be as transparent with the public in understanding how some of this works. We are not funded based on the students that are on a roster. We are funded by something that is called ADA, average daily attendance. If you send your child to school every single day for 180 days in a school year, we get 100% of the money for that child. But every day that child is not in school, an amount of money that we were expecting to get for that school year has been withheld from us. So that's an important piece to take a look at, because when we're looking at all these numbers are based on ADA, and that's the descriptor that we're going to have here. So in 2007, 2008, let's go back to right about the time when the Great Recession just was beginning. The COLA was projected to be 5.66% and 4.25%. Economy was humming along better than it is right now. Well, okay, better than it was 4 months ago. So what happens is a school district always has to budget 3 years in a row. So right now we're working on next year and the 2 years after that. We are required to do that. That's what we present to the board that the board will approve in June. What happened in 2007, 2008 was those percents of COLA were built into the multi-year projections, and then the recession hit. So assuming that at the time I went back and pulled these numbers, we had almost 34,000 students, 96% of those enrolled were present on any given day. We moved into 2008, 2009, and all of a sudden that 5.66% COLA was zero. Plus the state came back and took another $162 per student. That meant automatically we were at a loss for that very first year. We lost over $16 million. We didn't lose it, but we didn't get it. So it was revenue, money that we were expecting to come in, that all of a sudden we didn't have. The 2009, 2010 school year, that 4.25% COLA that I explained, that was also a zero COLA year. And then on top of that, they added another $253. So you start adding up all the numbers, and within 2 years, $38.7 million that we were expecting to get, we did not receive. And this is what starts throwing districts off, because we make these projections based on information that we are given. We build budgets on them. And then a year or two down the road, we may find out that this is what the number was at the time, and then that number changed. Let's go to the next slide. So this is a message from School Services. It came out about 2 weeks ago. And if we think back to the slide that we just saw and exactly what happened in 2007, 2008 with the purchasing power, and the fact that we started losing the revenue, not bringing in the revenue that we were expecting. The local control funding formula was designed as an opportunity just to bring us back to the spending power that we had in 2007. We just reached that level last year, and now we are facing a similar situation all over again. Next slide, please. This is where things start getting a little tricky. And this is where you start going from a 0% COLA to something that is negative. And it has to do with cash flow. So what you see here in this picture is, this is a fiscal year. Our funding year, our school year runs from July to the end of June. This diagram pushes it out one more month. So what happened back in 2008 and 2009 was, you see the little boxes that say July and August? The money from July and August, we didn't get until September. And that's really important. So if you go to the other end and you look at the money that we would expect to get in June, at the end of that fiscal year, the money that we were expecting to get in June, we didn't get either. So here's what we are hearing right now. The May revise hasn't happened. We know that as educators and as school board members, we've been talking to the state and saying, please do not give us any deferrals for this year. What we are hearing is likely going to happen is that the amount of money that we would get in June, that nice blue chunk that we get evenly almost every single month of the year, we're expecting that that amount in June is not going to be paid, and they'll give us the money in the new fiscal year. That's what happens with cash flow. So if you think about it from the standpoint of, if you're sort of, living and you've got $1,000 in your savings, and other than that, you're living pretty tight. Your bills are pretty close to what it is that you're earning every month. If all of a sudden your employer were to come back and say, you know what, we're not going to give you that money right now. We're going to give you the money in the next month or the month after that. We're just going to give you an IOU. All of a sudden you may not have enough cash to be able to meet any of the bills that are coming in. You may not be able to pay those. And that's the challenge that we saw in the Great Recession. And it worked well for the state, because being that public school districts, we're 40% of the state budget. If they just tell us they're going to hold off giving us the money, we've got to make ends meet and we've got to figure it out. But it allows them to better balance their books. So it works for the state. It doesn't work for us. And so our problem is that if a bunch of those blue boxes down here don't come in at the right time and get deferred, it means that we may not have the cash. And so that's something that we're continuing to look at very closely right now with our County Office of Education, as well as with our fiscal advisor. And you can also see in June and July that it's also a low time for us to be getting money from the state anyway. And so we do rely on those funds. So let's go to the next slide. This has to do with apportionment deferrals. So on the last slide, all those little blue boxes, those were apportionments. And so what happens over the course of the year, for the most part, is, if we were to get $120 million in a year, every month you would get 10 million of that. You might get, some other things tossed in, but you would be able to count on that pretty consistent amount of money coming in. What we did here in this slide was we took a look at what happened back during the Great Recession. And so what you see in the column there for deferral, that's the amount of money over the course of the year that was not paid on time. So for example, when you add all of that up, by the end of the year, 60.63% of the money we were expecting to get from the state was not paid on time. If you really jump in, take a look at July. Part of our money from July, 56% of the money from July, we got in September. The other 44%, we didn't get until January. So the problem with this is what causes cash flow. This is what causes a negative percent, or a negative COLA, if you will. Take a look at April. Let's go from April on down. 20% of the money we were expecting to get in April, we didn't get until July, a new fiscal year. 65% of it, we didn't get until August. In May, 37% we didn't get until July. So all of these times in July and August, it means that we have bills that are due. We have expenses in the current school year, and we weren't getting the money until months later. This is what happened as a result of the Great Recession. At the very bottom, 38.10% of the money that we expected in a fiscal year, we didn't get until the next year. And that, again, is what causes cash flow issues. So we have to very carefully monitor exactly how much money is in the county treasury that is attributed to our district. We don't know what it's going to look like moving forward, but what we do know is this: the organizations that we most closely work with, including the county office, including CASBO, including FCMAT, including school services, they have all reiterated, and I'm sure CSBA has probably mentioned this as well, and it's our California School Boards Association. When the state did this before, it worked well for the state, and districts had to pick up these losses and cover these pieces. So yes, we got the money back but we didn't get it back in a timely manner to help us. We are expecting that this is going to happen again because every indication is telling us right now that deferrals will take place. We are hearing right now they could be as soon as the month of June, which means the money or the revenue we're expecting for June, some of that, or perhaps all of it, we would not get until July. Next slide, please. So what are we going to do to address cash flow? First of all, there is a saying, and we're going to keep saying it, cash is king. We have to predict right now our cash flow, not only for the next school year, but the school year following that. And we've got to turn that into the Contra Costa County Office of Education. All of the school districts in our county are expected to do that. I'm understanding that all the school districts in the state have been asked that by their county offices as well. We're continuing and we'll continue to have regular check-ins with our county auditor to make sure that we clearly understand cash flow and that we are able to monitor that, especially now since the month of April is the month where property taxes come in. We are not one of the counties that said, okay, taxpayers, you have a few extra months. That didn't happen here. So now what we do is we're going to sit and wait, and we're going to find out if people are defaulting and not paying their property taxes because they've recently joined the ranks of the unemployed. We're just not sure. We are delaying discretionary purchases district-wide. We realize that this hasn't been terribly popular with a lot of our directors and our principals, and we continue to talk to them about the reason. We're explaining cash flow, we're explaining a lot of these items here because really the longer we can keep cash in our accounts, the longer we're able to go without needing to borrow and the implications of what happens when you borrow money. We had the interfund borrowing resolution that you just approved. So if need be, we can address that. We would prefer to borrow from ourselves and have a repayment plan, if you will. Think about it like, a holiday fund. If you put money in every month, sometimes you have the ability to go back and borrow that money. We would have to pay that back to ourselves within the fiscal year. But if needed, there are other options, including what's called a tax and revenue anticipation note, borrowing from the county office or borrowing from the treasurer. And again, this comes from FCMAT's fiscal alert from April 2020 in what you should be doing in order to manage cash flow.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yes.
You mentioned that the cash flow analysis will be due to the county.
Correct.
When will we be seeing the full detailed cash flow analysis?
I'd say we will probably have that done within the next week to week and a half. We're just finishing up the revisions that they've asked for on the second interim with the expectation of 0% COLA. And then once we're done with that, we will layer this piece on.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. This comes from the Department of Finance. Some of you may have remembered this from the last presentation. We just want to reinforce some of these key pieces. The doom and gloom is not because we are trying to be tight with any type of money. We have not made any of this up. The Department of Finance from the state of California let us know in March, and clearly a lot has changed in a month, and I can honestly say that things have not gotten any better. They expect negative effects on revenue, which means don't expect to get as much. They're reevaluating all budgets. They are going to do what's called a workload budget, which means they're taking their current numbers and rolling them forward. But at the same time, they are going to wait until revenues come in July and August, and then the state will revise its budget. But they're letting all of us know that we should have no expectation of full funding for either new or existing programs. And that's pretty scary when, the bulk of our budget is based on people. Next slide, please. So here's what the state is doing. What we're doing is covered in red. We will have what's called the May revise or the May revisions. Governor Newsom will be doing this. He'll be giving us some details on what to expect with the state budget, just at least as far as them getting ready for June. We will create our budget based on the May revise as well as based on the requirements from the Contra Costa County Office of Education. They work in conjunction with CSESA at the state level. That's the California County Superintendent's Educational Services Administration. And what they really do is they really guide county superintendents. So it's sort of like the mothership of the county office, if you will. And that's where they get all of their guidance from educational programs and from business as well. So we will create our budget. The state will approve its working budget, perhaps after ours is approved. Tax revenue, again, will come in July and August. The state will revise its budget in August. We then have 45 days to revise our budget. In a positive scenario, it means that, maybe things get better and we will have more revenue than we are expecting. However, from every indication that we've seen, article after article, organization after organization that's reputable, including UCLA's financial team, that's not what they're saying. So we'll go back and we'll revise our budget within 45 days. But again, if the state budget decreases, it means that we will continue to face more reductions, and those would be starting in September, just because if the state comes up with something in August, it's probably going to take us, close to that 45 days to try to figure out how we respond. So as much as we would like to be proactive, some of this is going to be reactive. Next slide. Right now, we're planning on the worst case scenario. This is what we've been asked to do for part of the revisions to the second interim. But we wanted to make sure that we were able to show some numbers, because these numbers do make a difference. So if we have 0% COLA for the next 3 years, it means that it compounds. So in the first year, we would not have 6.5 million in revenue that we were expecting. Then we would not have 13. Then we would not have 19.5. But right now, all we're doing is we're taking a look at just the implications for the upcoming school year. So we're going to start by taking that $6.5 million. That's what it's going to look like for next year in a 0% COLA. We are expecting deferrals or possibly even elimination of monthly apportionments starting in June. At least our early indications are we're not going to have a cash flow problem in June, so we won't have the financial implications of that than some other districts might have. We are expecting that the CalPERS and CalSTRS contributions will likely go up 1% each year. The reason for this is these two systems are the retirement systems that our employees as well as the district contribute to, and they are based on investments. So when the stock market doesn't do well, the investments that are the base of the PERS and the STRS retirement systems, they don't do well either. And there are certain amounts that the state and districts have to contribute. So if those continue to drop as we're seeing them drop now, we're expecting that it would be about $1 million per year. And again, that compounds. So $1 million in year one, 2 million in year two, 3 million in year three. But right now we're just taking that 1 million amount. And if it goes up 1% in each, it's about $500,000 for PERS and $500,000 for STRS. We've been told to take a look at reductions in both lottery and local revenue. If we were not to get 20% of the lottery fund that we're expecting, we use this for a number of things, including instructional supplies. For us, that's approximately $1.3 million. Local revenue is anything from donations to other things that we typically bring in. So that's a $3 million reduction right there for us. We've not even begun to factor the component of possible health benefit increases, just because it's yet another unknown and we don't want to throw too many huge reductions in there, but we're being told to go ahead and watch this. So the way that we got to the $11.8 million is the 6.5 from the zero COLA for next year, the 1% from the PERS and STRS, the 1.3 million, the 1 million from the PERS and STRS combined, the 1.3 million from the lottery, the 3 million from the local revenue. That brings us to $11.8 million of revenue reduction for the upcoming school year. Right now, just a point of reference, each month, payroll costs us about $18 million. we're a fairly large organization with a lot of people. And so, it's kind of a good number to just sort of, keep in mind that all of a sudden, if the state isn't giving, 20, 30, 40 million, those things can start to add up.
Dr. Gonzalez, I think Board Member Mayo had a comment that she was going to make or wanted to add a question maybe.
Sorry. I just wondered if we've heard anything about multi-year grants from the state of California or the federal government, if there's any possibility that year 2 or year 3 of those might be set aside or delayed. It's just something to consider as you are talking with folks at the county level and the state level, because those really affect some important programs that we are doing should that happen.
Correct. And I'm joined here in my office, although you can't see her, she's on the other side of my computer. Our interim director of fiscal services, Mika Arbelbeit, is in here, and she heard that question, and we have not heard anything, but we're certainly taking a note so that we can bring it up in our chief business manager meeting this coming Thursday.
Another question. So the 20% reduction in local revenue, can you explain again what you're defining local revenue as there?
Use permit, parent donations, other community donations. I'm getting more information from Mika. Okay, so we're hearing other grants from other organizations, other governmental entities, City of Concord. There are a number of them that go in that category. Chevron is another one.
You're on mute, Charisse.
Clicked it the wrong way. So 20% is just like a good ballpark estimate for what a school district should assume for local revenue, or are you basing that on like we've heard from Chevron or we haven't heard from City of Concord?
This was the guidance that we've been getting in conjunction with the conversations with the county office. They said that, looking at 15 to 20% is really most realistic at this point.
Okay. And then could you just repeat what you said about how much payroll is per month?
Approximately 18 million.
Thank you.
So we know that this isn't going to be the last time that we're discussing budget. We know that once the May revise rolls around, there will certainly be more information. What we continue to do as a team, along with our fiscal advisor, Mike Berg, is we're running different scenarios. We haven't played scenarios out like, what happens if our average daily attendance, if our ADA drops below 95%, or what would happen if it went much higher than 95%. That would be really optimistic as well. And looking forward, we don't know exactly what attendance taking is going to look like. We don't know what's going to happen with our enrollment in general. What we factored in right now is a reduction of approximately 250 students a year. We felt like that was safe, but in a lot of the presentations that we've been doing about enrollment, our enrollment has pretty much, it's been a roller coaster. So it's not like a typical school district where you can say, okay, we've sort of seen this slide up or down. We really have a roller coaster. And so for us, we figured if we just look at 250, it's probably the safest bet. There's so many things that could go into that piece as well, but we're starting to hear that students are moving out. We're going to expect that some students are going to move in. We may have to factor in that there may be, some families that because of job loss can no longer afford private schools and maybe coming back into the public system as well. So, it's all unknown. Yes.
No, thank you. Because again, I know at our special meeting last week, we provided a lot of the similar information. And then again, because things are changing really so quickly, we did make the decision to have some of this information brought back again, because it's sometimes so significant and overwhelming. It's hard to just kind of get it in one time and go, oh, okay, there's new situation. And yet it continues to change. What we're doing is, in essence, our best work, again, from the experts that are in the Capitol, that are responding to federal awareness, and our best budget planning that we can do. We want to be on point with being ready. So again, some of this information does present as really severe. It is. We have direction to plan that way from our county office. We have really guidance from the state in planning. And so we want to make sure that our board is hearing the information as best we can put it together for you and our public as well. We know that the public is dealing with the responses to the COVID-19 in their own way. And again, we're all dealing with our education piece for our students in a very different way as well. But the financial structure that we base everything on for our students, for our employees, for these communities is really changing. And so we're trying to be as steadfast we can in watching all the changes and tracking the changes, and are planning to be, as proactive as we can be, not just becoming reactive and having things done to us. So we're trying to see with clarity the best we can and build our budget for the future. And again, as Dr. Gonzalez has indicated, so many of these variables are absolutely out of our direct control right now. We have an obligation to create a budget based under what the state guidance is, what that may revise is. That's part of our process as a society. We just can't ignore things and build our own budget and say, well, money's going to show up. We have to go with the data that we have, and that's part of our process. So I really do value the work that we're doing, the work of Dr. Gonzalez, the work, again, of our team in doing this. And I know it's difficult for everybody to see the magnitude of this, but we feel that we have to be responsive and get this information to you to start having that awareness. So thank you.
Can I just ask one more point of clarification on the slide? So the 11.8 million in additional revenue reduction, that is just for the 2021 school year, correct?
Yes.
That is correct.
Okay. And then you also talked about how, there's like a hold or a freeze on spending discretionary dollars. What is the process for dollars that are needed right now? If a principal knows that, he or she needs devices for remote learning, or, something that they were thinking, okay, we were going to spend our Title I dollars on this, but now we can't access those. What is the process that's in place currently to make sure that for the next month, we are actually doing everything we can to close the digital divide and educate all kids?
The challenge we're having right now is that device orders that we put in back in March, we still have not seen, which means that even though you're going to see some items coming forward on today's or this evening's agenda for technology purchases, we're going to try to get those items, but there's a very good chance that we're not going to. And so what we're asking is the non-essential purchases, and a huge shout out to Elizabeth McClanahan, because she's our director of purchasing and warehouse, and she goes through every single purchase requisition one by one and goes back and asks a lot of those key questions. And right now, anything that is for next year, they can start putting in purchase requisitions as early as May 15th, because that's when our next process starts again. But right now, if we went out and we tried to put or tried to find more devices and get them here in the district, get them set up and ready, we're going to be hard pressed to get anything before the last day of school. It's just, because we didn't have enough devices to start with, and some of our devices are certainly aging, we're in a situation with districts around the country where we're scrambling to get devices, and there are only so many that are available right now.
But I do want to be clear, because we haven't gotten new devices, doesn't mean that we're not trying to meet that demand of parents who do have needs, that students do have needs. And again, the principals really are the best way for those families to connect. We've said that a number of times. The principals are working together with the technology department, with Dr. Gonzalez, and trying to make sure if somebody is in need, that we identify the need and figure out a solution. So it's not that there's no solutions, even though there are items that are back ordered. So again, we're just trying to be very responsive in that manner to those needs.
This Joanne, it's really interesting to hear that, because I have to assume many school districts, if not all, are having similar issues. And it seems like that's what should be in the newspaper right now, right? I mean, all these, besides all the testing and the COVID testing and all those issues, that this is a real problem, and it needs to be known so that any people out there who have any wherewithal to help with this issue, or mandate that more get produced, or breakthrough or something, it's critical. So I haven't read that anywhere, and it just seems like somehow we get that out again collectively. Maybe the county office can help with that, but that seems like it's kind of ridiculous that we know this is what we're supposed to be doing and we're prioritizing, and if it's all hung up because we can't physically get the devices, it seems like someone outside our system might be able to help, or at least be aware. So,
and I also want to reiterate that I know I've received many emails about the press conference that was a week or two ago, and all the devices that Google has ready to donate, and we've put in all the paperwork and we've looked into it. We've worked with our E-rate consultant, and when you get into the intricacies of what the verbiage says, we do not qualify because we are not a small to medium-sized district, and that's defined as anything below 10,000 students, and we are not rural. So, a lot of what you're hearing in the public is, oh, we've got all these devices and we're getting them out. And of course, as soon as we hear something, we jump on it, and nothing has been helpful so far. With that said, I just want to do a real quick public shout out to the Mount Diablo Educational Association, because I received an email from them just prior to this meeting started that I think so far they've been able to receive more than $28,000 worth of donations for devices. Likewise, I believe it's yours humanly, Dr. Martinez, yours humanly.
Sunny
Yes.
Singh.
Yes, with Sunny Singh. They've been raising money as well, and they actually were able to obtain some of those devices, and we're able to deliver them to the district today. So we're grateful for all the partners that we have out there and their support of our students at this really challenging time.
I would just ask that you maybe keep us posted, as board members on, specific needs, say like, how many more you need or whatever, and then maybe we can help with that as well in terms of reaching out to folks or making it more public.
Right. The thing that just on that particular point, Board Member Durkee, is that we are working with our principals regarding, again, accumulating data for the number of students who are actually have devices, are connected, are participating. And so we have it at the secondary level and the elementary level. I'll be putting that together for the board members, but we'll also be sharing that with the public as well. We have several schools where we have a really pretty good participation level, and others where it's more of a challenge.
Right. Okay.
Well, that's really great information to have, and especially because the needs will differ across schools as well, right? So it's being collected now. When do you think the board and public should expect to see some of that information? I understand that numbers probably change daily, but a first estimate.
Yeah, we anticipate something by midweek.
Oh, this week.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
And I believe it is the Mount Diablo Education Foundation, not the association that had raised that money.
Please excuse me.
No problem. Just want to make sure we appreciate both organizations, but in this instance, it was the Educational Foundation.
Yes. again, at this point, I know, again, we did put a slide in there. I think the next slide was board question and answer, and we didn't know if the board had discussion or other items, but we know we have a number of things going on tonight. But again, we will be back with more information as well as it continues to change.
And has the county given guidance on, we have a tentative agreement. I know other districts in this county have had, are in the process of negotiations. Are any districts in a position to move forward with those tentative agreements right now, or what is the guidance from the county?
So there is one piece of guidance that I actually sent to board members that has been out there from the county office that, again, we believe that it's been shared across the counties. They, in essence, are having any district with potential tentative agreements, I would say, being very cautious with them and providing a lot of guidance about their structure. Because again, anybody who's anticipating something different than a 0% COLA, I'm not sure how they would get anything approved from the county office unless they had a considerable savings account to do so without them making significant changes to the status of their budgets. Again, I cannot speak for every county school district, but we know that the guidance is out there. And again, we'll work to get something on our website as well that reiterates that.
What I can tell you is that there was a memo from the county office to all the school districts. It was on April 15th. I have it pulled up right here. And one of the comments they have is that for district negotiations, salary settlements, you must submit the required AB 1200 disclosure using the 0% COLA assumptions outlined in this memo in order to certify any future salary settlements. So any other districts that would be trying to take that forward would certainly be needing to go back and address all of their budgets and put in the 0% COLA. And it's probably important for me to remind the board right now that because our budget went from positive to qualified at second interim, we are required to do a third interim budget. We are expecting that we will close the books on that on April 30th. And we'll then move forward to preparing that. We will be having a special board meeting sometime in late May in order to present that information to the county office, and it will need to include a lot of those assumptions as well.
Other board questions or comments?
So just to clarify or repeat what you just said here so that I just want to make sure that everyone's keeping up with this conversation who may be watching. So we have a letter from the County Office of Education that says for district negotiation salary settlements, you must submit the required AB 1200 disclosure packet using the 0 COLA assumptions outlined in the memo. So just what Dr. Gonzalez just said. So for us, when you outlined those assumptions for us, it looked like an additional 11.8 million reduction that we will be facing once we put those assumptions in. So
Correct.
For us to ratify any sort of raise for anyone at this point, we would need to find another 11.8 million for the 20 to 21 school year.
Well, the problem,
because the COLA,
go ahead.
could I ask a clarifying question before you? So the COLA you said was roughly 3 million for each percent. So at 2.29, we had that slated at 6.5, and then there were additional things like the lottery funds. So is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
So the problem is that while it may look like it pencils out in year one, when we do a multi-year projection and we look at years 2 and years 3, we are significantly in the red, which means that it might look rosy for next year, but it's not going to pass any AB 1200 disclosure because you have to have a positive. You have to have a positive budget moving forward into years 2 and 3.
So again, part of the process the intent was to share everything that we're seeing right now as part of that closure of the third interim comes to fruition. We're not there yet. But again, we have to build that document now based under everything that we know. So when that does come before the board, there will be some information that also comes to the public that again solidifies what we're seeing is going to happen right now as it continues to happen. So I'm not saying the numbers will be exact because they'll change again, but our intent is to then provide clarity, which again, every other district who is needing to do a third interim would be doing the same thing. I can't speak for every district in the county, but as far as their disclosures or any work to approve anything for a TA, they'd have to apply those same figures. Ours will have to come in the sense of giving the third interim will be the next clarity point for us as a district. It'll show us where we're at so far, again, through April 30th, and what, if any, other decisions we can make after that.
Other board questions or comments?
So we as a school district, because we're qualified, and there's other districts near us, I think, that are qualified as well. Everyone who's qualified needs to do the third interim report. But
Correct.
then every school district in the state has to approve a budget for the 2021 school year that also shows a 3-year projection. It seems like every school district is going to be qualified or negative for that kind of a projection.
Unless they start making significant reductions. And that's, you know, that's why so many of these conversations, we're trying to be as proactive as possible and use the assumptions and really start taking a look at our budgets to see what we can do more sooner than later to be able to get to a point that by the time June rolls around, our budget can be positive. Because if we have a negative certification on our budget, then we're going to have someone coming in with fiscal assistance assigned by the county office who will then be telling us what we need to do with our budgets. And so as much as possible, we want to remain in the seat to control as much of that as we can.
Okay. Any other board questions or comments? All right, Dr. Gonzalez, it wasn't good news, but we appreciate your thorough delivery of the news and letting us know where we stand and some of the things we might be looking at. So thank you for that. With that, we'll move along to item 11.2, which is Maintenance and Operations Department update. Dr. Martinez, any introduction, or do we want to just have Melanie present?
Well, I think it's important to go ahead and present again, Melanie Kozlow, our Assistant Director of Maintenance and Operations. What we're doing tonight is really just giving an overview of some of the construction that's happening in the district and some of the specifics about information and projects that are going on within our maintenance and operations. So again, Melanie, go for it.
Hey, good evening. Good evening, President Lawrence, Vice President Mason, members of the board, Dr. Martinez, and community. As you stated, we just wanted to give a quick overview of what's happening at M&O, and if we can go ahead and move on to the next slide. So what COVID-19 means for M&O. Obviously, throughout the district, we were all kind of shocked with how things happen so rapidly, but we have picked up and continued on basically immediately. Our security office has added a daytime shift. So we are working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in our security department to keep our site safe and protected. We're increasing patrol to monitor the district for unwanted activity to make sure that our sites are secure and protected. We find all things from our homeless and that type of community member coming to the sites at school in the evening, as well as just an increased activity more than we thought during the day. So we're continuing to monitor our schools, asking the community to leave the site when we find them there, and just kind of doing our due diligence to make sure that the community is safe. We've been posting our public notices to ensure that local and state orders are followed. So we've done that as they've come out, and then also maintained reposting when we find that the notices are have been removed. We are supporting our food and nutrition services, feeding the community. So we do have site custodians scheduled at all 9 sites for the 3 days a week that we are feeding the community, to clean up the kitchens, deal with the recycling and all of those types of things, as well as taking care of our central kitchen, which has also become our current dry storage with the amount of community members that the food and nutrition services are serving. All of our essential staff here at the district office, as well as throughout the district, we are serving them. We have custodial, which I'll talk about in a few more slides, and what that schedule looks like. All of our trades and landscape divisions are completing urgent and emergency and safety type work. And then the maintenance and operations office staff is working some remotely and sometimes at the office when necessary to support the department operations. Next slide, please. So all of our mechanical and building trades from day one have been responding. So when we have an emergency or an urgent matter, even with the shelter in place and the social distancing, when a site has a need, all of our staff has responded. The landscape department, we worked closely, myself and our building and trade supervisor or manager, David Hart, and I worked together on a plan. We worked with the union, and we brought back our landscape department to complete fire prevention work starting last week. So we are starting the second week of a 3-week plan to prepare us for the upcoming fire inspections that we know we will go through. As the community has voiced and our own concerns, we needed to make sure that our sites are safe. So it's going to be slow to get the work done, but we do believe in a 3 to 4 week period, we will be in a much better position as far as our grounds look. We are careful to follow the executive order that is in place. There are very strict guidelines on what type of work landscape crews can take on. So we're not doing aesthetics. We're not doing like the day-to-day maintenance. We are focusing just on fire prevention, which includes mowing, weed abatement, and eventually weed spraying. Our HVAC staff, or the 2 of them that we have currently in the district, returned back to work on a modified schedule today. They've been working as needed, but they are back as of this morning to support the energy management project that's ongoing and about to complete here at the district, as well as continuing to shut down the boilers. One of the comments that I heard a little earlier was kind of where we were with that. With the energy management system that is being installed at about half the district, we have about 20 sites or so that we have currently in an unoccupied mode, and the new energy management system allows us to do such. So if a staff member, a principal, an office manager arrives on site, they can override the unoccupied for an hour at a time, but we have pulled that in so that we can maintain the savings that possible during this time that our sites are unoccupied for most of the day. Work order system. We have a very extensive work order system. It's called TMA. And we have spent the last couple weeks reviewing, pulling out essential more urgent prioritized items. And we are working on putting a plan in place to have mechanical and building trades kind of in full back to work, hopefully maybe later this week, to complete essential work as far as safety and security. So things like electrical needs, lighting, fence repair, lock repair, dealing with any graffiti or anything like that. And so we are working, we've got a plan in place. We're working to speak with the union probably tomorrow morning with the hopes to bring them back on a modified schedule pretty quick. Next slide, please.
Can I just ask one question on that last slide? On the landscaping, we did receive a question from Councilmember Obringer asking when Olympic High will be mowed and weeded on the schedule. I know you said the whole thing is 3 to 4 weeks. I don't know if you know where Olympic High is on the schedule.
I don't. I will have to double check. I can get that information. I happened to drive by Olympic today. I saw that part of, I think the front of the campus had been mowed probably by our small mower. However, we definitely need a flail mower out there, so I'll have to check on that.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem. So right at the start of the closure for COVID-19, we reviewed all of our current custodial scope, and we set a plan in place almost immediately to do a refresh training with our custodians. So in small group environments, myself and other custodial management, we met with all of our custodians that are currently working. We reviewed all of our current procedures, our level 1, 2, and 3 cleaning, what it would look like should we have a situation with COVID within our sites. We reviewed the chemicals that we would be dealing with, the disinfecting and all of that. So it took about 2.5 weeks, and we have retrained or refresh trained all of our custodial staff. When that was complete, we have our custodial staff working at all sites on a modified schedule. So unless there's a special circumstance like our custodians that are supporting food service, we are out at the sites 1 day a week. And then we're bringing back custodians as necessary, depending on what the needs of the district are as we move forward with either distance learning, childcare, like any of the things that come, we'll be working to modify that schedule. Teamsters have been involved and are definitely supportive of us and the custodians during this phase. We've reviewed shelter in place and social distancing protocols, and just kind of reviewed the necessary things as far as just to reiterate to our staff, what is needed and then also what could be. So if we switch to the next slide, one of the things that we've added to the district website is our custodial procedures. So we have level 1, and on the website you can find these. A level 1 is just our standard cleaning. There's 2 different types, a day procedure and a PM procedure. Talks about the products that we utilize and what type of tasks the custodians do. We also have level 2 and level 3 procedures on the website. A level 2 is a procedure that we've had in place for many years. Anytime we have a report of an influenza type situation, or possibly, something like lice or some type of other skin rash or something like that, we complete a sanitize of the site. So that's a normal procedure. But when you visit the website, you'll see that we call a level 2 a COVID possible exposure. And then we also have our level 3 cleaning, which would have been a confirmed COVID, which we did not have, thankfully, but we are following level 3 cleaning as we clean the classrooms, just in preparation for staff and eventually students to come back. Next slide, please.
Can I just, sorry, can I just get a clarification on that? So you just said level 3 is only if there's a confirmed COVID, but I think I also heard you say that level 3 cleaning is being done in all
Correct. So
classrooms.
it's a full disinfect. And so we are doing it more so, it's not necessary. We know that our classrooms have been empty for weeks now. We know the length of the life of the virus, but we are doing it to disinfect the site so that staff feels better. And then also it's a really good clean. So the sites are getting a really good cleaning.
So basically the parents and staff, as they come back to any of the sites in the fall, if we open in the fall, can expect that classroom or space would have been cleaned at least once with the level 3.
Exactly,
Is that what you're saying?
We created a posting, which all of our custodians have, so that once a classroom, office, anything like that has been disinfected, they put a posting on the door with the name of the custodian when it was disinfected. And then there's actually a line down at the bottom for anybody who enters the space after the disinfecting, so that we know if we need to go back and do it again. We know that there'll be probably some activities on site, you know, as staff returns to collect their things, students return to collect their things. So we know that we'll be doing this process probably multiple times, but it allows us to verify what has been disinfected and then also track what needs to be done again.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
No problem. So current construction projects, while the majority of our construction does normally take place over summer, we have a few projects that are already underway. So Mount Diablo High, the home side bleacher extension is being installed currently. And then the gym building roof. This was a project that was supposed to be completed last summer. And as if you guys remember, we ended up delaying the contractor on that just due to a manpower shortage. They were slated to start in June. And then when all of this happened and they had some time on their books, they came and requested, and we went ahead and approved for them to start over spring break. So they are currently at Mount Diablo High, finishing that building. Our food and nutrition services project is underway. We finally have some noticeable activity happening. So we hope to put some pictures on the website in the coming days. Wall framing's going up, that type of thing. It's pretty exciting. College Park baseball netting. This is a project also was to be started immediately after baseball season. We went ahead and early started it over spring break. And this is kind of like a two-part project. We know that we have solar panels that have been damaged from baseballs at this campus. And there's also some future projects that are going to happen out there, but the contractor was able to get a jump start and we're just about finished out there. Pleasant Hill Middle School, we had a classroom that had the old flooring. It needed to be taken care of. It was scheduled for spring break. We went ahead and did it. Solar panel cleaning normally starts in June. They contacted us and wanted to start early. And so they've just been deployed, I think Friday or maybe even today. And then our phase 1 of the energy management project is underway, rounding the turn to completion, and we should be off site with them in just the coming weeks and being able to file with the state. Next slide, please. Planned construction for this upcoming summer. So as you can tell, this is like the big list of what we have going. It's not all projects, but these are all things that we are either in contract with or will be contracting with in the next 2-week period at the next board meeting. So we have the 2020 summer roofing project. We have 8 campuses slated in contract. We have 3 different contractors on board and contracted with for this project. All 3 contractors have reached out to us about doing a potential early start. It's something that we're considering, but we're also working with some other departments within the district to see how that would impact the sites if we did do an early start. So that's Cambridge, Mountain View, Silverwood, Strandwood, Pleasant Hill L, Valhalla, Ignacio Valley L, and Foothill Middle School, all slated for this summer. Exterior painting. So painting is actually a pretty fun and quick project for us. We are out on the street, I believe, right now. Bids coming in, I think, at the end of the week. And so we will be completing painting at 10 schools. We won't know if they want to do an early start or not quite yet, but we do know that painting goes pretty quick. We had planned to work around summer school schedules, so we'll just kind of see how that lays out. But the sites that are scheduled for painting are Bancroft, Fair Oaks, Gregory Gardens, Mountain View, Mount Diablo L, Sun Terrace, Pine Hollow, Valley View, and then Shadelands and Sunrise. Hardscape, again, one of our multi-site projects. We've got quite a few, about 15 sites that will be experiencing hardscape improvements this summer. Bids also come in at the end of the week, and we'll kind of see how that lays out. Some of the campuses intertwine with a site that's getting roofing or painting, but we're really good at kind of scheduling that together. And so then that's going to be Bancroft, Cambridge, Gregory Gardens, Hidden Valley, Meadow Homes, Pleasant Hill L, Shore Acres, Sunrise Shadelands, Oak Grove Middle, Pine Hollow Middle, Pleasant Hill Middle, Loma Vista, Ignacio Valley High, and Willow Creek Center on the Diablo Day side. So we did some work over at Willow Creek last summer, but we've got some remaining work at the Diablo Day site. And then a few other projects we have going on. Woodside Elementary HVAC, we talked about this at the last meeting. Contractor has also expressed interest at starting early. So they're just waiting for some information from us, and we're waiting for some additional information as well. Cambridge, new adult education buildings taking place, tennis court replacements at Mount Diablo High and Ignacio Valley. Both of those bid this week. And then we've got some site landscaping, which is ready to bid, and we're just trying to decide if it's a necessity at this point. But I do foresee putting that out for bid in the next week or so. Egress lighting at College Park is needed. Phase 2 of the energy management system. After going through this situation, I feel that we really could have benefited from streamlining this or putting this out prior to phase 1 because we could have had a bit more control. So it's definitely a necessity for us to be able to control the whole district HVAC system. We've got a portable move at Bancroft, and then also just the overall maintenance, cleaning, utility work, and some other miscellaneous projects throughout the district. So we plan to be quite busy. Our construction management team has not had a break at all. They've been moving right along, and I definitely appreciate all the work that they've been putting in. Next slide. Any questions?
I just have a quick one. How are you dealing with the homeless situation? Because I know in the state of California, you cannot remove homeless from public property if they're not disrupting anything. So since our schools are closed, if they're sleeping on the lawn, I don't know what the law would, if they would see that as disruptive.
So thankfully, in most cases, when one of our security guards or a security dispatch maybe notice somebody on the cameras, we have, and we ask someone to leave or they see us approaching, they just kind of gather up and leave. We haven't had any real issues as far as anybody refusing to leave. We do have some repeat visitors that we know, we recognize, and our guards have good relationship with the local police force. And so sometimes they make those calls directly to the officers and ask for some assistance because they've been dealing with, a certain individual. We are dealing with some daytime activity, which we're not normally used to, even with some staff on site. The sites just are not as busy as they normally are. And so we're trying to just remind all of our staff that if anything happens, security's there, contact us. If we're not available, obviously reach out to PD. But I feel I haven't seen anything in our reports that show any cause for concern where anyone is either in jeopardy if they were to be asked to leave. For the most part, if we approach, they're gathering their things and leaving.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Normally in June, maybe July, there's the fire alarm system testing as well as the sprinkler testing.
Yes.
Will that be occurring earlier and maintenance be done on the system when students aren't around?
So funny that you asked that. We will actually be bringing their contract to the board on the May 11th board meeting. We were in the process of obtaining quotes and that type of thing. And the firm that we will be bringing the contract forward with actually is ready to go right now. But we told them that we had to wait till we brought it to the board. So they'll be probably, a week or so after our next board meeting, they'll be starting. We'll communicate that out. And it's normally a couple month, if not longer, process. And a lot of times it goes into September for the repairs and that type of thing. But we will see that probably start a little bit earlier than normal.
Well, the folks will appreciate not hearing all the alarms sounding.
I agree.
Quick question. First of all, thank you, Ms. Kozlow. This is very comprehensive, and I think it's really fantastic for the public to see all the work that's planned to be ready for school next year. You mentioned that the idea of putting a photo up of the construction. If the community member goes to the website, where should they look for things like that, or like this list of projects and that sort of thing? Is it under M&O, maintenance and operations, or is it under bond capital improvements?
It could be either. We're looking at combining the two pages so that it's easier for the public. So I would say for now, bond improvement, since the projects that we're talking about with probably the biggest fame are going to be things that right now the bond is funding, but we are working at combining the two, and then underneath that we'll just have construction, and all the photos will be there.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. The first one is just, we had heard a while back that there had been a lack of cleaning supplies, and obviously many things were back ordered. Do we have the cleaning supplies we need at this point? Are there disinfectants and things like that still on back order, or where do we stand in terms of you having the supplies you need for your team?
Sure. As far as our normal chemicals, our Hilliard products, which we have at all of our campuses, we are fully stocked on those, with the anticipation of not only the disinfecting that we've done already, but going forward, we have ordered some additional stock, which may already be here. Of the two most used product, which would be our disinfectant, the Rejuvenol, as well as the Robusto, which is just kind of like the day-to-day cleaner. So we've added some of that. We have gloves. We have a new mop system that's in. So as far as like the majority items that our custodians need, we have them. Some of the things that we're dealing with is hand sanitizer. While we do have enough hand sanitizer at the moment to continue to refill with the amount of staff and use that it's taking on, there is some concern that our next big bulk order is on back order till August. We've had lots of our vendors reach out to us saying, we've got these small orders, you can only order so many, but we're taking advantage of those as they come in as well. Masks are our biggest concern and issue, especially with the updated mask order. And so for the most part, when staff comes in, they all have their own masks, and we have a small stock left. I know that our purchasing director has a large order on back ordered, potentially, we know for August, potentially for late May. And then again, just like with the hand sanitizer, we've had a few vendors reach out to us saying we could order some small stock of just like the paper masks and that type of thing. So we're taking advantage of those things. The biggest thing for me is probably just the concern that all of our staff is protecting themselves, covering their faces and that type of thing. So we haven't really found that we've lacked something that we need, and we do believe we have enough on order so that we'll be prepared for the summer cleaning, and then should our schools open in August.
Okay. And then go ahead, Therese.
I just had a follow up on that. Sorry. When you're talking about masks, I know when this all first started, there were districts that were donating all of their school district masks to our local hospitals. So it's interesting to hear where we are right now. So when you're talking about the need for masks, is that including our food service providers right now that need to be wearing masks as they're serving the food?
So I think that we've had some really great volunteers that have made masks. They've distributed them out through for our food service workers. And I'm not talking about the big heavy duty respirator masks. I'm talking about like the thin paper face covers, because we do know that, the respirator mask should be at the healthcare. So I think for the most part, now that we've gone on this long, most people have their own. They have washable masks that they're using. We just want to make sure that if someone arrives without a mask, if needs it, we have the ability to offer a disposable mask.
Okay. Yeah, because I think a number of our, community members, parents, even students have been making masks and things like that. So if you do find a need, please share that information. I was not aware.
And so I think the board has heard from certain school sites concern about the overall cleanliness of those sites. Mount Diablo High School is one in specifically. While making sure everyone's staying safe, do we still have the opportunity to just do a more district-wide assessment of each school prior to reopening and make sure not just that they have the disinfectants and have been deep cleaned, but that they have everything they need from an ongoing cleanliness and maintenance standpoint?
Yes. So one of the things that we're hoping is by doing the refresh training, it kind of brought forward back the standard that we expect. We also hope that at some point we'll be able to bring our custodians back on a greater schedule where we can actually start some of that summer cleaning. So hopefully as we deal with the other departments and having, student items picked up and that type of thing. And once we know that the classrooms are going to be, really empty, we can start that process. We have a lot of our custodians that are actually vocalizing to us, why are we not just starting the summer clean? Because it is so extensive, and having some extra time would allow us to deal with some of our sites that need some additional support. And it's just one of those things that we're working on, we're planning for, we're ready for them to come back. And we're just dealing with our union partners and following the shelter in place order for when that right time is. But it's definitely something that we look forward to having some extra time in order to be prepared for August. My staff, my management staff knows my expectation, their own expectation of what the sites look like in August, as well as we welcome, anyone else who would like to, view what we look like at that point. That's something that we can arrange. We definitely don't like hearing that our, district staff is in a environment that should be cleaner than it is. We know that Mount Diablo is a site, as well as a couple others that struggled with. We had staff that was out for different reasons, and so we were having to fill in with some subs and that type of thing, and that always kind of loses the greatest, cleanliness. But we're definitely ready to go. I think that doing this refresh training really helped all of us be prepared for what this summer is going to look like.
Great. I had a couple other questions, but I
Yeah.
want to pause and give other board members a chance. Linda, Joanne, Deborah, any questions from any of you? Okay, then, so my other questions are, and I greatly appreciate that we are doing the mowing, because one, for the fire hazard, but two, in many of these schools, we have invested a lot of money, and we want to make sure that we don't have rodents and destruction of the fields and things like that. But once we're past the fire abatement, will mowing be ongoing? Is that the plan, or is it just for the fire inspection? Do we
So
envision?
that's my plan. My
Okay.
plan would be that we would continue. It's really the reason that we did an initial 3-week plan is because we knew the current shelter in place order was set to expire within that 3-week period, or at that 3-week period. Now that we have knowledge that we'll be extending to some degree, once we have the exact order, we'll look at what we can do. On the March 31st tightening of that order, that really is what kind of hurt us, because they specifically listed the type of tasks that landscapers could do. So not continuing the mow schedule right away could be looked at on both ends, because we know that just a few weeks after not mowing, we'd be right back where we are. We did get notice from the Contra Costa Fire District sometime at late last week, reminding us that we have to be ready for these inspections. And so we're kind of talking about that internally and also with our union partners.
Okay. And, as part of that, I know we have some very well-meaning parent volunteers who have even gone and mowed lawns themselves, but I'm presuming that we do not recommend that, even though we appreciate it, that instead it'd be best to contact the M&O department at the district if they see an issue, and we can assure them that we are working towards getting every site back up to standards in terms of mowing and maintenance, correct?
Correct. So I also heard this morning that we had some very well-to-do neighbors that were helping us at some areas. And while we do appreciate it, it is a task that our department is required to do and is scheduled to do. So anybody who would like to email me or reach out by phone, by calling the maintenance and operations department, my voicemail is available, my email is available, and it allows us just to kind of respond and speak with the community. We know that so much of our community is on social media, and maybe I'm not necessarily in that loop, but if I can provide some answers that they can then share with their neighboring communities, either on social media one way or the other, I'd love to be able to help, communicate the correct information. We were struggling, having the landscape department out for the time that we did, that we are taking longer than normal to get caught up, which is to be expected, but we will get there. One of the things that we talk about a lot is the amount of improvements that we made over this past year at some of our fields and small lawns and that type of thing. And we definitely want to make sure that we continue, that we appreciate the money that was put in and the time and effort that was put in, and that we take care of these areas as necessary. So while we appreciate it, if we could refrain from mowing, that would be wonderful, and we'll take care of it through the landscape department.
Great, thank you. And then first, I wanted to say, Melanie, I think this has been one of the most useful and comprehensive presentations I've had experience during my time on the board. So thank you. We really appreciate all the updates and the thoroughness. And again, our appreciation to everyone in your team and department. And our foremost priority is we want everyone to stay safe. A last, I guess, almost comment would just be, my hope would be as we start to move towards reopening, that we do consider the possibility of giving more access to our schools, to the grounds, the tracks and things like that, as we get guidance from the county and things like that, because I do think, the shelter in place is now lasting through, the end of next month. And I think that when people have the opportunity to go out, if there are only a couple places they can go, then we have more people, as we saw like in some of the beaches down in Southern California, versus hopefully if we're able to give people a chance to go for an open air walk when that's deemed safe and use our track and things like that. That's just one request I would have, is that we continue to look at that and assess and take the guidance from county health and things like that. But I would love to see us be able to reopen when we could.
And Melanie, I would jump in here because I don't want you to promise something that we cannot do, because I know you want to, but of course we will pay attention to the public health guidance. We will work to stay in alignment with the shelter in place. And when we can, I think it's important that we provide opportunities like that at some of our schools and our processes. For example, one of the things that is happening is the farmers market that we have allowed at Concord High School through the city of Concord, working with our legal department, working with appropriate distancing, working with our maintenance and operation, working with the city of Concord. So there's so many different layers of people and individuals that go into that type of decision. Where I know some folks would love to say, well, can't we just open X school and this school? We have to really think it through to make sure we're in alignment, we're staying safe. Absolutely to your point, President Lawrence, and the different departments within the district need to be coordinated so that we don't have one school saying, we're going to do this, and the central office doesn't have that awareness of support, and we've really got everything in place to make sure it's done well and done right. So,
yep, great. Thank you. Other board member questions or comments?
I would just like to say that I appreciate the report as well. My one concern when you said we're mowing the fields is that everybody's going to want to be on those fields. There's a reason why folks are out there hand mowing them, because they want their kids or themselves to be able to play. We have a large number of what a friend used to call weekend warriors who would go onto our school sites and use the fields for different athletic activities. And I know you've taken efforts to make sure that all of our PE equipment is contained. And I'm hoping that the 2 new tennis courts will be secured once the work on those 2 courts is completed. I know everybody is anxious to be out there on those courts, but when they are not supervised, that's when damage occurs. The other thing I appreciated was the comment that our public and board members should report either to 911 or to our emergency staff when we see folks on our campuses. I know I personally have witnessed students walking on the walkways above and on our roofs. So it's important that we limit their access to those unsafe locations. Of course, they think they can fly between buildings, but we know that that's not always the case, and we need to look out for their safety as well. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. It was my pleasure putting this together for everyone and reporting out to you, and I look forward to providing more information as we move forward.
Great. All right. Any other board questions? Well, thank you again, Melanie.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we'll move along to board member reports. Ms. Mason, how about if we start with you?
I'll be very brief. I've been in conversation and working with Supervisor Glover to see if we can increase internet access for the students in Bay Point. They're having some issues around the distance learning because they don't have internet access. And I will keep you posted as I learn more.
Great. Thank you for that. Ms. Cound?
Okay, thank you. That's fantastic to hear, Ms. Mason. I've definitely been having some similar conversations in Concord, so we should connect on that. It is frustrating to know that all the information that we've sent out so far about internet, just call Comcast or some of these companies, to find now that there are so many barriers to the people who need it the most. There was actually a report that LA Partners for Public Education did, actually detailing what those barriers are, and reading through it, I could see that this is the same thing we're hearing here in Concord and Bay Point, that either they're not answering the phone, when you call to get the deal, or they're requiring a credit card, or they're asking for a long-term contract that's going to increase price in 2 months. Barrier after barrier after barrier. So it really does make me feel like there's two things we need to do. One is short-term, get hotspots as quickly as possible from wherever the heck we can get them, because apparently everything's back ordered. But anyone who has a contact who can get some hotspots, let's do that and get them out to the students who need them the most. That's so the short term. And then long term, I think, is exactly what I think you were talking about here too, Ms. Mason, is ultimately the internet is a public need, and we actually need to blanket these areas, and ideally we would first do it in the places where the digital divide exists the most. So Concord and Bay Point, work with our cities and our internet providers, and our governmental officials, anyone who can help to make sure that we blanket the cities with free through the air Wi-Fi for everybody. Then we don't need to worry about if people are homeless, if they move often, if they can understand and sign a contract, any of those things. That's ultimately where I think we need to get. So it does feel very immediate right now, though, in terms of just hotspots or something to make sure that our kids are connected. So yeah, that's really something I've been focused on as well. Just really reflecting on, as a district, as we make any of the decisions that we're making, are we looking at this through an equity lens? Are we making decisions, whether it's budget or reorganization or even logistics? Are we thinking about making sure that we're educating all kids? I was on a call the other day with that Betty Yee and State Senator Holly Mitchell were on, and I asked them, how school board members should be budgeting for next year with so much uncertainty. And their answer was really just stay focused, be aware of who's being served and who's not being served, and figure out what works to reach the kids who are the hardest to reach. And just stay focused on that, and you'll be okay. So, and then now on top of that, it looks like the LCAP requirements, are delayed and shortened and all of that, but they do require districts to explain in detail, how are you providing remote learning? How are you closing the digital divide? How are you specifically spending your Title I and LCFF supplemental dollars in particular to students who are low income, homeless, foster youth, or English language learners? So we need to have really specific and clear answers to that. And I think those are the things that are immediate right now. So I know we have a freeze on spending, but I feel like we need to have a very clear system in place for if a teacher or a counselor or principal identifies a need, for this particular population, that they are able to access the funding or resources that they need to get that child learning now, right? That's not a long-term plan. I have been really excited to see all the quality learning that's going on out there. And I think the more that our teachers, educators, staff can keep sharing out the fantastic things that they're doing, that's going to be really the way to go, whether it's, our technology gurus who've for years been going to the tech conferences and, hosting the STEM symposium, what do they have to offer to other teachers? Then looking at our STEM schools. I've heard that Sun Terrace has a full math and science, remote curriculum that's going really well right now. That's the math and science school. I understand that, but maybe we can share that out to the other schools, learn from within. I did see Blanca Vega with her Spanish speaking videos for parents to learn how to use Zoom or Google Classroom and various other things on her YouTube channel. And that's one of those things that our other teachers don't necessarily need to, start from scratch and reinvent the wheel. They could use her videos and make sure, let's get those out to all of our Spanish speaking parents to see, right? So, and it's great to see all the partnerships out there, you know, the partnerships with Meals on Wheels and the city, the churches, to make sure that we're feeding everybody. I'm hearing about additional possible partnerships, right, with the library cards to be able to remotely access the library really easily, and to inform people about the census. Through our free meals program. There are people who are offering to do that. I don't know if either one of those has started yet or is something that we're able to do, but it's really, I think, you know, at a time where we have such a shortage of funding, these partnerships are really what's going to get the resources and the education to our kids. So I think it's a really hard time right now in terms of the budget, and I think teachers are asking, you know, rightfully, why have we not ratified the contract? And I think we need to really tell that story very clearly. The way I look at that is that 2 years ago, when the whole negotiation began, which is even before I was on the board, if you looked at the budget back then, our district was deficit spending. So that means we did not have any extra cash lying around, right? The money did not exist. The way to fund it was to do layoffs, right? Because our district is mostly people. So I think our board worked really hard to create enough cuts to be able to fund a very basic tentative agreement that took a long time to get to that, right? To get to some agreement about numbers. And we thought, you know, those were the deepest cuts we could possibly make. So to go from that to then January, where, you know, right away the state comes out with, oh, it's not 3% COLA, it's actually 2.29, and on and on and on, as we heard in the budget presentation today. You know, I think we're just in such a different place right now. And I think the priority now is to make sure that we keep our schools running. Hopefully we don't have to close schools or do anything drastic like that. Hopefully we can keep as many people employed in exactly the right places in our school district. And I think we just need to stay focused on that piece. You know, how do we keep education going in a way where we're reaching, you know, all of our kids in our district? Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Ms. Mayo? Ms. Mayo, are you able to go?
Yes, I am. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was
No problem.
hunting my cursor to turn on the mics. I just wanted to remind everybody, and you received a reminder from me by email today about the Contra Costa County School Board's presentation on April 30th at 6:30 p.m. It will be a virtual presentation, and Dennis Myers will be presenting on the budget for us. He will have some insight, though not all insights, about possibilities and for the May revives. And then he will be returning, I believe it's May 21st, for another presentation where he will follow up on what is happening in Sacramento after the May revise. I also want to congratulate Ms. Cowan for her nomination as president for the 2021 school year for the Contra Costa County Board of Education, where the slate was announced last week and was repeated again today. And the election will occur at the late May meeting. I also wanted to briefly give a shout out to all our PTAs and PFCs and athletic boosters. The work that they had planned since the beginning of March has been canceled. Many of those were their major fundraisers, and they have found ways to recover from some of the expenses, as well as to convert an in-person live auction to an online auction. So they are taking steps to raise funds that will be contributed to the school district or benefit families and children within their own school community in every way possible. And we are fortunate that they are contributing Some districts, I was on a conference call about 10 days ago, where one trustee from another district said about a third of their budget came from parent donations. And those donations are down dramatically in that particular community. So that board, just like we are, is looking at 4 and 5 scenarios for their budget next year. And like Mrs. Gonzalez said, they're struggling with cash flow and how they will make payroll in the beginning of next year. So we're not in this situation alone. And like we've been saying all along, together we're stronger, and we just have to keep looking forward and welcoming that great sunshine every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayo. Ms. Durkee?
Hi, thank you. I will also hopefully be briefed. I think first of all, just more specifically, I'm really interested in hearing more about special ed, and I know that's a challenging area. I know that we were waiting for some additional guidance, perhaps, and it's just an area I think that I am sure others would be interested in hearing more about in terms of how that's being handled, just providing remote learning for those students and parents. Things I worry about is I worry about parents at this time, and in all kinds of scenarios, you know, the whole spectrum. Parents that are fortunate to have jobs but are doing their jobs at home while also trying to be their children's teacher or support person. And those that are working, are essential workers and working in very stressful jobs that has to be terribly worrisome, and their children are home, and those that aren't working have lost their jobs. You know, it's just the whole spectrum. And so I just kind of always want to be looking for what we're doing or what we can be doing. We're feeding people. I mean, who would have thought, right, that we'd be feeding beyond our own student population, but that you know, wasn't long before you know, the folks in charge decided that that was the right thing to do. So I'm hoping that more and more will be able to also contribute to people's overall family well-being. So, and then I guess just more philosophically, you know, something I think about all the time is like, you know, I think we're all planning, or people like to plan, well, when we get back to normal. I'm not sure personally that's ever going to happen, at least maybe not in my lifetime. I think, you know, you can get very philosophical about this, but I think we may never see that normal again, you know, you know, we're hearing about, you know, people getting used to doing distance learning, because that may always be part of what happens now going forward. But I think, you know, in a more positive way, personally, and, you know, more societally, what are some opportunities here, you know, that maybe things we would have figured out, or we would have discovered, or we would have become had we not been in this situation. So I just want people to take care of themselves. I also want to, and look for those silver linings, I guess is what I'm trying to say. You know, there's opportunities for growth for each of us and for our systems. But I also want to thank everybody. You know, I want to thank our students for handling this major life stress change. You know, again, this is an experience. There's so many losses that students are experiencing, but they're also going to develop some great skills and ways of being that hopefully will serve them well in whatever our future is. Parents, you know, that are doing double duty, our teachers that are, you know, being super creative. I've heard some phenomenal things that some teachers are doing, many teachers are doing, working very hard, but some very creative solutions in how to reach students, and going above and beyond when students aren't responding, to reach out to them or reach out to their families. Administrators, our district, everybody is working. We're hearing these fabulous reports, and so it's hard work, because it's hard in many ways because it's so different from what we're used to. But again, I hope that we'll all come out, whatever we're coming out to, better as people and better as society, figuring out some really wonderful things, and most importantly, staying well and staying alive. So thank you.
All right, thank you. And hopefully better as a school district.
Right.
So thank you, board members. So, you know, I want to start off with, you know, I appreciate the sacrifices everyone in our community has made. We're 6+ weeks in. There was a lot of debate and there are a lot of conflicting stories when we made the decision to start closing our school sites. But I think, you know, on the positive side is we've known all along that we would not be able to, you know, have this coronavirus not impact us, but the idea was to flatten the curve. And I think in Contra Costa County and the Bay Area, we've really done that. And there, you know, as of the last I saw, 25 people who've died in Contra Costa County, which is very tragic. But when you consider the magnitude and the fact that that ends up being less than one person, averaging less than one person per day, it could have been much worse than that. So I appreciate the efforts that people took. You know, there are a few things that I wanted to touch on. From our public comment earlier, we had one of our students weigh in, which I think every board member is always eager to hear, particularly from the students, and you know, on the grading. And I think that, you know, the hope is that what we're hearing from the UCs, from Cal State, and from private universities, and just everyone across the board, is that people are in a similar situation and they recognize that the grading is going to be very different this semester and that students will not be penalized for that. But I think we had to do a balance. And, you know, I think one of the big things, and this is a theme that I heard from the other board members, is, you know, there's tremendous stress on families right now. And we have students who they are suddenly becoming a primary childcare for a younger sibling, or just the emotional trauma that may be taking place. And we have to understand that people are in a different place. And, you know, I think there's so many parents who, you know, I think all of us have an even greater appreciation for our teachers and staff, but that parents who feel very ill-equipped to step in and become the primary deliverer of online learning to supplement the teachers. And so I think we just need to make sure that parents and students understand that we are going to get through this, that we implemented a policy which was designed to take the stress off, that if a student was on track to be successful this year, that they're not going to be penalized for what happens over the next few weeks here. And that, you know, to take care of themselves, because at the end of the day, come fall, people will be able to catch back up. We have some great teachers who are going to be able to adapt, and they'll do assessments as to where each individual student is, and they will help catch them up, but to take care of themselves. And I would hope, Dr. Martinez, that we could take a look at providing some more guidance to principals, and principals then to teachers, to figure out how much homework each student is receiving, and maybe place some limits on that, because I think that a huge amount of homework on top of everything else that's happening for some students, that may be too much right now. So that's one thing that I do hope we can look at. I do want to make sure that our seniors, as Ms. Durkee said, that we do acknowledge them. I think we're going to continue to look at what our graduation options are. Some of the different ones I've heard is, you know, certainly to do some type of virtual ceremony, do some type of ceremony later on. I think I think we want to make sure we celebrate these students this year, versus perhaps there's a supplementary thing that we do in the future, physical in person. But I think we want to make sure that we do celebrate them this year. I think that, you know, I've heard suggestions around parades, the way many of our schools have done, where teachers have gone to visit students. I think we can look at some of our community partners, like the drive-in movie theater, which they're looking at in other districts, and ways to do that. So I do think we need to make a commitment as a district to make sure that we will be celebrating graduation for our students this year. They've earned it, they deserve it, even though it will be unlike other graduations, but they're special and resilient, and we'll make sure we have a ceremony that reflects that. I think we need to continue to look at what school is going to look like in the fall. I don't think we know yet. And so we're going to have to be adaptable. I think we need to make sure that families feel comfortable sending their students back. And so we need to prepare for homeschooling options, and to be flexible and adaptable because we don't know what the fall is going to look like. So that's something that I think remains really important. And then on just a couple of housekeeping notes I wanted to share, I really appreciate Dr. Martinez and staff with their help with board agendas. One of my goals is that all our board agendas are published for a Monday meeting, that they're published by Thursday by 5 p.m. because that would give the public a chance to look at it. They can then ask questions, as well as board members ask questions on Friday, and that would give staff an opportunity to have responses and use some of Monday to get back to folks and things like that. When we publish on Friday, even though it does meet the Brown Act requirements, I think it puts an additional strain on staff and on the public. So that's one of the goals. I do also want to make sure that we continue, and I'm really pleased that we're making sure anytime there are changes to the agenda, because things are fast moving, that we're notating those changes and showing. So whether that's pulling an item, something that's been pulled by staff, that we continue to note that. I appreciate that. And our goal is to continue to always have accurate meeting summaries. We moved away with the board videos. We've moved away from traditional minutes, but making sure that we do have those accurate meeting summaries. And I really appreciate that. And we'll make sure we continue that. And then the last part that I wanted to share is Ms. Cowan touched on, that there will be cuts, and I think anyone who listened to the budget presentation understands that. But I do think that this board has said that it's vital that this district, that we operate in a transparent and honest way, that we're very upfront about what those cuts look like to the best of our ability. Appreciate the work that the superintendent and staff are putting in there, and that with our employee groups, that we continue to partner with them and make sure that they have input into the process, even though it may not end up the way they want, but that they have a seat at the table, that they have a voice, that they're being heard. And in many instances, I think our decisions will be better by making sure we have that engagement. So those are the quick items I wanted to touch on. And with that, that wraps up the board reports, and I will move it over to Dr. Martinez.
Thank you, President Lawrence. Again, there's so many different areas where we could continue to talk, continue to share information. A couple of the areas that I just wanted to highlight are, again, our focus on trying to communicate with our public. We know that, again, given the distance issues, given the lack of ability to gather, we haven't had some of the standard meetings that would usually go on in the district. Our community advisory committee meeting, our parent advisory committee, our district English language advisory committee, the DLAC, the PAC, the CAC, the budget advisory committees. And again, while we're moving through the crafting of responses, the crafting of strategies, the crafting of redesigning the district, we really do value the input from our community stakeholders, our employee groups, as you were saying, the associations and ideas. And times like this are very difficult to coordinate that. And yet, again, we have been using technologies. We've been trying to get opportunities to talk through things. We are looking, going back to our parent groups, at holding some Zoom opportunities next week for them. Our executive director of instructional supports we were taking the lead today and trying to figure out how the best way to go forward is through that process. And, there's another side of this. We know that many of our parents are engaging differently in their education of their children, and they wouldn't normally come to some of those meetings, but we want to have them engaged in this process, especially as we start to develop what could be, we use these words, the new normal. I don't know if it will be a new normal rather than a reimagining of our education for our students that truly strives to meet their needs with all of the resources that we can muster together. And it's, our staff, our employees, our technologies, but yet it's our families of families who are going to be connecting and working together to sustain really a different level of education for children, because you cannot just replicate on-site instruction, we've said this, through the internet. through distance learning. It just doesn't turn on and off and translate. As much as we could push out 24/7 instruction via a screen, it's not the same thing as the person-to-person, heartfelt learning that occurs when we can bring students into our classrooms, when we can have our staffs truly communicate and connect with families, the extended families, the children themselves, and we become part of their lives. So we know that there's many great things happening. We know that our employees from across all sorts of classifications are reaching out to families, are trying to connect. The digital divide does not just create a trauma for us, for our families. It creates a trauma for our employees. Many of our employees don't have simple access to Xfinity, to Comcast, to the things that maybe some of us take for granted. We just turn it on. A lot of our folks don't have that ability. And so we're really trying to be aware of that and build support systems that not only connect our students, but connect our society of employees, and we don't leave people behind. Because we have to have a group that's connected and aware, and it does cost funds. So when somebody has to decide, I need to have an internet connection for my work, that sometimes is a decision that they're making in lieu of having to pay another bill or to buy some food. So we have to be very thoughtful about that. And that's really our process in trying to engage with everybody. And I'll be the first to tell you, it's not going to be perfect. We have not had systems that said, when the pandemic hits, do these 10 things perfectly and you'll be okay. There's no book for this. So we're really, again, coming back to being people first, trying to connect the best we can, hold those communication opportunities, work together. And, you know, what we've talked about our employee associations, it doesn't just stop. It's going to be a continuous process of learning and working with each other for the benefit of our students. I know I've said a lot, and again, there's so much that goes on in our minds and the kind of layers of working through the iceberg. Sometimes we see the very tip top, but there are multiple layers oftentimes that many people, not just myself, the team here, you've heard from the maintenance and operations folks today, so many educators, so many support staff, so many of our food nutrition folks, the people that are still here in the central office on the daily, taking care of the business of the infrastructure of the district. It's so important to the benefit of all of our children. Again, and the parents, my goodness, the parents who have been just very gracious in their process and working for the benefit of their own children, but it's still so gracious in how they've been approaching this with us. So we'll be pushing out more information on our website, but we're also going out in communication with, again, Isabel Lora, our community liaison, getting information out to the communities. People have talked about partnerships with different churches and different processes. And sometimes it comes down to one person reaching out and making that connection on behalf of a lot more other families and students. So again, we are here to support. If people do have ideas, we want to engage, and we will continue our communication process. You were talking about, again, graduations. And again, I would just reiterate, our goal is to have something. We'd like to have some very significant plans go forward. And we have to, again, I'm going to unfortunately come back to the experts and what they're going to be willing to allow us to do. And it's one of those things where we even seen in different communities, sometimes the parades of our teachers wanting to go out and connect and see their kids. And yet some of the authorities are saying, well, maybe it's not a great idea. And so we're torn with ideas that are connecting us as people, and then the rules that are saying we can't connect in this way, even because of the concerns that it brings about. So while nobody wants to be, putting out great ideas, we have to be thoughtful and work within our realities to do the things we want to do. But we will be pushing out information about communicating with our parents in a number of different ways. Board Member Durkee asked about the special education. That's one of our components, is creating another, whether it's, we call it a webinar or town hall, getting information out for our special education families as well. We anticipate having another kind of presentation on Monday of next week where there'll be a lot more information pushed out to our families. So I'll stop there.
Great. And Dr. Martinez, so attached to your report is the reorganization. Would you be able to speak to that some, please?
Yes. Yeah. One of the things that, again, through the process of the design of our district, had even we been not dealing with pandemic, but really focused on, again, meeting the overall outcomes for our students, given the financial crisis and the pressing needs of, again, truly looking at all of our different systems. There's some thought, a lot of thought about a reorganization of the district, the structures of the central office in essence. And so what I have put within the superintendent's report is really, and I'm not going to go through the entire presentation, but then again, they just put it up for me. So I'll just speak to some of the highlights here. What this does was really kind of add some goals into the rationale behind some of the thinking behind the reorganization plan. The idea was that we needed to, again, reduce some level of expenditures at the cabinet level. Well, the district was going through a financial restructuring. We thought it only appropriate to have some level of redesign there that saved the district dollars. We need to increase our communication internally across the district, as well as we've been talking about external communication to our families, stakeholders, students, but across the district, we needed to do a better job of ensuring that our departments are working in sync with each other, that there's clarity of process, that we really have ways to connect with each other. And again, our changes needed to focus on the essential elements of instruction and learning for all of our students. We've used that word equity a lot. And yet we really need to be ensured that all of our instruction and learning is connected together and it's aligned. So I believe that the process here needed to be redesigned. Going on to the next page, what you see starkly is that we do have a couple of positions that are within the executive cabinet level that won't be here next year. And there are a couple of positions that have been, in essence, renamed, reorganized, so that we have an assistant superintendent of human resources, an assistant superintendent of educational services, an assistant superintendent of pupil services and special education, working with the chief business officer, myself as superintendent, and our associate general counsel. This would make the top level executive cabinet group. There is documentation within this presentation that people can see the actual structural variance between the salaries. This overall redesign saves money. It really does. There's been some thought that people have said, well, we're adding top level positions, or we're actually removing several other top level positions and redesigning so that we have folks within positions that may incur a little bit more cost into next year. However, there's a significant savings in the reduction of some of the other positions. Again, I won't go through the next two slides, which are the organizational structure, other than to say that there are at least 11 positions in pink on the current organization chart that are in essence removed from the structure. And, you know, it's not lost upon us that there are many other districts with a very similar type of structure. But again, as we're moving forward, we needed to redesign this so that there were some positions that we're not just saying the work isn't important, but then essential elements from the work will be folded into some other positions. There are components within some current positions right now that will be saying that work needs to not necessarily take priority. We have other things that'll be more of a priority nature. So again, there are several positions that will not be there next year. If you can move into the yellow tinged document, and there are several positions that are being, in essence, redesigned. the chief accountant rather than a previous budget director of budget position, for an example. Yes, the redesign is present within our human resources department. When we have this magnitude of hiring that's done, of individuals who are receiving service from human resources, this design, and you can see it in the job description, calls for an expert, if you will, in the human resources assistant to superintendent position, and a director who has the ability to work across classified and certificated, because with two primary administrators leading the organization in that arena, you have to have individuals who can live in both worlds and make decisions, supervising and guiding the work. Again, the structure does call for one person in charge of our educational services division. Times back in this district, we actually had 3 assistant superintendents, one for elementary, one for middle, one for high school, plus a cadre of folks supporting those teams. We don't have that luxury right now. And so we still need to have one individual who's able to work across the aisles, if you will, of elementary, secondary, working with our alt ed, understanding curriculum, working with our English learner programs, who is really seeing and putting it all together. Yes, I'm overseeing this entire work, but it has to be the educational service department is working in synergy, not in silos, in isolation. We just need to have clarity in our process. The idea behind our assistant superintendent of pupil services and special education really folds into primary components of our district that serves our students. Our special education needs are significant within this district. Practically almost over a third, close to a fourth of our budget is special education services overall. It's a significant factor. In addition, our student services department that does meet the needs for enrollment purposes, for working with our homeless youth, our foster youth, our very significant needs of students need to be working integrated in a process with our special education folks. So that is what I'm calling for in this redesign as well. Again, the next several pages really just had some overall goals about why some of these things were done. I won't read these to you. It really is about advancing, though, our efficiencies across the board within our fiscal department, within our technology department. I'll say that Dr. Gonzalez and I have already spent some time working with digital advisors about the re-envisioning what our technology department needs to be doing, especially now in this advent of distance learning and expanding opportunities for students. But this is even more. This is all of our infrastructure, every piece of technology that we utilize on a day-to-day basis within our HR, within our business office, across our school sites. It's really enhancing so that we become a digital district. Some people have talked about going paperless. I don't know if I'll ever see that time in my career where we really don't have paper, but being a digital district really means something different, that we're using technologies to our benefit to enhance opportunities for kids and get more work done in a better efficient way. So we'll be doing that. Again,
maybe we could just use a lot less paper. Not entirely paperless.
I agree. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Again, Ed Services Department is really, if we go to the next slide here, again, a re-envisioning of working for putting our equity together with our EL, with our curriculum, with our instruction pieces. It's across the entire district. It has to be together under one mission. It doesn't mean that our schools lose identity. It doesn't mean that we don't have variety and diversity at our different schools that looks different. It means that we have systems of support that really strive to make sure that we don't lose any children to any gaps in their education. Some people have asked about, well, what is this multi-tiered systems of support? Those are just fancy words in the sense of what is it? Well, for me, that truly does become a lot of the bedrock of what our systems are intended to do. If a central office is working to support each one of our sites because the sites have a leadership for what they're doing at their particular schools, then the multi-tiered systems of support are really focused on meeting the uniqueness at each school site. You could have a variety of 100 different things, and you can't just do 100 different things at every school. But in the multi-tiered systems of support, if we're doing a number of things really well, and we've built those skills, and they need that skill at a particular school, by getting that to that school for those children, that's what the system calls for. It's supporting the students at that school with the resources that we have as a district in a varied format. So in the design, again, some people, we kind of looked at it and said, well, why not keep it separate? We have elementary, middle, and high. Well, it has to be coordinated. Our students are sometimes transferring from school to school, and we have to have a flow of information so our students can actually benefit from their elementary school, go to their next level, their middle school, if it is, or a K-8, if it will be at some point, and really transition to the high schools where they can see the growth, they can ascend to the levels that they want. In any case, the instructional services really kind of provides a lot better alignment structure for communication and for clarity. I've talked a little bit about our HR goals. Again, people can read from this chart. It's the next slide, by the way. Really working to have a high efficiency of integrity, trust among our stakeholders, managing a tremendous amount of data. The workers within the department are truly needing some structural support in being able to see efficiencies for our leave processing, for retirements, for hiring, where right now we really just need to refocus to make sure that our employees are supported, our employee organizations are supported, and we really have a plan that gets us into the future for that hiring a level of diversity that we need across our district. But we have to have the structure that is really responsive to our needs of employees through that hiring process. So we're making some significant changes there. Again, I've mentioned the special education and student services. Really, it is getting to those most at-promise students that we have so that any student who is suffering or needing something through pupil services, through our special education services, we want to have that a continuum of services so they can get access to the specialists they need. And again, in this design, we think it's better suited to meet those global needs of our students rather than, again, back to a siloed approach. So we see it as being more embedded that way. The next couple slides do provide, again, a structure of some of the fiscal savings for us. The overall structure does call for a reduction. So I'm in the summative page here. I wasn't going to read this all through, but it does, have, in essence, a reduction of close to $1.3 million, even though there are a couple of positions where we're saying the current position needs to be elevated. But that's coming with a reduction of several other significant positions. Some of those savings have already been accounted for in our particular kinds of service reduction for the certificated side. Several of the positions will be included in the particular kinds of service on the classified side. And really the number of job descriptions that you're seeing tonight are in response to this restructuring, this redesign, because we believe that the work that is now presented in these job descriptions better coordinates with the reorganization plan. And a plan is the plan. I mean, what we believe is that through this process, here's the design that will help us meet the students' needs in a better way. Here are the positions and the description of many of the essential elements within those job descriptions. And here's the savings that is occurring through this particular structure. There are more reductions occurring across the district for administrators that aren't included here. We tried to isolate some of those primary things that are part of the central office and the departments that were included in this reorganization. Again, so there's a lot of information. I just wanted to really, again, walk you through, in essence, this structure. What'll happen is that I would appreciate the board. Again, I know you've given a lot of feedback on job descriptions. Tonight, you're asked to approve a number of those descriptions. If there are any advancements of employees, that's not happening tonight. Really, the structure is, I wanted to show you the organizational design, make sure and be responsive to any questions, and give you, again, the rationale behind a number of the job descriptions that are coming later this evening.
Great, thank you. I had two questions on it, or things I wanted to highlight. So the positions that are in the reorg and that we're voting on later this evening, those would not automatically be filled. Those would still come through board approval, correct? That the people moving into those positions. And so that, and some of them, it may take a while to fill. And so it seems like some of the cost savings would be more immediate, and the cost expenditures, those would come over time as we fill those spots. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then one last part is just that by doing this, the board intent and your intent would not be people in a current job. No one would lose their job just because a new job had been created on top of it, other than what's laid out here in the cuts. Meaning if potentially someone's going to be moving up, that we would have time to separate, to ratify that separately and go through that process. Sorry, I don't think I phrased that one very well, but
I think I understood the question. Again, there's no immediacy that, well, we've been having, so I will pull out one of these areas right now. We've had an interim director of fiscal services for a number of months.
Right.
We have been looking to redesign a job description for that particular position. As we get now the job description affirmed, the separate decision will be, what do we do about an individual in the recommendation for that position? Those would still come to the board again for affirmation, if you will, at a later time. That is not happening tonight. That makes sense.
And just to maybe clarify my question. So for instance, we have some executive directors right now. We're creating some assistant superintendent positions. Those people would not be losing their jobs. They would continue in their jobs until we appointed someone as an assistant superintendent. Is that correct?
Correct.
Great, thank you. Okay, other board questions or clarifications?
Yeah, I had one. I'm not sure. Where does our community school liaison fall in your org chart?
So
I only saw one parent liaison in there.
Right. All of the positions that are in these organizational charts are Diablo Management Association positions. That is not a Diablo Management Association position. That is a CST position. So as such, it's a CST position that is continuing at this point in time. We have not included that position on part of a full reduction.
Thank you.
I just wanted to thank Dr. Martinez for putting this together. I know you were trying to, because of the hour and all the reports we've had, you're feeling like you needed to kind of rush through it. But I think it's really good information and really valuable for us as well as the public. And, just really clarifying, it'll help, as we go into the job descriptions a lot. So it's very clear. So thank you for that.
Welcome.
Okay.
I had a question.
Please.
The administrator, school and community is a position that we've received some questions about, because there's requirements for school districts to have a homeless director, liaison, and foster youth as well. And so that position is the person who's coordinating with a number of other agencies and required reports along those lines. So if that position is removed, which position would then take on that work?
So by process, again, we would continue to have the structure of pupil services, right? So we have an assistant superintendent, special education and pupil services. Then we would have still a director of student services and an assistant director of student services. So within the structure of those three positions at least, we would have to identify the specific individual who would be responsive to any particular areas that need to be covered by the state or to have a certain individual identified. So again, it would be one of those three individuals. I haven't made that final decision. Again, so we go through that process to then prioritize the work that we have and the individuals that we have doing the work. And so it could be that there are some things that are not carried over that some people are doing right now, because very difficult to have the work of 4 people done by 3 people. Yes. But as you go through this kind of structure, you start reprioritizing to say, these are the most essential things that we have to get done. And then what do we have left that we can do? So, I mean, I wouldn't want to tell you that everybody who's remaining is doing the same work as the 11 people who have left the organization. When reductions happen, you have to readjust that work. So that work, though, will be done by one of those 3 individuals.
Okay, thank you. Because that's, I mean, an area that we as a district need improvement on is serving those students. And so making sure that that work does continue is pretty important. The other thing was we did receive a letter from, the Black Educators Association of Mount Diablo, and I thought they asked a few good questions that should be considered. I'm not saying you need to answer it right this minute, but one was, what fair and unbiased hiring practices will be used to hire the newly created management positions, as well as what equitable criteria will be used to determine the salary ranges as well. So just some additional things that we could consider along the way here.
Okay.
Other questions? Okay.
I think any other thing I have is better when we do the job descriptions, to be more specific than the org.
Fall under that. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Mason. So with that, if there's no other comment, then we'll go ahead and we will move along to item 14.1, the consent agenda. So items listed under consent agenda are considered routine and will be approved, adopted by a single motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. However, any item may be removed from the consent agenda upon the request of any member of the board and acted upon separately. So with that, do we have requests from board members for items to be removed?
I wanted to pull 1413 and 1415.
1413, 1415. Okay.
I would like
Ms.
to
May.
pull 14.3 and 14.7.
Okay. Any other items?
I would like to pull 14.4 and 14.12.
Okay. So I've heard 14.3, 14.4, 14.7, 14.12, 14.13, and 14.15. Did I miss any? Okay. Would someone like to make a motion for the consent agenda minus those excluded items?
Mr. President, Madam President, Mr. President.
Habit, I understand.
I move that the board adopt the consent agenda with the exception as stated by President Lawrence.
Okay.
Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Mayo. And Ms. Mayo, at least for me, it's you're becoming softer as the night.
Yeah, it's harder to hear you.
Through.
It's harder to hear you.
Yep.
Okay.
Was still able to do so, but it's more difficult. So motion by Ms. Mayo, second by Ms. Cound. So with that, I will go ahead and call for a vote on the consent agenda minus items 14.3, 0.4, point 7, point 12, point 13, and point 15. So Ms. Durkee, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Cound,
Yes.
Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Mayo,
Yes.
and I also vote yes, so that carries 5-0. We will move to the first one, which was 14.3, which is now for separate consideration. So approval of Contra Costa County Office of Education contract to provide a one-to-one assistant for one student. Prior to a motion, would anyone like to ask questions or make comments?
I would like to make some comments. There, in this item, as well as in 14.7, there is a reference to Heritage High School and Heritage School. This one discusses Heritage High School, whereas the second one just says Heritage School, which is an out-of-state placement. My question was whether or not it's the same school if there's an error in one or the other document. It would the error would be in this particular document.
Okay. Dr. Martinez, is that one that you're able to answer, or would we be able to get staff to help with that?
Sorry, I'm awaiting a response from staff at the moment.
Okay. Could I suggest perhaps we return to that item and we could go, Ms. Mayo, if it would work for you, we would go to what had previously been 14.4 and we can come back to 14.3 while we await information.
Yes, or we just need, I would just like information that it's not relevant. It's not critical.
Well, I'll add this. There are two separate programs. Heritage High School is a county program out in East County. Heritage School is out of state and is a residential program for students with emotional difficulties. So there are two different programs. That's why there's the two different processes.
Okay. So with
So-
that,
One is a in-district in the East County, one is out of state. They're two separate programs.
So for 14.3, the one here, we were contracting with the county office for a one-to-one assistant for one 12th grade student. Not clear where Heritage High is, but
Annie,
looking at our instructional, our one-to-one assistants usually make $11 to $15 an hour, and this one is paid at $28 an hour. Usually ours work at, less than 4 hours a day, and this is, I think it's at 6 hours a day.
So remember, well, this is in response to a student's IEP who has significant needs. So
Okay.
we can't necessarily just send one of our employees to this facility to provide those services. So it really is it's a different thing. We can't just
Okay.
compare it as one of our employees who might service a student in a very low level program. And so the rates are determined by the larger contracts that we already have in place. And this is, I believe, an extension of that contract for a new person at those going rates. So that's kind of been predetermined already. We don't get to just set a new rate. It's part of our overall contract for individuals within those settings. I just wanted to add that clarity.
Okay, that makes sense. So then within that setting, is with school closures, is that work still going on, that hourly pay still something that we owe, or is this a contract that we should be shortening because there is not work being done?
So it's my understanding that, again, based under the process of we're billed by the quarter in these programs. So if we have service within a quarter, we pay for the quarter. We have to contract for that work. So we're obligated to pay for the contract for that work. It's not something that we can simply not provide, because we would then be potentially also accused of not providing FAPE in this situation, free appropriate public education.
So would
Okay.
April, May, June be the fourth quarter?
Again, I won't get into the specifics of that. We'd have to go back in. I believe that since it's here, we have an obligation to move forward and pay that. If in fact there is an ability to restructure some of these, we'd have to work with our legal department to determine what, if anything, we did not receive as part of a contract that we already have. But right now, there are 4 times a year, and again, I'm being told we have an obligation to pay.
Thank you.
With that, I would move that the board approve 14.3, approval of the Contra Costa County Office of Education contract to provide a one-on-one assistant for 1 student.
I second.
Okay. Motion by Ms. Mayo, second by Ms. Durkee. Ms. Durkee, I'll start the voting with you.
Yes.
Ms. Cound,
Yes.
Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Mayo,
Yes.
and I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. And in the past with ES Electronic School Board, we've had a reordering of the agenda and things like that. In lieu of everything going on, I think as long as it's convenient for staff, I would just like to keep them as the items which we did last time. And so we will now vote separately on item 14.4. So or consider 14.4. There's no order need to reorder the items, but if we could go ahead and are there questions regarding item 14.4, which is the review and potential approval of increase to master contract with Point Quest Pediatric Therapist for the 1920 school year? Is there a question for staff on this?
Yes, so it looks like the contract started in July of 2019, and then additional funds have been requested. So again, I'm wondering, are those additional funds still needed? Is the additional work still being provided remotely? Are there any changes now with closure of school?
So again, I'm trying to work with information that's coming. I believe that these are for additional students that have been placed into the program. And I'm looking at information I'm getting. Let me just make sure. This is for funding that's paid through March 16th, is my understanding. So it's services that have already been provided. Yeah, but it was an increase to the overall bill for more services for students.
Okay.
Okay. I move that we approve item 14.4, increase to master contract with Point Quest Pediatric Therapies for the 2019-20 school year.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Ms. Cound, second by Ms. Mason. Just before I call for the vote, so I think I'll, kind of echo what I'm guessing was part of what was driving Ms. Cound's questions was just, I think that as we balance, 1, our budgetary needs, 2, making sure we provide all the necessary services to our students, and 3, looking at cuts for our potential CSEAs. I think there, at least on my part, and I'm guessing on other board members' parts, just a desire to take a close look and try to utilize our own services. And I know that's something that Dr. Aguili has consistently done, but are there more opportunities to use our own staff? 1, to save money for not having to go to outside contracts, and 2, being able to keep those dollars within our own employees, and 3, everything we can do to improve the level of service. And I know there's always a balance, but I'm guessing that's kind of what the driver behind Ms. Cound's questions, and that would certainly be my desire.
Yes,
Any
thank
other
you.
comment? Okay. So with that, I will go ahead. I will call for the vote. I'll start with Ms. Cound,
Yes.
Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Durkee,
Yes.
and Ms. Mayo.
Yes.
Okay, I also vote yes. Item 14.4 passes on a 5-0 vote. We will now move to Item 14.7. Review and potential approval master contract with Heritage School for the 1920 school year. I'm guessing similar type questions.
They've been answered.
Okay.
So I'm ready to make a motion. I move that the board approve and the review and potential increase to independent service contract with I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong one.
Item 14.7.
0.7. I didn't advance. Okay. I move the board approve the master contract with Heritage School for the 2019-20 school year.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Ms. Mayo, second by Ms. Durkee. We'll start the voting with Ms. Durkee.
Yes.
Ms. Mayo,
Yes.
Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Cound.
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item 14.7 passes 5-0. We move along to item 14.12.
That was me.
Okay.
I just wanted to point out that I'm very sad to see a few people leaving that are stars in our district. I'm sure probably everyone on this list is, but in particular, my experience has been with Mr. Kirk Wetterholm, who's been, I don't know how many years, gosh, that he's been, band director, award-winning, an inspiration to so many. So I was sad to see him on the retirement list. And then I also saw Julie Johnson. Was Silverwood's the one that just won the award this year, right?
Yes.
So another an award-winning principal that's going to be leaving us. So I just wanted to mention that. I didn't have any questions.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. Would you like to make a motion, Ms. Count?
So I move that we sadly approve item 14.12, the recommended action for certificated personnel.
Okay. Do
Second.
we have a second? Okay. Motion by Ms. Count, second by Ms. Durkee. We'll start the voting with Ms. Mason.
Yes.
Ms. Mayo,
Yes.
Ms. Count,
Yes.
Ms. Durkee.
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item 14.12 passes 5-0. We move along to item 14.13, review and potential approval of the request to increase and decrease full-time equivalent of certificated personnel for the 2020-2021 school year.
Yeah, I just had a couple questions there. Under the CSI funding, they were spending $71,578 that they said was a change in funding, and then there was a Title I change in funding for $100,644, and I want to know how did they change those? What were they funded by before?
I see the first one under curriculum and instruction. What was the second one?
There was one that was a Title I for $100,644. I think it was under, yeah, that was curriculum instruction. The other one was also curriculum instruction.
Okay.
One just was Title I funding, one was CSI funding.
So Dr. Martinez.
5. Go ahead. No,
Hi.
go ahead. Ken. Thank you.
Hi. So what I believe that was based on the board action, March 9th. There was a direction to move some positions into restricted funds in order to ensure that we had the savings in the general fund that we needed. And so that's what those shifts ended up being. The positions that were moved into CSI have to be looked at every single year,
Right.
in order to ensure that if a school stays in that level of support, they'll continue with the funding, but each funding they kind of, receive it every about 18 months. So that's going to be revisited all the time, as will the Title I positions as well. But that's what that whole piece was part of, was moving positions into restricted as the board directed.
So for CSI, that's for specific schools that are under school improvement, correct? So we would need to be able to show the before and after data of the students and how this spending of funds has improved their achievement, right?
Absolutely. So as Dr. Martinez shared, as we move and refocus what we are doing and providing support for our school sites, their responsibilities will be adjusted. So if indeed they're being paid out of a CSI, we have a plan by which if a school has fallen into a CSI situation for, let's say, literacy is a huge concern, then some staff members out of the district CSI funding source would be putting in extra time at CSI sites in order to do exactly what you described. Work with the teachers, work with groups of students, take a look at that data every 6 to 8 weeks in order to kind of create those improvement plans. So yes, everyone's job responsibilities are going to be very much realigned to the funding source and what our students in our schools need and what's going to best support the school sites.
So in this case, the teacher coach specialist isn't listed for a specific school on here.
No, but because of this CSI designation, they will be working specifically with one or more CSI schools.
So that would have been an example of when we were told that they were moving, Dr. Gonzalez was saying they were moving things, as many as they could into restricted. They went after but we had no clue that it was coming out of CSI or try to win. We just knew it was coming from some restricted fund. My concern being, I thought the CSI funds were supposed to be controlled by the CSI schools.
So the CSI money, per the state trailer language, comes to the district, and the district then sends it out to the school sites. What school districts are allowed to do is to provide district level support. And so they utilize some of the funds for that, and then they push out the remaining dollars to the schools in order for them to work with their school site councils and their school communities in order to establish CSI plans that are aligned to their single plans for student achievement. Right now, the school sites have been allotted a large amount of funds out of this new CSI bucket. So they're utilizing that now in order to take a look and revise their current single plans for student achievement to include those levels of support that the CSI dollars will now be able to support as we look to 2021.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. And
So if there's no other questions, I'll make a motion that we approve 1413.
all right, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Is that Ms. Durkee?
Mayo.
Ms. Mayo. I should know by now, but sorry, every once in a while. So motion by Ms. Mason, second by Ms. Mayo. Ms. Mayo, we'll start the voting with you.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Cound,
Yes.
Ms. Durkee.
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. And we move to our last consent agenda item that was pulled, which is 14.15, review and potential approval of the request to increase and decrease full-time equivalent of classified personnel for the 1920 and 2021 school year.
And that was along the same lines. And my question more specifically to that one was, how does the site, I'm assuming the site makes that decision. There was a change for Oak Grove for $40,000. What is the process? How does the site access that money? And I think she partly answered it in the last one, but if she wanted to add anything, she could.
So yes, the process at the school site is they receive the funding into their budget. They work with their site council in order to create a CSI plan where really it's a little bit different, where they're really building in research-based strategies, which of course they do often, but we really look to a 6 to 8 week monitoring window on whatever they implement. What does it look like as they go through kind of an instructional cycle? You're going to see a few positions at, let's say, a school like El Dorado or Bel Air. And kind of the good news, bad news is they received funding for their CSI year, the last go around, but because they had the improvements in areas by following through that cycle, they are now not on the list for the next round. And so these positions, as I said previously, are really a 1 year or about an 18-month opportunity because when you fall out of that CSI, then the funding does not continue. So the sites that are in right now will be in for 3 years, but we will not add sites, but we can always have them exit based on the improvements of the students at the school site.
Thank you.
I have another question. On towards the bottom of page 3, program 76070, it has Measure C director, funding, and it says funding change, but it says Measure C 2010 Series F on the first line, and then on the next line, it still says Measure C 2010 Series F. So I'm not sure what the funding is changing from and to on that one.
Do we have a clarification on that?
They're looking it up.
Yeah, I'm looking at the
Okay.
document as well. I'm not seeing, I don't know if Lisa's still available or not. Let me see if you reach out to my friend, phone a friend here. Okay, so actually I'm getting some information here. The person's currently 50% Prop C and Prop 55. So I think that it may not be clear. Let me go back down to the bottom here. Okay, my understanding is that she's changing to Measure C and 51. 51 is state facility funds. I'm not sure if that number is tracked in there differently. So there's just some adjustments as to.
Oh, so it used to be all Measure C, and then half of the Measure C went away and
Yes.
got replaced by the
Yes.
51.
Yes. I don't know if it says it clearly there, but that's the process that's happening.
And it was taken away also from 55.
Yes, it's a split. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 51 is the state facility fund now, not 55.
Yes, thank you.
Mhm.
Any further questions or discussion? Okay. Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion, we approve it.
Okay.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Mason, second by Ms. Mayo.
No, by Durkee.
Oh,
I know we sound alike. But
sometimes the video lags a little bit. Okay, so I didn't want to insult Ms. Mayo twice, so I figured I would spread it out some. So motion by Ms. Mason, second by Ms. Durkee. We'll go ahead and start with you, Ms. Durkee. How do you vote on
Yes.
15.15?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes,
Okay, Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Cound?
Yes.
I also vote yes. That item passes 5-0. Before we move to 17.1, I wanted to see if any board member, I want to make sure we give sufficient time to the remaining items on our agenda and don't want to rush them. There's some very important ones. So I would entertain a meeting extension. We're at 10:22 right now.
Twenty items. Mr. President, I move that the meeting be extended until 12:30.
I'll second that and remind you that we have a public comment on this item.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so motion and by Ms. Mayo, second by Ms. Mason to extend the meeting to 12:30. Ms. Mason, how do you vote?
Yes,
Ms. Mayo,
Yes.
Ms. Durkee,
Yes.
Ms. Cound,
Yes.
And I also vote yes, and so that passes 5-0. We will move along to 17.1. We do have a voicemail that was left on this item. And then I also have an email which was attached under district communications. So Ms. Durkee, apparently you're clairvoyant, but we do have a letter which I will go ahead and take the liberty of reading, but if people want to view it, it is listed under district communications, but since it is very germane to 17.1, I will go ahead and read the letter in a moment. But if staff would like to go ahead and play the voicemail that we received on this item, we will do that first.
Yes, it's 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Here you go.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable Board of Education. Board meetings under similar conditions. The clerical unit had just had its hours reduced. Many individuals had just received a notification, and something was introduced. On the board meeting of November 17th, 2009, items 9.2 and 9.3 were introduced in the form of reclass, reorg, or redesign, or whatever euphemism the secretary to the board may wish to call it, of senior managers. Senior managers had their pay enhanced with the bitter taste of nearly $30 million in budget reductions made in the prior 16 months. In those days, there was a transparency challenge in the form that we did not broadcast our board meetings. Fast forward to today, when you have a transparency challenge around the coronavirus and a convoluted board item on the agenda. This evening, you are faced with item 17.1, which is being presented in the hopes to convince you that it will serve you in your obligation to fiduciary solvency. In this item, there's not only budget reductions, but budget enhancements in the form of job title changes, pay raises to certain senior managers. I would submit to you that these are two different results, and your vote are mutually exclusive of your fiduciary obligations. On November 17th, 2009, we burned many bridges with lack of transparency and trust from our bargaining units, our public, and many stakeholders. The ramifications of those actions took years to rectify by new leadership that spent much resources in rebuilding trust and transparency before they could even begin making Mount Diablo Unified School District a better organization. By taking action on such a convoluted item, you risk many years of bridge mending work, which undoubtedly will require much more skilled and stronger leaders than you currently have, as it is easier to burn bridges than it is to rebuild them. I can tell you with certainty that being on a team when the bridges were destroyed and being on a team when bridges were mended is much more difficult to rebuild them. This evening, show the community and stakeholders you are serious about your fiduciary mandate, and as for the reorg, enhancements, redesign, or whatever you're being told, direct your board secretary to move slower and more cautiously on budget enhancements that burn bridges and most certainly ruin the trust that was made by the previous leadership team. And in conclusion, I will leave you with the words of a wise Spaniard philosopher, George Santayana.
And that was it. It cut there.
All right. Nice to hear from our friend Joe Estrada, and unfortunately, we'll have to each look up the words of the Spanish philosopher. So with that, we'll move along. I also have a letter that I will go ahead and read that was from Lisa Davis from PEU Local 1's. She is the agent for that unit. So Good evening, board members. I ask that the board do not approve of the work year reductions nor the position reductions, which affects the CST positions this evening, as the approval of these reductions will leave a devastating impact to this district. Moving forth with these layoffs during these troubling times is unjust. Public Employees Union Local 1, AFSCME asked that you remove these items from this evening's agenda and not move forth with such layoffs as presented. These are essential positions that are needed for this district. The pandemic has already caused much strain and hardship to our members, as well as the students of this district. Approving of these reductions, layoffs will indeed result in a major financial hardship for not only the CST employees, but also for the district. Consider alternatives, as our members are here to appropriately serve the students of this school district. Our members are truly the backbone of MDUSD. Consider other options you can take instead. Here are some recommendations. Immediately reduce your contracting out. Use all federal aid available to the schools. Freeze hiring for all vacant positions, not just CSTs, all. If any, tap into the district's rainy day funds. Now is the time. Use unspent project funds, meticulously assist with looking at the budget line items for any and all viable funding, but keep your essential workers. Other recommendations are: seek more federal and state funding. Endorse and actively work to pass school and communities first. Halt any and all previously funded projects that haven't started and can be indefinitely paused. Please move painstakingly in this process. If approved, these layoffs reductions will have a direct, devastating impact on every CST member, their families, as well as the students. Our members accepted positions with Mount Diablo to help this district function and to serve the students of this community. If the board approve of such reductions layoffs this evening, many of our workers will have to find other ways to provide for their families to fulfill their daily obligations. We are in the midst of a pandemic, and this is not the time to move forth with these layoffs. Approval will indeed impact the lowest paid employees who work hard to keep this district running. These reductions as presented will certainly affect key programs as well as services that are vital to this district. These positions are needed as they provide true income for this district. Reductions of these key positions would be the wrong decision. These positions are imperative as they support each student as well as the key departments of this district. It does not make sense to reduce these positions. The approval of these reductions would be disastrous for our members, the students, the parents, as well as the Mount Diablo community. Do not balance the budget on the backs of our workers during these troubling times. It's wrong. You're hurting the students, the hardworking, as well as the truly dedicated employees who keep this district afloat. Our members are the essential workers who are here to serve the students and their families. Lisa A. Davis, Senior Business Agent for Local 1. All right. So to my knowledge, that is the public comment on this item. And with that, we will go ahead and do we have a presentation on this, Dr. Martinez, that you'd like to share, or is that, how would you like to proceed?
So what I would just do would be to speak to the item briefly. We have information that has been given now for continuing review. There was an amendment to the resolution today. We needed to clarify a position that somehow was not on the previous document. The resolution itself does call for a number of positions in both the administrative side and in the classified side. Well, they're all classified workers, but again, it's pursuant to basically our education code that does provide the opportunity for a district when they have a need to reduce work within a district, or may have significant impacts on funding levels for the district. And so what we've done through a process is taken a look at, again, some positions here that are considered part of the Diablo Management Association. We have positions here that are part of our Teamsters group. We have positions here that are part of our AFSMA, PEU Local 1. We have positions here that are part of our CSEA. It really is, again, a very strategic and thoughtful process. It is very unfortunate that we are brought to this point of needing to consider classified reductions. But when you do go through a process of identifying positions, again, the process is that we determine a particular kinds of service resolution calling for the notification of classified employees. The board is asked to review that and to, in essence, give direction to our Human Resources Department. If there's an approval for the direction, then we will work to provide notice to, again, the employee associations and the specific employees. With classified reductions, there's a very significant process where we look to education code, we look to each employee, we look to the classifications that they have met seniority in. And again, we go through a very detailed process of identifying the individuals who may actually need to bump someone else in a classification where they hold seniority, or there's results of the actual layoff. In a layoff, each employee is provided opportunities to have basically a selection of process that protects their individual rights with integrity. We also work with each one of the associations going through the process that is defined within their contracts, ensuring that the rights of the individuals as related to other individuals within their classification and seniority level are considered. Further, while we've engaged in opportunities to hear recommendations from the different groups, we will continue through a process of impacts and effects negotiations. So what happens is that once, if the board does approve the resolution, we will again engage in conversations with each employee representative group about any particular changes to the process for the employees that they represent. We're not taking this step lightly. It is process by which we, again, ensure the protection of employees' rights through education code and their employee contracts. Again, I know it's never a good time to reduce services for folks. What we've done in the budget or in the PKS, particular kinds of service narrative, is try to provide you some additional information that the board had asked about and some of the impacts to the actual structures. We know that while reducing 20 custodians is an impact, and yet we still have a number of individuals who will still be employed with the district who are providing that level of cleanliness and assurances to the safety of our campuses. We know that in the area of reducing days of work for a number of the classifications within the CST group, that it will impact individual employees. It always does. However, we've looked at, again, a number of different districts to see where they stack up in regards to the similar process for days of work for these contracts. We still believe that even with these reductions, our individuals within Mount Diablo, in some cases, will work more days than their counterparts in other school districts. It doesn't make it any easier for those particular employees in their personal financial situation. However, we as the district need to make sure that we're focusing on our fiscal integrity and solvency. And so the difficult decisions that are now before you are part of that process of looking for the best ideas we can muster at this point in time. We don't have many other funds that we just access and say, well, let's just use this other money and keep people employed in the way we're doing it right now. So this PKS does present 47.76875 full-time equivalents in the classified arena. We do have a number of days that are reduced for, again, there's a listing of clerical positions. Part of the CST contract does allow for the reduction of days. It's something that had been previously negotiated, is something that is within their contract. And again, at this point in time, we believe that it's important to sustain the fiscal integrity of the district by moving forward in this process to keep more people employed, quite frankly, rather than massive reductions of full positions within that group. Again, we will engage in conversations about impacts and effects negotiations. We will work out of a level of integrity for each employee so that the options are clearly explained to them that they have. Right now, again, we're happy to try and answer any other questions that you might have with response to the PKS. I've got a couple of people.
Okay. Board members, questions and comments?
On the custodial, for some reason you have El Dorado being on a different schedule, the same as a high school rather than a middle school. And I was wondering why. And I was also wondering why Riverview, because it's actually a high school campus, wouldn't be on the A, B, and C schedule.
I'm going to look over to Melanie. Melanie, again, we provided of information. I don't know if you have the document up, which is the revised narrative, and it does have some of the information there that was shared, I believe, about the process. I'm looking at.
Yes. So really quickly, just based on Riverview, because of the square footage, it is filled more like a high school, not only because of the Riverview Middle School campus, but also because Gateway is on that campus as well. So with the amount of staff that we currently have at that campus, we're not doing a skip clean like we are at a high school. And El Dorado, due to the square footage of the campus, which is why we're on a partial skip clean over there.
Thank you.
No problem.
So can I just follow up on that? So high schools usually are larger campuses than middle schools, right? But so we're cleaning a larger square footage less often?
Speaking of Riverview or El Dorado?
High schools versus middle schools, it looks like we have a plan to move high schools to an ABC schedule so that they'd be every third day cleaned.
So the way that a high school is filled, we have normally 6 total FTE of custodial on site. And so because of the square footage, our high school square footage varies anywhere from 140,000 square feet, maybe, to Mount Diablo High School, that's over 200,000 square feet. And they are funded, or they are filled the same. So some campuses do already skip clean more than others do. And then the same thing with El Dorado, it's a larger middle school campus, which is why we have a partial skip clean there.
So that's interesting that we staff the same number of FTE per high school, regardless of square footage. And yet we were surprised that Mount Diablo is not being kept as clean as other high schools. It seems like it's only natural that it would if it has the same staffing, but larger square footage that you could.
It is a much larger square footage. And depending on how the reductions take place, we would not be reducing as much at Mount Diablo High School because of the square footage.
Okay, so what I'm reading here is I'm just really concerned about equity issues here. Hate to keep using that word, people, but this is, I don't know. So prior to any changes, it looks like we were skip cleaning at El Dorado and Mount Diablo High. And we weren't at other campuses. So, you know, like if I were a student or a teacher or parent at those campuses, I would kind of be wondering why that's happening only at my school. And so with the new plan, middle schools would be on an AB schedule, high schools would be on an ABC schedule, and El Dorado would be on an ABC schedule. So El Dorado again versus other middle schools sounds like it will be less clean. And high schools, if the staffing is still equal among high schools and Mount Diablo is still a higher square footage, it seems like that will continue as well, that Mount Diablo High would be less clean than other high schools.
So one of the things that we plan to do as the plan and reduction moves forward is make sure that we are routing our site, doing our routes for spaces that actually need to be cleaned on the daily basis or on the every other day basis. We know Mount Diablo is a very large site, and potentially there's spaces on the route that don't need cleaning as often if they're unused space or space for, offices or board or conference rooms that aren't used as often. And we're looking at redoing the routes, which is the only way that we can handle taking care of the reductions. That's part of our plan.
Can I just interject? Is the number of the student population a variable as well? Because Mount Diablo is a larger site, but it's one of the smaller student populations, right?
It is. College Park is our largest high school population.
Right.
And as of, I believe their current route plan, we do not skip clean at College Park. So it really has to do with square footage, not necessarily student population.
So again, I just want to jump in a little bit. Part of the details about when we make these kinds of cuts, the first blush here is this is what could happen. But I think what Melanie is saying is that, again, as we have a staff that'll be here, we're going to have to determine what is the best way to service the population of schools and students based under this new staffing formula. I mean, while I'd like to say, let's not cut any positions and we just have this wealth of services, it'd be great. We're pushed up against the realities of needing to fall within some fiscal structures. So what we'll have to do is then make sure and go through the process to determine how many students, what's the square footage, what can we actually do. The route review process will do a lot of that in designing what do we truly expect to have happen in this 8 hours of work for this particular route, and then determine again, do we have the right level of service at each one of the schools. It's very detailed work that, well, we're moving fast. There'll be iterations of this to come through the process. So it doesn't just happen once and we say, that's it for 2 years. I mean, we will be working on that information, and I know Melanie will be.
I have a question.
Ms. Mayo?
On number 24, in the narrative was added the coordinator assessment for research and evaluation as a 1 FTE to be reduced, but the dollar amount did not change. So was this just an omission in the original document? At least my comparison without printed copy.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I think the question was, was this position already included in the cost savings,
Yes.
but just inadvertently left out?
Yes, that's the answer to the question.
Okay.
There's no dollar amount on the PKS, I don't believe, that stands alone, but yes, it was already considered.
It was included in the cost savings back when we did our March 9th layoffs. The way that I had picked it up off of a list was that this was a certificated position. So it was included in the FTE and the amount we were reducing there. And it was my confusion in that position that it didn't get picked up. Nobody caught that edit. And that's why it came late on this PKS.
Other board questions or comments?
I would just
Yes.
say I have not moved on my position to not hire assistant superintendents. I think all those positions can be called executive director. As a matter of fact, if you call the two that are currently executive directors, if you leave them, you're saving like 30-something thousand. And then if we don't create the new one altogether, that's like $60,000 almost in savings. So I am not going to support those positions to be assistant superintendents. And then I also cannot, and especially after just listening to Dr. Martinez's explanation, I can't support just unilaterally cutting people 10 days and then we'll figure out later what works or if it works. If it was based on you know, the workload, but the only thing I could find it was based on is this is what other schools are doing. Well, my mom always taught me just because someone else jumps off a bridge doesn't mean you go jump off the bridge as well. And again, I would support eliminating the position of the after-school coordinator. I understand it's a grant-funded position, but it's over $100,000 that could then be shifted over to the director of partnerships and I would say grants, but they're having a multi-tiered system of support. And then that would free up over $100,000 of that general fund money to be spent somewhere or as a savings. So that's where I am on this.
And I think along the lines of some of what she just said, I believe 2 weeks ago when we first started discussing this, that we asked for discussions to happen with the labor groups and to hear back at this meeting what their feedback was. So for example, if the 10-day cut happens, you know, what does that look like on the ground from the perspective of someone who's trying to open school? Or for custodial, well, you know, what have the Teamsters said about what this will look like for them and their ability to achieve the same goals that we have, especially with the higher expectations of COVID. So I'd be very interested to hear what the Teamsters said in those discussions and what CST and others have said as well.
Okay. Other board questions or comments? So I'm going to echo a couple of other board members, but for me, there were three major concerns that I've had with this. One, I will echo Ms. Mason regarding the assistant superintendents. I think that's something we had both flagged 2 weeks ago and asking, you know, executive directors and just appreciating that people are taking on more responsibility. But I think it's difficult to swallow when we're in a situation of looking at, you know, how do we have shared sacrifice and then promoting people who are already at an executive director level to an assistant superintendent level with the pay raise associated with that. I have major concerns about that while certainly recognizing and appreciating the work that's being done. So that's one. Two, I would just echo Ms. Cowan's comments that we did ask very specifically, you know, to hear the feedback from the bargaining units. And I know we just recently appointed our interim head of HR, and there's been some transition and availability, but I do not feel that based on the feedback I've received from the bargaining units that the level of consultation and collaboration that we had hoped for, that has happened yet. And then the third concern I have is that I recognize we will need to make cuts, but a lot of this was predicated upon these were the cuts that the county was asking us to make in order to approve the tentative agreement. We are now in a position where I think based on the information we currently have, the tentative agreement is on hold until we have more insight. And so while recognizing we still need to make cuts, I'm wondering what impact the lack of the tentative agreement moving forward in the immediate future. I continue to wonder what impact that has. So those are my three major concerns on this item.
So I have a really minor thing on the resolution that custodians is 20.2 and on the narrative it says 20.3. So I'm assuming the 20.2 is correct. That should, we don't need to talk about it, but I just want to point that out. So I'm a little bit confused on our process because we are on 17.1, right? And yes, this has to do with this resolution, which is reduction of a number of classified positions, which are not the assistant soups and not the, you know, to me, that's a separate conversation when we get, I mean, I know it's a little intertwined, but it really is a separate conversation when we get to the job descriptions, I would think. Right? Am I missing something?
I don't think you're missing anything. I think both, Ms. Mason raised the point, and I think, it certainly influences how I would look at, I think these things are, as you said, intertwined, even though this is a separate item. That's at least my thought on it.
Okay. I'm just,
But there is, that one is not predicated on the other, but I
Right.
do think that we recognize these things don't happen in isolation.
so you just said something else that, honestly, I'm just checking my own understanding here when I'm asking the question.
Right.
So, that we were originally looking at these reductions because the goal was to be able to follow through on the tentative agreement. I think the information that we now have is following through on the tentative agreement looks very impossible, and we still need to make horrific cuts. So the information we've received in terms of our budget situation still means we need to make these kinds of cuts. Plus, we probably need to make more. That's my takeaway. So yeah, sure. I mean, I agree. We could commit. We made a unofficial commitment to when we did the certificated layoffs, right? We at that point said, okay, this is going to be requiring that we do a dollar amount for classified, and it's just taken us longer to get to that. We had more time. And now that we are where we are, this whole new reality is with us that says, we need to do all of this plus some just to stay solvent and not be taken over without a tentative agreement of any kind. So I just want to clarify that. I mean, make sure I'm looking at that correctly. Am I not getting, I mean, is that correct assessment?
I'm going to go ahead and jump in. Yeah, it is. If, again, predicated on the previous cuts and where the board was going, if in fact we don't move forward with any classified reductions, then we have to roll back our number from 14.5 to really 12.5 is really what you've cut so far. So the $11.8 million problem really becomes a $13.8 million problem. Again, the current presentation as it is has about $2.5 million in it. So the $11.8 million problem is an $11.3 million problem. So again, the math here is not good for anybody.
Right.
Math here tells us that right now we have to make significant reductions. Again, I do appreciate the sensitivity that we're working towards, and we love to be able to have our employees tell us how they could make these levels of reductions. But on the other side, education code provides us with the ability, us as a district leadership team, to make these very difficult decisions, and the associations with the opportunity to discuss the impacts and effects of those decisions. The decisions from the governance side, the budget side, the structural rationale behind what we're doing should come from us. If left to the device of we'd like the associations to make some decisions about the structure, we might be in a very different place moving forward. So I appreciate the desire to have much in the way of conversation. The process does also, again, this is why I've mentioned the impacts and effects negotiations. That is the process that is protected under the EERA, so that when you make a decision, there are official negotiations and conversations that take place. Usually those conversations and negotiations, well, we can gain input. Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I just want to, I know I tend to speak at the 30,000 foot level up in the sky or something very more philosophically, but it's kind of what I was saying earlier is I personally feel like there's a hard reality all of us collectively, I'm not just talking about this issue, haven't really grappled with in terms of the reality of the future with this virus and how our lives are going to continue to be changed and how school needs to look different, all that. I think as a board, we're struggling the same way with the reality of the fiscal situation. It's hard to accept it wasn't that long ago, where it was just not like this at all. We weren't having to look at this. It was like, oh, what kind of a raise can we give? There's a hard reality here. And I think it's our job to make sure the public and all stakeholders understand that. It's really bad, really, really bad. Now, do we know the details? We don't want to overdo it. I totally agree with that. I think we need to proceed. But I'm just saying, if you think about it just rationally, that we were committed pretty much to making this level of cuts. That's when we were trying to do the tentative agreement. And then the tsunami has hit us. We can't do that. And we still got to do more. And so I think we're trying to hold off the pain a little bit, but we have to, I don't see we have a choice. And any cut, every one of these is painful and it's hard and it affects people's lives. It hurts all of us. We already did certificated, that was painful, but it's almost like we're not talking about that anymore. Now we're talking about this, and it's just not good. But I don't see any other, it's just like, Mr. Lawrence saying 2 meetings ago when some of us were still saying, well, maybe we could still figure out giving this kind of a rate, whatever. And you're the one that kept saying, folks, you got to face reality here. And it's true. And we all take it in at different paces and, kind of ebb and flow with it. But to me, it's bleak, and it's just inevitable that we have to do something, and we can talk about it till we're, I don't know what, in real trouble, but I just feel like we've got to make some move forward and let the superintendent move forward.
Well, we do need to make cuts. I agree. But I think we do need to consider the reality that we're in, that what school is going to be like going forward. Given COVID, we are going to need cleaner campuses than ever before. And we're going to need to be able to support technology, not only at the school site, but off-site for teachers and for students on an ongoing basis, not just this month, right? And so I guess, Mike, I'm a little bit concerned about a pattern I feel like I'm starting to see here. When we were doing the certificated cuts, there was a cut that was made to English language learner department, right? And when we asked for more information, it came back that, well, they really weren't consulted. There was, and talked to about the possibility of making cuts, especially that drastic of cuts. And that's an area where our district really needs to improve. We have students who are not succeeding, who are English language learners, and we have more English language learners than ever before, coming from different countries with different languages, right? So we as a board held that off and said, no, we need to actually not make cuts in that area. Now I feel like I'm back in that same boat again. We're only given one set of choices, and the set of choices seems to be focused on, we're cutting our custodians right at a time where I don't know how we're gonna do all of the required cleaning. We're cutting technology. And I hear that there's a redesign of our tech team, but my sense is that every staff person there right now is really busy fielding calls from teachers and parents and students and trying to update the Chromebooks and all of that stuff. So I'm not sure how fewer bodies in that particular arena is going to be more successful, unless we're going to depend on the consultants, the digital advisors to really do the work of, answering those phone calls or something, which maybe is the answer. Maybe consultants are the answer for technology. But I still feel like I haven't heard the details on that. So if we're going to make cuts to those areas, but we haven't talked to the people there, and we don't really have an understanding of what it looks like after we make those cuts, I guess I'm wondering why we aren't considering other cuts, right? Back to Ms. Mason's, concern about assistant superintendents. Why are we, putting an investment there when we could be putting an investment over here, right? Every dollar makes a difference right now. And I feel like we need to focus based on our priorities and our values of educating all kids, particularly the ones who are the most vulnerable. Who does that? And how do we make sure they're in the right places to do what they need to do?
And we're being asked to make decisions with very little information. Our last meeting, Brian asked point blank, the person from the county, where we were, what was the minimum we had to cut? And a week ago, it was $700,000 and the county would be able to approve our budget. Whole different story a week later. And I don't think that much information has changed in a week. And then I get a newsletter that's supposed to be up to date from CSBA saying something completely different. Oh, don't worry, you're getting your funding. There's more lottery money coming than less because they violated the law. So we're made to look stupid because we're not given the information we need to make an educated decision. And it's getting very, very frustrating. We're trying to do what's best for kids. Yes, cuts have to be made, but I'm very fearful, like Brian, we're going to slash, and then we're going to be sitting here having cut a bunch of positions that we didn't need to, because whether it be you're talking about the virus individually or the impact, nobody knows. Nobody knows what it's going to be. It's all guessing right now. So yeah, we might, if we go lower cut, we might get through this year and we might be right back here next year and have to make another $8 million in cuts, but I'd rather do that than decimate all our programs and go, wow, I guess we overreacted.
I guess the other part I would just point out is with our certificated employees, we had a mandated timeline. As I understand with the classified employees, there's a 60-day notice. So with our certificated, we would have lost that for we had to do that, or else we would have had to wait a year to do that. I believe in this instance, we do have some more flexibility, and the information is changing so rapidly, and they're different conflicting pieces of information. And Joanne, to your point, we may need to make more than 2.5 million in cuts. I'm prepared to do that if that's what's required, but I think it's important to maintain our options while we can, for as long as we can, until we get better information. And then I would just return to the things I said 2 weeks ago, and I think other board members have echoed that there doesn't seem to be much new information or many new options. And I remain concerned that the feedback I've heard from leaders of bargaining units is that this is not their decision to make. I mean, we are entrusted with this responsibility. I think we all 5 of us fully recognize that. However, I know other board members have stated that we feel it's important that there's a consultation to make sure that we're making the best decision and that we understand the impacts of that. And I don't feel more confident of that today than I did 2 weeks ago. And so that is gives me pause.
Can I just suggest that maybe we take a second and talk about the timeline
Right, please.
issue, right? So that, we can get clarity on that of just really how much time do we have in order for it to make a benefit. Yeah, go ahead, Linda, I'm sorry.
It's Dr. Gonzalez can answer that.
Dr. Martinez and I can probably both answer this together. The challenge that we have with a 60-day notice for our classified staff is that if we don't make those decisions now and move forward with the process with this very tight window, it means that they become our employees in the next fiscal year. It means another month of salaries. It means another month of benefits. It means stepping forward to the next step in the salary schedule for wherever they are. So those are the things that we're going to need to take a look at. And like was discussed in some of the information that I know that you've all received, the numbers of reductions that it looks like we're going to need to make between now and the middle of June in order to have a budget that's even close to positive is going to be significant.
Yeah.
We're looking at probably something in the $7 to $8 million range on top of these reductions now.
So in light of that, Dr. Gonzalez, do you consider it a good idea to be giving raises for assistant superintendents? Can we afford that?
Well, I think the way that it was presented was when we're eliminating two assistant superintendent positions, the work is going someplace else.
So this is Linda. Regardless of what the board's decision is around the assistant superintendents, because that seems to be the major bone of contention, we still have to make reductions. And I guess I looked at this process as the reductions needed to be across all bargaining units. I do believe that there has been an evaluation that was conducted that we could debate whether it was fair and how many people were included, but there was a process that was involved. We each had the opportunity to reach out with Dr. Martinez and bring forward our specific recommendations for these budget reductions. As to the concern about Mount Diablo High School, while we're talking about it being the largest square footage campus, I bet that square footage includes classrooms that are not currently used or the classrooms that are underused with a low student population. And there's an entire building, first floor and second floor, that is not used for students at all. So maybe only 1 or 2 rooms in that entire building are being used currently. So those numbers are mixed numbers. Where am I going with this? I do agree with Mrs. Durkee. We're tying the hands of our staff, and we're tying our budget crisis and kicking it down the road. By my calculation, we are looking at another 11.8. Dr. Gonzalez just said 7 million, whether it's 11.8 or 7 million, it's not going to matter what we do with the assistant superintendents necessarily tonight when we're talking about the classified reductions. And we need to move forward with this. There are 24 items on this particular docket. We can make a motion and go through each one of them, since we all seem to have better knowledge than the superintendent provides, and we can get through this item and at least consider some of them. Otherwise, the other alternative is for one or more of you to say, I move that we consider 3, and then by the end of we finish with all 24, we'll know which ones have no support and which ones do have support. Right now, that's the only situation we have to move forward, I think.
Yeah, I would agree. I think I can go through the list right now.
Well, I could make a motion that we approve it, removing the technology position, the custodians, and the across the board cut in on CST. The rest of it, I'm willing to approve.
So would that be then, there's quite a few technology related ones. So Ms. Mason, were you saying?
One full-time technology person that was on here. Director of technology.
So number 6, director of technology. I'm looking at the narrative.
Mm-hmm.
So number 5 is the database administrator, which is part of the tech department.
Mm-hmm.
Number 6, director of technology. Number 19, site support technician. Number 20, network technician. I think those are the ones that seem to be related to technology that maybe we could just discuss separately as a group and understand how those work.
I'd like to point something out on number 19, which is the site support technicians. This is 2.33125 FTE. These are school sites who have let us know that they can no longer afford the positions.
Okay.
So they were donations, probably. They were donations
19.
from PFCs.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So skip 19. I also had a question on number 16, the intermediate typist clerk. We received messages from quite a few people saying that that person was really key for them in terms of tracking of English language students. So the question would be who that work falls on. How will that work continue to get done?
plan for that one was to combine the work with a number of other positions that are over at Willow Creek Center because staffing is going to be reduced over there. There would be some movement of personnel.
But you feel confident that that work in supporting the English language learner department, that role will be covered adequately?
Correct.
We also received messages on number 22, attendance student records coordinator. It sounded like there's a lot of, you know, back and forth fixing of numbers, making sure that everything's correct and then turning it in, which affects our funding.
That is correct. And what we're doing with positions 22 and 23 is we're eliminating both, and we are creating a new position that takes a look at attendance. That is also going to be looking at the staffing attendance component, which will allow better articulation between the human resources department and the fiscal department. And this was worked out not only with our consultant, Mike Berg, who's been our fiscal analyst. We took a look at all the positions in the fiscal department and as well as with our interim director of fiscal services.
Oh, so I see. That's part of the redesign of fiscal.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So are we approving that the new position that you're describing tonight?
Let me look. No, that is not, it was one of the ones that we were not able to get on in time, but we knew that with these layoffs, being that we had 60 days from the time of the layoff, we've got the position pretty much ready to go. But typically the process, as I understand it, is that we run it by our bargaining group, the specific bargaining group that's involved. And we would need to have Dr. Gardner do that. So it's one of the many things we have on our list as follow-up.
So there'd be an additional new position coming to a future board meeting.
Right.
And is the cost of that associated already incorporated in terms of the dollar amount savings that's written here, or is that an additional cost we'll need to add in later?
I believe it was included in Dr. Martinez's big layout of the reorganization and the savings with departments.
Okay.
I'm hearing yes. I've got voices in the room that are telling me it was.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have 5, 6, and 20 to be considered separately.
And 11, the custodians then.
You didn't mention 11 yet.
Ms. Mason did.
5, 6, 11, and 20. And then because 19, we got an answer on, right?
Right, 19 and 22, we got an answer on.
And to further clarify number 6, we had 2 director of technology positions.
Right.
And we're taking 2 director of technology positions and we're making it 1. Therefore, we have to eliminate this position and we've got to create the new one because we are putting a number of new tasks in there, specifically relating to technology from the sense of instruction. We've worked with digital advisors as well as 2 other consultants that came on board and gave us an idea of the department from the very beginning, shortly after I started here. And they've all had concerns about the job descriptions as they stood before, and we've redesigned that job description with their feedback so that we can get the right one position in place to be able to move forward with technology as well as with our bond.
I guess I'm just wondering, it looked like there were 2 positions partially because one was tech support, basically. So right now when school sites have been putting out on, Instagram and Facebook and stuff to parents, if you need help with using your Chromebook, you can call this phone number in English. You can also call this other phone number, or ask for this other person in Spanish. There are people doing tech support right now. So if I understand the the new position is the right position that we ultimately need to get to. But if we end up with only that position and there's not other people to answer the phone and provide that tech support, I'm not clear how we get from A to B right when at the moment when we need to be providing as much support on remote learning as we can, unless it's digital advisors, the consultants are going to be answering those phones in English and Spanish. How do we do that?
So I'm not clear on your question because I think we were talking about number 6, which is a leadership position for leading the department.
Not, yeah. It's not someone that answers a service call per se.
Okay. So there in the director org chart before, there was Director of Technology and Information Services, and then there was Director of Technology Support. So I guess there were 2 directors. So maybe that's not who's answering the phone, but someone was overseeing technology support, whether it was a teacher or a parent, or was that what that person was doing? That's what technology support sounds like to me.
So we had two director of technology positions that had a number of individuals and teams under them. So the goal of this is to have one director position with the entire department. And we're taking components of both of the 2 job descriptions from the former director positions. We're putting them together in the first one, and we are infusing the component that is my understanding used to exist many years ago with somebody that was underneath the director of technology that really did a lot of those instructional components. We're adding that piece.
Okay, but then we're also removing some of the people underneath as well, right?
Well, I think that's a different conversation.
Okay. Okay, so I understand the director piece. Thank you.
So we're down to 11 and 20 for discussion.
Well, I guess 5 is one of the lower level positions, the database administrator. Not clear on that job.
So we're eliminating one of those positions. We're actually eliminating a position. We did keep it on here. I'm not sure if there's someone in this position. I believe that this is a vacancy that we have.
The database administrator?
I'm getting a nodding of heads in the background. This is a vacancy, so we're eliminating this position.
So if a position is vacant, we still need to list it on the PKS?
Yes.
We're taking it off the books. We do.
Yes, to take it. That's why we had the problem from last year.
Right.
Everything wasn't taken off the books.
Okay, so that takes me to a side question here that came up earlier. In the certificated layoffs, this is very minor, but it's the athletic directors. There are 5 of them. It was a 0.2 that we were removing from each one as their prep. So it was supposed to be a total of 1.0 FTE, but it ended up being a 0.8. I was told because the other 0.2 is classified. So then I thought the other 0.2 would be on this PKS, but I was told it's not on this PKS because it's a vacant position.
It's a stipended position. So
Yeah,
as a
it's different.
stipend, it's not a contracted position for a classified employee.
But it is for certificated.
It's still a stipended position, even for certificated. We did capture it there within the PKS as a way to affirm to the public that there were people serving in that capacity.
It also came with the prep periods. And so when we were quantifying the amount that we were reducing, we wanted to capture the fact that we were not reducing the stipend in and of itself. We were reducing one of the prep periods. It didn't happen with classified, which is why if you actually went back and pulled the first PKS compared to the second PKS, originally we had 1.0 for the athletic directors and we reduced it to the 0.8 because someone did point out there's a classified person in that position.
Okay, thank you.
Someone
right, so number
know that answer.
Whew. All right, our community's all clear about that, right? Okay, so that's number 5. I'm good with. Number 6, I'm good with. 16, I understand. Number 20 then is the network technician, and that was part of technology as well.
That is correct. So when I went back and I met with the director of technology, as I did with all of our departments, and I said we're all going to need to make our department smaller because we have a significant budget crisis. When we took a look at the department just the same way that we did in the fiscal department and said what work can be shared, this is one of the responses that we got, and it's the reason that we're moving this direction. And once we sort of laid out what the redesign of technology information services could look like, ran that by digital advisors as well, and they agreed that in your restructuring, this really is a place that you need to take a look at. And again, we're not saying that some of these positions are more or less valuable than others. We know that there's going to be a level of service in all departments that is going to change in some way, shape, or form, whether it's, more voicemail instead of a live person answering a phone, to sometimes people won't be able to get back to you within 24 hours. But, we're with the parameters that we've been given and the assumptions that we're working with from the state right now, this was our best pass at this before we do yet another round in the upcoming months.
Okay. I'm just trying to get a sense of, if one of our deep challenges right now is technology, right? Even if we get a Chromebook to a family, and even if we somehow get them connected to internet, there are families where the parents don't speak English and are not even literate in their own language and really don't know what to do with their elementary school, child with this computer. They need someone to be able to talk to in their language who's going to give them a heck of a lot of help there, right? Hopefully the computer is working and that side of it as well. So I'm just feeling that we have an intense need in terms of technology. So I want to make sure that if we're losing somebody, do we still have someone who speaks Spanish who's going to be answering the tech services hotline? Or is that someone who we're losing in this?
I think maybe one of the things that I could point out that might be helpful here, in all of the work that we've been doing, we have not had a need yet to bring our network technicians, our tech support back full time. There are a few people that are here full time. Other than that, everybody's been on a rotating schedule. And so far, with limping along, we've been able to manage. And if we really had need for that much additional support right now, we would be bringing those individuals back as essential workers, putting in more time.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, maybe this is information that we will be hearing or getting from principals, because I think a parent's first contact or line, would be go to the school and the principal. And so it may be getting addressed somehow there, if there's something that anybody has familiarity with working a computer could help them and speak Spanish, so it may be handled that way. So I think we need more information. Yeah, we need more information. I agree. If it's a critical need, logically, it would seem like it would be. I understand that thinking, but I think factually, if we know, it's a gap, then I think there's probably a number of creative ways to address that that we need to look at. Yeah, I'm not sure solving it with this position is even that efficient.
So is this the only network technician that we have in Mount Diablo School District, or are there other individuals in this position?
There are other individuals in the position, and right at this very moment, I cannot tell you how many, but if you gave me about 3 minutes, I could go into my pivot table. Actually, Mika can probably pull that up.
And I would agree with Ms. Durkee that when parents need help or student needs help, the help first starts at the school site. Right. Yes, we have school sites that may not be able to afford the parent donations that provide for more site technicians, but we don't have the luxury of looking at that piece right now.
Yeah, I just want to refer. I agree that it's a critical need. I think it's a critical issue. Yeah. So but how much of a need it is and how it's best addressed, I think is a really big conversation, separate conversation. Because I'm not sure a site tech or network tech or whatever is the answer to that. I think we should find out more about it.
Okay, so this particular role is not a crucial piece of the current remote learning that we're doing, and the types of plans that we need to be doing too. Whether it's let's figure out how to put a hotspot on a bus somewhere. I mean, who's doing that, right?
Yeah.
I
just
know.
want to add, my understanding, because I did ask questions, I did have conversations prior to the last meeting and this meeting, and is that there's a vision for really structuring our this department in a way that is not so siloed, is a term that he keeps using, but really is able to do more. So I think the vision is, yes, there are reductions, but it's all part of a bigger vision around it having a bigger role, because it's obviously it needs to have a bigger role going forward, especially now and then probably ongoing. So so I have that in my head, that there is a bigger vision for what these department will be asked to do and will do. And we've all lived through, I mean, having worked there, I know you never had enough, but that's a kind of a moving target. So I think I'm trusting the superintendent's judgment and the work that I know he's done to look at all these. And Dr. Gonzalez talking about, talking to the departments, and again, I lived through that too. It's like we all, back the last receipt, we all had to come up with something, but we were consulted in terms of where can you cut, and I feel like that's what's happening right now, and that's what's been done.
I can't hear.
So according to what I'm hearing right now, there are 18 current network technicians, and we would be eliminating one position.
Right. Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
So are you ready for someone to make a motion?
No. If I could, let me make a comment, and then I'd be happy to. And unless there's any other board comment, but I certainly share the idea that we do need to. There's going to be an ever increasing focus on technology. We need to make sure that's well supported. I'm confident in the design and the decisions that are being made on that side. What I would simply say is that I have concerns, and I've had these for the last several years, and I have voiced this publicly, that there has been a deterioration in our HR department, in our relations with our employees and with our bargaining units. I think one of the reasons why we selected Dr. Martinez to become our superintendent was because of his incredibly extensive background and expertise in this. And I see that there are, improvements that are being made. I'm voted for Dr. Gardner to step into the position, but I am still seeing gaps. I am still hearing from units that we are, Ms. Durkee, back to your points. I did say, weeks ago, I think we're going to go through an incredibly difficult time. There are going to be massive budget impacts. I still believe that. But I think it's all the more important to make sure that there is a feeling that we are a team through this, and that people feel included in the process and that their voices are valued. That does not mean we give up our decision-making process. That does not mean that we ask the superintendent to give up his, but I think it is very important that we make sure that everyone is bought into the vision, understanding why we're moving in this direction, and feels included in the process, that they have a voice in this process where appropriate. And I just have concerns that I don't think we've done a good enough job in that area. And that's, my belief. I would also just say I've, in 7 years, never backed away from taking hard votes and unpopular votes, and recognize that we will need to do that again now. And I'm certainly prepared to do that. I just want to make sure that it's in the best long-term interest of the district. And I know every board member shares that, as well as Dr. Martinez and every member of staff wanting to do what's best for the district. But to me, I just do have concerns that, and I've voiced these publicly and privately over the last several weeks, of making sure that we, that our decision-making process is as strong as it could be and leads us to be cohesive as we move through these difficult times. That's where a lot of my concern stems from.
Can I make a suggestion? And again, I think when I talk about timeline and, it feels like we have, and I'm not criticizing us collectively, it just was necessary, but we've had to keep pushing out these decisions, all the way along because they're really tough and we want to make sure we have enough information. But I think, another response to that is that we do more, we can meet more, if we're really putting people's backs up against the wall to get things done, then that means, I feel like, and we've been willing to do that, is have more special meetings to kind of grapple with these things. So if we could, maybe take a second and talk more specifically about the timeline. I don't disagree with what you're saying, Mr. Lawrence, I agree. I think maybe what's the missing piece is a little more specificity and what does that really look like? Because again, I know that Dr. Martinez does meet with labor groups. And so we're talking about, maybe what the content of that conversation, I think we just should be more specific in terms of what, and you may have been individually, but I'm just saying, since we're talking about it here in this meeting, maybe, more publicly provide a little more specificity about what we're really talking about when we're saying, including folks in the conversation, making them feel validate all. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. And I agree that I've heard concerns as well. So if we could be more specific about that, realistically know what the timeline is. And again, if that means we meet again in 2 nights or whatever it's going to take, we talk about that, but so that we can get some, a decision made, whatever it's going to be.
Yeah,
I'm just not clear on the timeline. I know that
Sure.
we're probably up against a wall in the terms of Dr. Martinez and Dr. Gonzalez's mind already, but if it could be a little bit more specific, and then again, for us to take responsibility for making it happen when it needs to, and then for give more guidance around what specifically we're asking Dr. Martinez to do with the labor groups.
So I can add in, again, if and when we pass a PKS, if there's a resolution that's enacted, that gives human resources, in essence, the directive to notify individual employees. Individual employees, in essence, need to have the letters that are developed and given to them. They basically tell them on such and such day, the particular kinds of service was voted on, and it's a notice indicating to them that 60 days after their notice that their position no longer exists within the school district. There's many, that's the timeline of notification. And again, for each one of those employees, there's a process by which we're working with their association and they get to, in essence, come in. There are elections that are made, it gets more detailed now, for every employee. Some employees can take a retirement if they choose to and are qualified for retirement. Some employees could choose a reduced position if we happen to have a reduced position. Some employees may be offered a bumping scenario where they're allowed to have a job from a previous classification or any classification that they're entitled to. And some employees are entitled to accept the layoff and have reemployment rights, because then we start tracking those. So there's a variety of particular things that happen for each employee. So now when we're talking about a number of about 47 or so individuals who are receiving a formal layoff, there's a process by which you start addressing the bumping and the number of employees that could be impacted. So part of this is simply, yes, there's a notice, but there's a lot of work, again, the iceberg underneath that occurs for actually touching many employees, quite possibly. Nobody likes it, nobody wants to do it, but it is part of the process of protecting the seniority of the employees. Those individuals who have the reduction in days that we're suggesting would be in essence noticed that their reduction in days would take effect. If we're late, and I say late in the sense of, on some hands, there's timelines which you'd like to do this now, which would again give us the ability to still notice and complete everything by June 30th. That's kind of the ideal timeline. Because again, as Dr. Gonzalez said earlier, now your fiscal situation, you have clarity for ending positions and positions that don't carry over into the next year. With classified service, you can do a layoff at any time. It's simply that that individual is now accounted for as an employee into the next school year. And so some benefits may apply. If we're talking about reduced days that really they start working in July, then those individuals start working their days on contract. Again, and we're in a very unique time right now that we don't know if we'll have the ability to bring back massive employees in July. So people could continuing to getting paid, even though we can't bring them back, or that may be some of the time where they would not now have days in their work calendar, but the changes to work calendar still keep many of these people working full time, so they sustain their benefits. So that's just another thing to consider. But as far as, again, and I do appreciate the question, because if in fact, where again, we have had some circumstance, I won't get into that, why Dr. Gardner was not available for a couple of days. Our Associate General Counsel, Cesar Alvarado, had reached out to every one of the groups, and we, kind of worked to try and get some time. I will tell you, we've been spending a lot more time with our Medea group on a few other issues. It's not to discount these groups, but just a set of circumstances. We have not sat with them in a large group for hours at a time. By doing that, again, we can, if that's, refocus and get some of that work done in a sense of affirming for the board that we had those meetings. My concern is that, again, I still think we will go through that. We will gain some input, but we'll still have some very difficult decisions that will need to be made. And quite, frankly so, the board may feel more comfortable at that point knowing that we've engaged and we spent that time. We were unable to accomplish, one of those primary goals with everything happening right now. So I do understand the request as it was, and through a series of unfortunate events, we did not spend hours with each group at this point, hearing an additional piece of information that maybe they could get to us, but we also haven't had a lot of responses to some of the requests that we have had for that input. So I'll just say it that way. But
and I appreciate that added context, and I think that is the major issue I've had, because I do think we need to work on getting our employee relations back to where they were several years ago. And I think, that I know, Dr. Martinez, that you're making these changes in order to help us be more responsive and get there. But I do think there are ongoing issues, and those need to be addressed because they have some very large ramifications. And of course, no matter how many times we meet, this is still going to be very difficult, and this impacts many, many lives. And I think we all recognize that. Okay, so I appreciate, I know we've spent a lot of time, but I do think it is a very important issue. I leave it to board members to decide, do we want to go forward with this as presented? Do we want to pull out certain items? Or prior to that, is there further discussion? Let me start with that. Is there further discussion, or would someone like to make a motion?
But can I just, it apparently was helpful to talk about some of the specific ones, and the one that we haven't talked about. You know, I'm just thinking if we can accomplish more now, is the custodians. And I read a description that I felt comfortable with, so that we all received. And so if somebody wants to, you know, maybe we should take a minute and talk about it, or get some response or ask questions about that. Because other than that, I think then we've pretty much have covered the whole list, right? I mean, in terms of the specific positions.
Okay. So what I'm reading in the description is, you know, I appreciate M&O's efforts to make, you know, if you need to make X number of dollars of cuts, how would you do it? And they came up with a plan. I think that's a great plan for the cut that you know was required of them to analyze. But my question still is that the right place to make the cut given COVID? I think we already, I mean, I don't know that I've been to any of our sites in the last few years and thought, wow, this is really too clean. I think, you know, the custodian must just be sitting around because there's not enough work to do. My experience with custodians at every single site is they're working nonstop, and it's still not as clean as any of us would want it to be. And that's pre-COVID, right? So it just is really hard for me to understand how we make any cuts to custodians. And then to President Lawrence's point, you know, I think what I have heard is that M&O has worked very well with the Teamsters. They've cooperated in coming back to work and setting days and, you know, getting out, you know, during the plans right now, getting back to work. That's all gone very well. But during all of that, there has not been a conversation, and it wouldn't be. I don't think the conversation would happen necessarily with M&O. It would probably be with the superintendent or the CBO or maybe Dr. Gardner, but whoever it's supposed to be with, the conversation didn't happen, it sounds like, to where the Teamsters were asked, you know, anything about. So if there were budget cuts, you know, what are your thoughts?
So I think it's important to say I wouldn't interpret it that way. I think we did provide them information. I think we did reach out to them. Unfortunately, I'm not getting a response right now as to the final end all as far as conversations go. But again, there were conversations. I don't know how it's been characterized as far as, you know, we didn't get a plan from them that said, please do these things rather than these things, but there were conversations. Again, I wouldn't seek to say that it was a qualitatively long conversation, but they were provided information through the process. And again, what generally happens is that a decision is made and then you go through the impacts and effects negotiation. I do appreciate that people are saying they'd rather have us do that conversation ahead of time, but going through that conversation ahead of time, we have no action to base conversation on. We have conjecture and possibilities. So again, you know, it's sometimes which one should occur first. My practice has been a PKS comes through and then you go through impacts and effects because you're making your decision. I do appreciate the context here about, again, many of the concerns that have been raised, you know, by the associations in the previous conversations, communications, and whatnot in the district. So I think it's not lost upon us that it's an important situation. I think it's also just been more exacerbated with, again, COVID-19 and not being able to say, come on down for a meeting and let's talk, in a few of the processes that we're dealing with. But just trying to give you a little bit more context there from my perspective.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing you say is that the conversations happened, but what you're defining as conversation is that the district told the groups what decisions were going to be made. What I'm not hearing is the reverse. Did anyone from the district ask for their thoughts to listen to as some input before making the final decisions. That's the piece that I feel like is missing in a number of these, not just with Teamsters, but with any of the groups that might be reorged, any staff, any labor organization, to say, you know, if we were going to completely redo what it is that you're doing, you know, how do you think that might affect how the work gets done, right? Not to say that they get to make the decision or have a vote or have any decision-making powers, but I think in the past, the way that we've worked is to try to hear from people on the ground about their realities so that we can make informed decisions, you know, as we're trying to move forward. So that's I feel like that maybe is where the disconnect is.
Again, I can only share with you my perspective in that since I've been here, hearing from the groups about a number of the issues that have now come about in the reorganization, that has come from them. That was something that has been shared from them. That is something that we have engaged in conversation. So I think there's a different conversation about the depth of change that we're looking at. Now, again, comparative to rather than these X amount of positions, what else would you like? And let's spend some time, quality time talking about those. I can tell you, no, it has not been me in those meetings for hours with the individuals, hearing from them about their personal perspective on what we should be doing. We have not done that. And that's something that I'm hearing a number of our board members would like us to have fully engaged with and to be able to fully report on. But again, I'll just say, given a few of the circumstances of, you know, not having a lead HR person that would have been consistently doing that work, having Dr. Gardner coming in, and again, a few things that are personal to him, not having an ability, having our associate general counsel step in to do some of that work. And again, I know it's late in the evening now, so I'm not having a response from him, but a couple of things like that have slowed us down. And, you know, we've been responding to a few other things, but.
Yep. No, and I greatly appreciate that. And I think there are, you know, you are making changes. I think HR has needed changes to be made. And I think there have been some, you know, in addition to the, you know, catastrophic events that have happening, there have been small events inside the district with personnel, which have compounded. And I think that the kind of conjunction of those two has created extra difficulty. That would just be my assessment of it. But I appreciate your feedback on that and your thoughts. So truly, thank you, Dr. Martinez, for that.
Brian, I would be willing to move that we accept the list with the taking the custodians off and the reduction in work days off, and we can give that more time at another meeting, but the rest of the ones on there I'd be okay with. So if anyone wanted to second that motion, we could go that way.
Second.
Okay. I will. So we have a motion to move forward with the PKS with the current removal of the custodial services for those 20.2 positions, as well as a hold off in the reduction in hours for CTS. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So can I ask?
Please, I have a couple questions too. But,
okay.
Ms.
All
Durkee,
right.
go ahead.
So two things that will help me decide how to vote on that is what kind of commitment are we making to get back to those two issues?
We can vote on them tonight.
Is that the thinking, or we're going to grapple with them tonight? Okay.
Well, I mean,
it's
it's one option.
Okay. I didn't know if that's what Ms. Mason had in mind. But I mean, if not tonight, like soon, right? I mean, I'm happy to do it tonight.
I wasn't thinking tonight, but I was thinking within a week.
Right.
Provided we get information.
Right. And well, and then I would just also then say to the ask that we be explicitly, specifically clear what information we're looking for on both of those issues. You know, what other information?
I thought I was clear last time. I wanted to know how they evaluated it. And the answer we got is we looked at San Ramon and Brentwood, and that's why we're
You're
doing
talking
it.
about the second list.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the reduction.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So,
And if that's really what they're basing it on, then I'm a no. That's it.
so if you, can you say what you would like, what additional information you would like
Regarding what?
regarding that, the reduction?
Well, apparently
you're-
that was the rationale, since that's what they told us. What I was looking for is they were going to look at it by, which they clearly weren't, because they were just doing across the board. If you're doing it because there's fewer kids at a school, or there's more support needed at high school than elementary school, if it was actually based on the work the people were doing, and not just, we need to cut classified too because we cut certified, so let's just do, because that's what they did last time, just take 10 days away from everybody. That's not a well thought out decision in my mind. That's why I couldn't support it. And that's why I asked for the rationale, and I got the rationale, which I don't agree with. As far as the custodians, my main concern, along with Trustee Khan, is that if we do start letting kids come back in some capacity, we need to make sure those sites are clean enough. And that's the first thing we're going to hear if we don't have them on board is, well, we can only do so much because you cut us. So that's my concern. As usual, the kids. I'm concerned about the kids.
Okay. All right. Well, I think it's important that we make a commitment of when we're going to deal with it and what specifically is going to add to the conversation, so we can make a decision.
I think it's a good question. I'll just add a couple things. So I guess one question, I'm still, so we're the custodial reduction, that's roughly 40% of the 2.5. Is that correct? That the savings is slightly more than $1 million with the reduction of 20.2 custodians. Dr. Gonzalez, I think that's probably a question best for you.
That is
I just want to make sure I'm on. Okay. And 20 custodians, the savings out of the total custodial funding is less than 10%, but our total custodial staff, 20 custodians is more than our more than 10% of our total custodial staff, correct? Like how many custodial FTEs do we have?
Hang on, we're pulling it up.
Okay. Because I don't think we have 200 plus FTE, custodial FTE.
We have,
Whoops.
okay, sorry. We have a total of 142.48 FTE of custodial, and that goes across about 6 or 7 different classifications within that, the custodial department.
Okay, so we'd be going from 142 to 122 or 122.
Correct. Essentially, yes.
And the premise, I mean, what I recall seeing is the premise was the overnight or the evening, right? That's basically where the focus was in the reduction of not cleaning, changing the schedule, and not having the, what do we call that, late night shift? Is that right?
So we have AM shift, PM shift. At elementary sites, we have one of each, and then at middle and high, our PM shift increases FTE. At the high school level, we do have like a midday, which is still considered a PM custodian classification. We have no intention, we're not touching elementary. The reduction would just be middle school and high school at this point.
That woke us all up.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't know what that was. I'm sorry, Melanie. Something.
We got feedback. Oh.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, the motion on the table right now, the motion on the table doesn't have to do with custodians, right? Could we just discuss the motion that's on the table?
Well, it was the removal of the custodians and the removal of the cuts in hours to CST. So I get my question was, I wanted to make sure what was, if we subtract the $1 million, and then what is the CST hours if we remove that? how much is that, and or, you know, what is remaining? I'm just trying to understand how much we're cutting without
Thought it
that.
was 500,000.
I think it was $534,357.41.
Correct.
I think she's got that.
So through the motion, instead of reducing 2.5, we're reducing 1 million.
Right. So we could pass this motion and then continue to discuss the rest in more detail, and at least we would have
Something done.
something done. Yes.
I call the question. And
Okay. Ms. Mayo, how do you vote?
yes,
Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Count,
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
I also vote yes. That motion passes 5-0. Do we have another motion that would like to be brought forward on either the custodians or the CST hours, or a joint motion on both of them?
well, I have a question that I'll throw out. In years past, we had the mobile maintenance unit. Would there be a possibility of a, I'll call it mobile COVID-19 unit just dedicated to cleaning? Maybe it could be 2 to 5 or 6 custodians that could be moved around between sites. Or do we have a, well, we don't have a substitute pool, but at one point in time, there was a discussion about a pool. I'm looking for a compromise that can move us forward, at least for the consideration, until we have to look at further budget reductions in August and September.
See, those sound like the kind of details that would be great for there to be a discussion with actual custodians about.
Right, I understand that part, but we don't have the luxury of that in-depth conversation. Joanne and I are the only, and perhaps Miss Mason are the only ones that are familiar with the mobile maintenance. Perhaps Mr. Lawrence is as well. So it was, you know, it was something that worked pretty efficiently. It was very popular. You know, would I prefer that it be an entire trades unit that was part of the mobile maintenance crew? Yes, but in this light of this situation, would that be a compromise?
I just think we should come back and deal with those at another meeting. Like I said, it could be later in the week. We don't have to wait till our next regular meeting. And for now, try to get through some of these job descriptions.
And there's also other items that Ms. Mason brought up, like should we consider cutting the after-school coordinator if that role could be played by another existing staff? Other ideas that have come forward last week that didn't make it back this week or 2 weeks ago to this week are the idea of, you know, we're seeing like Concord City Council just took a cut in pay. In some places, the highest level, you know, administrators, people who make 180,000 or more, are taking pay cuts.
So can I?
These are not areas that we've discussed, but you
this
know,
is not
why
classified. This is classified reductions. You know, it's a specific issue. So,
but in terms, if we need to cut a certain dollar amount, though.
Right, but I'm saying the agenda item is regarding doing PKS for classified. I think we're going to need a long list of additional cuts. So, you know, nothing will get, you know, I mean, everything will be considered because we're going to need more. So I think just, you know, in order to allow this to move forward, I'm fine with, you know, saving those two for another night. I think it should be very soon. I think reason I'm fine because I think there's still some pieces of information some board members are looking for. And so, you know, to give staff 24 hours or whatever to gather that. And maybe, you know, earlier in the evening, it'll be a better conversation or easier conversation or something. So I'm fine. I just don't want to postpone it too long, but.
Let me throw this out. The motion to extend the meeting was till 12:30. At one point in time, one general counsel had advised me that we could amend that motion to make it a later hour. Are all of you willing to stay and work on this, including staff, and I do apologize, until 2 or 3? I've done 3 o'clock board meetings. Or do you want to, what's the term? Move our meeting. We can postpone the meeting within the next 24 hours and meet tomorrow to conclude the rest of this business.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
I can't remember. I have to look up the exact language, but because this is just the first of what, 17 items. We're not going to get through 17 items in 30 minutes.
So I would just, I think the board and I, you know, I highly doubt that there will be a issue if this board, in light of the circumstances, decides to amend the motion to go to a later time. I think I personally would be fine with that, or with moving the meeting. I'm fine either way, but I don't think we should be artificially constrained, but while recognizing the impacts, you know, on staff and board members.
I think in terms of the questions that we have around custodial or around the number of days cuts, there's more information that needs to be collected there. Unfortunately, we did ask for this, you know, 2 weeks ago, and so the specific question is, you know, what information, what do the Teamsters say? What does CST say about creative ideas, perhaps this mobile units? And then in terms of the days cut, does it make sense for all the positions to be cut by that amount, or certain ones and others in a different way? You know, it feels like we need some more detail on those based on their actual work, as Ms. Mason said. So in terms of both of those topics, I would be up for a special meeting on Tuesday night or Wednesday night or Friday night, whatever you want to do there. But I don't know that we're going to get much further on those two topics tonight. Okay. Happy to move on to the next agenda item.
So Dr. Martinez, could I follow up with you? And I want to be cognizant of, you know, certainly if having it done 60 days prior to June 30th has material financial impact, that if we need to have it done 60 days prior to June 30th versus July 1st, if that's a material impact, then we would schedule it sooner rather than later. Does that work for you, Dr. Martinez? And I can follow up with you tomorrow regarding that.
Yeah, we can do that. Again, it's not lost upon me. Again, the requests for more information. I understand the significance of this. And again, if we're going to be talking to our associations, much in the way of the budget information, as you recall, both Dr. Gonzalez and I were meeting weekly with the associations when we started the budget process. We were having weekly meetings, hour and a half, about what was happening. Again, over this last week, you have had some significant pieces of information come to you. We have not even had that opportunity to meet with them to explain the more significant level of decreases that are going to be impacting us. So quite frankly, the budget conversation is going to change from simply, we were looking at a $2 million classified reduction, and now we are potentially looking at a larger amount to actually figure out what services look like. So the conversations are going to be more significant and in-depth. And again, I think this is one of those times to slow down, to go fast. I understand, people kind of wanting to now move and do some different things. But again, I have to say it's going to be a pretty significant conversation with them about now what else could it be? And again, if we're talking about these dramatic levels of other reductions, the other ideas, so I will say, the other ideas about all sorts of other reductions will be coming into multiple conversations with all of our employee associations. I don't want to start talking about this in public because again, you're starting to talk about now potential negotiation issues with each group. But I think the point becomes, rather than solving the previous problem, we have a new problem.
Right.
The new problem is massive and significant, and it may be that we have to re-engage. I do appreciate the actions that you took right now for this first blush, but it's going to be more. We don't believe a second layoff window in the certificated area will get opened up. We just don't. It could. And so we'll have to have those conversations. But again, all of our employees will have to be engaged in this process that's happening so fast that people are, remember, many of our employees, and I'll say it this way, the Medea group was counting on where we were going to solve the problem. Even within those conversations, things have happened so fast now that we are solving a different problem that is yet to be fully realized. So, I think giving a little bit of time to these issues is not a bad thing, even though it may get pushed out a little bit into July. But that may be the wiser thing to do right now than to push forward with part of the conversation that we need to start being more inclusive with everybody about the big problem.
Okay, thank you for that. So is the will of the board, would they like to move on to other, I'm sensing we would like to move on to other items. Would Ms. Mayo, did you want to propose amending the meeting extension and work through these other items that we have?
It's not my preference, but I'll do it anyway. I move that the new revised meeting extension be extended until 3 a.m.
I'll second that.
Okay, Ms. Mason, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo,
Yes.
Ms. Cound,
Yes.
Ms. Durkee,
Yes.
and I also vote yes, but I promise we'll do everything possible to get us out of here before 3
Can I,
a.m.
so contrary to that, can we take a 5-minute break?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's take a 5-minute break. Okay.
Thank you.
Are we doing that now? Okay.
Yes, let's do that now, and we'll keep the line open, but we'll return in 5 minutes. All right.
I need a hot fudge sundae.
I was just going to tell Mr. Lawrence, he looks so studious.
The contacts came out.
Professor Lawrence.
Yes. All right. So we've got Ms. Mason. I saw Ms. Durkee, Ms. Cowden, Ms. Mayo. Are you back?
Well, yeah, I'm right here.
Of course. All right. And Ms. Cowden?
I don't think Joanne and Sharice are back yet.
Oh, okay. We'll give it one more minute. I thought I saw Joanne a moment ago, but
We do have a quorum.
should we just ram some things through?
Oh, there's Sharice.
Oh, okay. All right, looks like everyone is back. So with that, should we move along to item 17.2, the review and potential approval of comprehensive school safety plans? So we have Strandwood, Loma Vista, and Delta View attached. And so periodically we go through and have approved these. Are there any questions, or would someone like to make a motion?
It's for information tonight, so they look good. We can vote next time.
Okay, they're business action, so I
Oh,
wasn't.
is it? Okay, mine just says info.
Yeah, mine said info.
Okay, we'll go with that. Mine said business action, but
Oh. Oh, type info afterwards, though. The next line down.
okay. Post midnight, I start to jumble these things together.
Is this an area, though, that we should send the link to the page on the website where all of these plans are, so that the public can look at them before they come up for a vote?
I think that we have the three here, as well as the public can find them on the website. If you wanted to share more information about where on the website, I would say by all means, take a moment and go ahead.
All right.
The way that I'm reading this item, if we're talking about 17.2, under
Yep.
recommendation, it was moved to approve. And in the subject on mine, it says review and potential approval.
Yeah, so I read that, and then it says business action items, but then type is info. So Dr. Martinez, do we need to do these tonight, or were these put on with the design to come back in 2 weeks?
And I think we can bring them back. I mean, we could move to actually approve, but I think the logical thing to do would be to just keep them and then bring them back as formal action in 2 weeks.
Okay.
Jen, is that okay? Does that work? Yeah, that works for us.
That'd be good. Yeah, and I think the thing to inform the public about is the fact that we've added new language because of board policy 3516, addressing medical emergencies and quarantines, such as pandemics.
On the off chance a pandemic happens.
Right.
So, all right. And from there, we move along to item 17.3, which we did have 2 weeks ago. So review and potential approval of the Williams quarterly report. Do we have any discussion on this or questions?
I would move that we accept the report.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Motion by Ms. Mason, second by Ms. Cowden. Ms. Mayo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mason, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Cowden?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. We move to 17.4, review and potential approval of the classified job description for contract analyst. So we have the job description as a draft. Is there, are there, Dr. Martinez, unless you wanted to comment on it, my plan was to go through these and ask the board for if they had questions beyond what's there or discussion.
Yes,
unless you want to. Okay.
My understanding, this just reflects the change in the language as it relates to the new organization, and there's no fiscal impact, correct?
That is correct. There's no fiscal impact. And the main reason we're bringing this one forward is because the former job title, which was contract and fixed asset specialist, we've now posted this position 3 times. And we've not been getting qualified individuals applying for it. And so we really felt that it was in the job title. And so we went back and revised that.
Okay, so I make a motion, we approve it.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Mason, second by Ms. Durkee.
Ms. Mayo has a question. Oh.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes, and I apologize for inserting this question at this point in time. I recall that many of our job descriptions used to have the terminology possess a valid California driver's license. And I don't recall seeing that on the recent job descriptions. Is that an important element for us to consider having on job descriptions in light of that our staff and our have to travel between different school sites and need to be able to transport themselves?
I actually do see that on this one on page
On this
3 towards
Oh,
the
I missed it
bottom,
then.
right
I
above
missed it then.
environment. It says licenses and other requirements. Class C driver's license.
Okay, I missed that one. I apologize.
Okay. So I will, any other discussion? All right, then I'll start. Ms. Mayo, with you. How do you vote on this item?
Yes.
Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Durkee,
Yes.
and Ms. Count.
Yes.
Okay, I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. We move now to the review and potential approval of the certificated job description for Assistant Director Equity.
I would make a motion, we approve it.
Or,
Mhm.
okay,
Did somebody move? No.
I made a motion to approve, yeah.
Okay, I'll second.
all right. I thought I heard an which at this point
I know.
would mean I was willing to take as a second, but all right. So I have a motion by Ms. Mason, second by Ms. Durkee. Ms. Durkee, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Mayo,
Yes, I was looking
Ms.
for driver's license.
Did you find it? Did you find it on this one?
Ms.
Maybe.
Count.
I don't see
unless
driver's
this-
license, but okay. Are we on vote? All right. Yes.
Okay, I also vote yes. And so it passes 5-0. So with that, we move to 17.6, review and potential approval of the certificated job description for Director Secondary Support.
I will move to approve the job description for Director of Secondary Support.
I'd second that.
Okay, motion by Ms. Durkee, second by Ms. Mason.
I have a question.
Yes.
We have some discussion. So this is actually a question. It appears to be on, I think, all of the job descriptions as a new change. Under education and experience, we have the words any combination equivalent to. And so if it's any combination and there's 6 items underneath it, does that mean that any one of those items is not necessarily required? Like if it says that a bachelor's degree, in this case, it says postgraduate work And it doesn't say a master's degree, it just says postgraduate work. Does that mean they could have done a week of graduate work or?
No, the answer is you can obtain an administrative credential without obtaining a master's degree because of the way the credentialing has changed. So you can be qualified for this without having an actual master's degree in your pocket.
Okay, so number 6 that says possession of an appropriate school administrative credential, the
Right.
fact that the words any combination equivalent to, and that's just one of 6 items.
Right.
Does that
because-
mean the credential is absolutely required, or
Yeah.
it could be that they don't have a credential, but they have items 1, 2, and 3?
It's not a go ahead, I'll let you answer.
I was gonna say, it's not everything. It's not a cumulative. You must have all
Right.
these components. You
Right.
can have your administrative credential. Again, by process, somebody could be an administrative intern and have a master's degree already and then obtaining their credential. So again, there's a variety of process that you can have for these particular positions. I think I answered a very similar question to Mrs. Mayo in another arena where it's, you can have somebody with the experience, the opportunity, the credential, the process, and because they don't have their final document on a degree, you wouldn't want to not consider somebody if they can do this job for you. On the other side, simply because somebody has a master's degree does not mean that they have an administrative credential, the leadership capabilities, or the other vast experience that you need. So there's some flexibility that we built in to these processes.
But you would accept someone that just had 3, 4, and 5. Am I correct? Experience in leadership.
That's not how I'm interpreting. I'm saying you need to have all 6 of them, but within each, you can have something that is the equivalent of that. That's not that specific thing, but
Okay.
you do need to have all 6.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah. It's late.
So you do need to have something in numbers 1 through 6
Right,
in
right.
each one.
Got it.
Yes.
So it's important where that phrase is placed.
Mhm.
Because I believe in some of the later job descriptions, that phrase is placed in a different location. So as we go through each one of them, we need to clarify that we understand what that means.
So I guess for the one that we're on, like, does this require a bachelor's degree? Or we assume it does because you have to have done some postgraduate work. So
Yeah,
Right.
you have to have a bachelor's degree to, in essence, get an administrative credential. That's one of the expectations.
So is that common language, the any combination equivalent to at the top like that in other districts?
I don't know if it necessarily is common language. I know we had looked at several different, drafts and different processes. Again, job descriptions can vary, wildly informed from district to district to district. So we were trying to maintain a level of consistency, though, against how we were putting them together.
And for the sake of consistency, when I've gone in and scanned at least 5 of the ones that follow this, they all have it set up the same exact way under education and experience.
With these new revisions do, but I guess I'm wondering, fellow board members wondering what, if you think that's the direction we should go as a district, is to use that wording, any combination equivalent to. I actually thought you could have any of the 6. You didn't need to have all 6 is how it sounds to me. So I don't know what the legal interpretation of those words are.
I think going forward that the language could be clearer, but I think at the end of the day, the board would still be voting. There's still a screening process in place and the board would be voting on the appointees. And so we would have that kind of autonomy. But I do agree that we could clear up the language in the future to be more concise or more reflective of what I think has been described.
So what if it was any combination equivalent to each of the following? And you just added that you just made that the thing on each of these. So that way, you know, you have to have each of the following, right? The 6. I'm just thinking this is not something that we do every day is approving. The last ones were approved, 10 years ago or something. I don't know. So we might want to make sure that it's going to work for future boards who may not know what we were thinking at the time that
What
we
the
approved
intent
these.
was. Yep.
I think usually that equivalent statement comes at the end, so you would just say these are the requirements, and then, some little statement underneath that says,
Or their
for each item, equivalent experience or education could be considered or something like that.
So Ms. Count, Dr. Martinez, please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we can restate it simply, must possess the following requirements or the equivalent thereof.
Something like that. Yeah, that's good.
Yep.
For each. I think my question was the for each one, right? So any combination equivalent to any combination
Well, she's saying
equivalent for each of the following. Or somewhere where the word each has to be in there, because otherwise I'm still confused about, do you need all 6?
That works. Must possess the following requirements or the equivalent for each of the following. For each of these items.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that'll work.
Okay.
Ms. Mayo, did you have an opinion there?
I'm staying out of this one. I'm still looking for the driver's license.
And this one is, so the driver's license is on some, but not all. Is that what's happening here?
Again, on the issue of the driver's license, having a driver's license is not a mandate. You have to have an ID to be able to get hired. Again, in the situation where you could have somebody who cannot drive, it doesn't exclude them from having a job because they can have a driver, they can use Uber, they can have an autonomous vehicle. It's a criteria that was oftentimes used for you must have a driver's license. For some of the jobs that we actually do focus, your job is driving, you have to, but it isn't necessarily an imperative, though we think of it sometimes as, of course, you have to have a driver's license. We have to think differently that we have some people who not because they can't obtain a driver's license given their situation, but they still can do that. So it's just.
So I appreciate that point. Where I went to was, what if someone doesn't have the driver's license and doesn't own a car? Do we provide a car and driver for the individual?
No.
Yeah, no.
No. No, why would we?
Now, I mean, the rabbit hole becomes there could be some level of disabilities that we'd have to post-offer employment conversation, but there are some things that become unreasonable. That's not a reasonable decision routinely, but you have to.
But we do reimburse mileage when an individual has a license and a car.
Right.
Would we like to call the question on this one?
Please.
Okay. Ms. Count, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
I also vote yes. And we just have the caveat that there would be a cleanup on this and the following job descriptions around the under education and experiences, any combination equivalent to with the language that was discussed.
So any combination equivalent for each of the following?
Exactly. Dr. Martinez, that worked for you?
Yep.
All right. We move along to item 17.7, review and potential approval of the certificated job description for Director Elementary Support.
Mr. President, I move to approve the certificated job description for Director Elementary Support.
Okay.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Durkee, second by Ms. Mayo. Any questions or conversation? Okay. Ms. Mason, how do you vote?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I heard Ms. Mayo,
Yes.
Ms. Count,
Yes.
Ms. Durkee.
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. We move to review and potential approval of the certificated job description for Assistant Superintendent Human Resources. Do we have a motion?
Go ahead.
Mr. President, I would move that the board adopt the job description for the Assistant Superintendent Human Resources.
Okay, motion by Ms. Mayo. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, second by Ms. Durkee.
I have a comment if you.
I would be delighted.
Based on the many conversations we've had thus far, I guess what's occurring to me is that we had 2 assistant soup positions that we eliminated, right? And so I'm a little confused about the concern about adding, really, which is primarily a title change with some increase in salary, but much bigger responsibilities in my view. So it's not, the people say, well, we're adding assistant soups, but we just eliminated 2 assistant soups. And so in essence, we're ending up with 3 assistant soups instead of 2. And whereas we had 2 executive directors. And anyway, I just want to throw that in. People don't forget that we did have 2, and we're just, and it's part of the reorg and the title change and the functions, which I do think is going to be much more efficient. And it does, bottom line, save money. So just wanted to make sure we didn't forget that we have eliminated 2.
This is Linda. And then to the larger or the different discussion around salary levels. And I've heard various trustees indicate that we should, I'm sorry, I was going to use the word slash, but I'll say reduced salaries of higher administrators as part of the next round of budget cuts. I recommend that we move forward with this adoption and then treat all of the higher leveled employees, administrators similarly.
I'm not comfortable with an assistant superintendent. I think it should be an executive director, and then it'll save you another $17,511. And it shouldn't affect the structure at all.
This reminds me actually that the other thing that I wanted to request of all the job descriptions that I've seen in some other areas is a little summary at the top that includes what the salary range of the position is. Our descriptions, it says range at the bottom of them, which seems to be just a number of days, but the salary range or classification is not listed on the job description, which would be helpful.
I think because that changes
every year.
Yeah.
I mean, the title of it, like the range, the
47 is the range. If you look at the salary schedule, that's what they're paid.
Oh, so range,
a number
that
associated with the amount.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, range. Oh, okay. So I thought it was 47 to 248. So it's range 47.
248 days.
The salary, 248 days. Okay. So I just didn't realize that was salary range. Got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I think the other, I think there's a shared concern about our Human Resources Department and a recognition for improvement, need for improvement, and I think a higher level of expertise, skills, everything. And, you know, Mount Diablo is not, you know, known for being the highest, one of the higher paid districts and for any of our positions. And so I understand this one in particular. We want to make sure that we can recruit someone who can do the job as outlined. So that's why I think, and I've said this many times, that, you know, the title assistant soup means more to people for whom education is a career than executive director. It's kind of a foreign concept in Northern California. And so you would lose some folks, I believe, who wouldn't apply because it doesn't sound like something that's going to add to they'd be interested or add to their resume. So just as a title. I mean, I heard that concern when we added executive directors in Mount Diablo, is that some folks were kind of uncomfortable with that because when they're looking at their own career path, they didn't feel like that was going to be an asset to have been an executive director.
Which is all well and good when you're not having to cut millions of dollars.
Well, again, I go back to the net is saving money. From a net standpoint, we're saving money. Yes, this position going from executive director, but the reality is, look at all the problems we've had. And so I won't say any more about that.
Okay. Other discussion?
I hear your point, Ms. Durkee, but I also hear what Ms. Mason is saying. This is really tough because when I look at the savings on our presentation, it feels to me like a lot of the savings is actually the lower level positions within the org chart.
Well, again, we're eliminating 2 assistant soups.
Which is good for us.
Right.
Okay. Is there further discussion? Okay. Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
Ms. Cound?
No.
Ms. Mason?
Nope.
I also vote no. Motion fails 2-3.
So are we ready for the motion to change the title of the job description?
That's not what's on our agenda. We're going on to the next job description.
Tell me why it's not in order. Because you're saying specifically because it doesn't include the correct title that we cannot deal with the item of business.
Well, because the item of business was to create a new position that we don't have, and we just voted that down. So if you want to come back in another meeting and change the title of the existing position, we could discuss that at another meeting. You think, Mr. President? I don't know.
Ms. Mayo, do you have a different view on it, or can you explain what you're thinking?
Well, I realized the action item was to change the current job description with amendments to a new title. I don't know that anybody's going to object to us adopting the job description with the current title.
The problem is it's also at a higher range, though.
Well, the superintendent could advise us what range. I mean, we're looking at delaying this for another meeting, which we can do. The superintendent can advise us about that, or we can what? We're just leaving everything in limbo longer.
Well, we
So-
just, go ahead.
We're going to have the executive director. The superintendent can bring back, we've just voted this down. It cannot come back until after July. If you go by Robert's Rules of Order, it has to wait till the next term or the next year. In my, I don't have my book right here and have it open, but we have to delay it. We can't bring it back to only the three of you that voted on the prevailing side can bring it back as an item of consideration for assistant superintendent within the year.
Okay,
is
I'm
my
confused because it
Yeah.
says,
Right.
I'm reading the agenda and it says review and potential approval of a certificated job description. It doesn't say anything about changing one. It's of creating a new job. We
Okay.
haven't had an a superintendent for HR. So we've just said, no, we're not going to do that. Now, if the
Okay.
next agenda, you want to bring back a whole different thing and say, change the title of the current position to thus and such, you can try to do that. But this was not
Okay.
to change the title. It was to create a new position.
Because the current title is Executive Director, Human Resources.
Yeah,
And that position still exists.
that still exists.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
But that
So-
position doesn't have all the wording changes here of desirable qualifications, et cetera.
Yeah. So it could come back at a later date.
I was just trying to move us along further. You could
Yeah, I
substitute
get it.
the title, put the new range on the bottom, and then we'd be done with it.
So Dr. Martinez, do we know what the range is for Executive Director, Human Resources right now?
But would that require any change?
Yeah, so again, we do currently have a job description for Executive Director of Human Resources. I believe it's range 26 or 27 out of my memory banks right now. You can go to the website and pull it up. We can confirm that. But it is there right now. The top salary is about $156,000, again, from my memory banks right now. So again, with no other job description or increase to salary, I can fill that job. It's in the books. It's simply, again, by process, was, again, my estimation that we needed an assistant superintendent to support, again, the breadth of the work within the department. Again, you just voted to not have that position. So again, the device is to still have a position that we need to fill. If there's some redesign of that position, again, that would be a different structure. So I could bring that back as a redesign of a different position that would not be an assistant superintendent. There's other options. Chief HR Officer is another position that could be created. That would not necessarily be at the current salary placement of the lane 47, which the assistant superintendent position had been on. So again, there's room for maneuvering here and for creating something different. If the concern is the title or the concern was the salary, that's what you just voted it down. So there wasn't clarification, or if it's both, quite frankly. So if it's both, then the collective will of the board is spoken at this point. You won't have an assistant superintendent at that salary range, but it doesn't mean that I won't come back with another option for you to consider, something different. If I do not believe we will find a qualified candidate for the executive director position, given all the responsibilities that I believe belong within the Human Resources Department.
Thank you for that, Dr. Martinez. And I would just say, as one of the people who voted no, I would certainly have it be open to possibly bringing it back. But for me, it is a concern regarding, even though there are a net reduction, that at a time where we're asking employees across the board for sacrifices for us to just be very thoughtful, and I would like more insight into our financial situation, which, as we discussed earlier, may require drastic cuts and is changing literally by the day. So for me, before we move forward with this, I would like to understand more what our financial situation looks like. Any other board members have anything they'd like to share, or should we move to the next item?
I do want to clarify one thing. The executive
Yes.
directors are at range 36. So it is and again, one of the responses that I provided to our board members is that our certificated and classified administrator salary range does not have a very good structure of seeing differences within the structure itself. So back to your point, board member Cohn, there's some work here again that would be owned by human resources in doing this reanalysis and providing clarification so that people can clearly see what the structures are. We kind of have a very convoluted process right now that has been in place here.
So yeah, looking at the salary schedule, so range 36, like step 1, it'd be 115,000, or if you were step 5, it'd be 140,000. Whereas range 47 starts at 141,000 and goes up to 172,000.
It's not enough money.
That's not including the career increments. That's just the steps. So we're talking about a $40,000, $30 to $40,000 difference in pay for one person.
Well, again, when we look at the individuals who are going to be qualified to do the work that we need, you simply can't just lowball the salary point and expect to hire somebody. You will not get the qualifications and the skills that we need to do this job. So again, given the current structure, we'll look to rethink and come back to you.
So by the end of the meeting, if anyone wants to reconsider this motion, they can put it back on the table.
And Ms. Mayo, if we don't reconsider as our de facto parliamentarian, let me ask you, if we do not reconsider within this meeting, what is our time frame for which a person who voted no could bring it back?
Well, I've seen it handled differently in our district by different trustees, and it depended on how much hot air they had and how much political clout they had.
Yeah, but you know the rules. What are the rules?
No. So the superintendent could bring it back with a change in the salary range or whatever, put it on a future agenda. I think that to get the best qualified answer, we need to speak with Caesar.
Okay.
But Ms. Mayo, I thought you just said earlier that in order to revisit this exact issue, it would have to be in the next term brought back by one of the 3 board members that voted against it. Is that correct? Did I understand that right?
Well, if we were to consider it tonight before this meeting adjourns, one of the 3 who voted on the prevailing side could move to bring it back on the table. There would have to be a majority vote to consider the motion. The motion would be placed on the table. It could be amended to amend the salary range, to amend the title, to amend anything within it. For Robert's rules, when I'm doing PTA work, you have to wait a period of time before it can be brought back. If it is going to be exactly the same item, there has to be a change in the item somewhere for it to be brought back.
In all due respect, the board voted. We could have now done 3 more items. Can we move on?
I think we can move on. I did want that clarification. So thank you for your patience on that. And so I'm confident if we if the board needs to bring that back, that we'll have the mechanism to do so. So with that, we'll move along to item 17.9, review and potential approval of the certificated job description for Director of Human Resources.
I move to approve the certificated job description of Director of Human Resources.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion Ms. Durkee, second by Ms. Mason. Ms. Mason, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee, how do you vote?
Yes.
Whoa, were we going to have discussion on this one?
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Sure.
So this one, it says that it's directly responsible to the Assistant Superintendent Human Resources. So are we assuming that if that position doesn't exist, it would be directly responsible to the Executive Director, but otherwise it would be this as is? So instead of Executive Director and Assistant Director, we would have Executive Director and Director.
Right.
So Mrs. Durkee's motion may have included the words subject to editing.
I'm
sure it did. I'm sure it did.
Yes. Okay.
So that's what you're all picturing, that we would have. We definitely have the director, and then it's just a question of what the one above it is. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
And the current position is Executive Director. So, Ms. Count, how do you vote?
Okay. Yes.
And Ms. Durkee?
I think I already voted, but yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who didn't vote?
I don't know.
Ms.
I've lost track.
I didn't.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
All right. I also vote yes. I knew I had two people.
I don't know. I could be
Yeah.
wrong. I could be wrong.
Okay. Motion passes 13-0. Motion passes 5-0. All right. Item 17.10, review and potential approval of the certificate job description of Director Student Services.
Mr. President, I move to approve the certificated job description of Director Student Services.
I'll second it with any editing that may be needed.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
So-
So clarification. So we have a Director of Student Services right now.
Right.
So this is revising that job description?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Dr. Martinez, were you, I just want to make sure, my understanding is yes, Dr. Martinez?
Yes, there's a revision in this job description.
Yes. So it's a revision of the job description. Okay. Any further comments or questions or discussion?
So in the job description, it says that this reports to the Assistant Superintendent Pupil Services and Special Education, which we haven't discussed yet.
That's why I said with any necessary editing.
Okay. And then it supervises Assistant Director of Student Services. Was that one also new?
That one's okay.
It's coming in a little bit.
Yeah, that's not an existing position. Okay. So therefore editing, all right. And then we're assuming that the education piece still applies, any combination equivalent.
It's going to get changed on all of them.
Right. I'm just clarifying. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Mayo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Count?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. And we move to 1711, review and potential approval of the job description for certificated job description for Assistant Director of Special Education. Do we have discussion prior to asking for a motion? Questions or discussion?
So this one also does not currently exist, correct?
Right.
No. It
It's
does.
been revised.
Assistant Director.
They're called admin special education.
Yeah.
So there's a change there because the
Changing the
admin
name.
special education does not provide the same level of authority that we believe is needed under the assistant director title.
And so does the range, is there a cost differential here by making that
No
name
cost
change?
differential.
No cost differential.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I move that the board approve the certificated job description for Assistant Director Special Education.
I'll second that.
Okay. Ms. Counts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo,
Yes.
Ms. Durkee,
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. With that, we move to 17.12. Before calling for a motion, let's have discussion.
I would prefer to leave it executive director and not assistant superintendent.
I would say that before I'd be able to vote for it, I think I would share the same concerns that I've expressed on the previous assistant superintendent. And so if this died for lack of a motion, I think then we would have the opportunity to even more cleanly reconsider it and just understand our fiscal condition and what the options are.
So the if this one doesn't pass, then our current executive director special ed would stay as is. Is that what you're saying? So that person would not end up supervising.
I think that would be a conversation that we could have with the conversation as part of the his evaluation and understand that, and then make any public decision on that, as I understand it.
So if we don't vote, or if we vote this down, then the two pieces would end up continuing parallel, special ed and student services for now until any future vote changes that.
Well, if I could though, the organizational design is again a little bit of difference as far as what we're planning to do. You're really voting right now again specifically on this job. So if this job, similar to the assistant superintendent of human resources that you just voted no, if you don't like this job, that's fine, and I will take that feedback. But we will still have, in essence, the design and the reorganization is to have these two groups together. I think it's going to be important. So again, there'll be a redesign of then the current executive director position if that's the will of the board to not have it be an assistant superintendent. I will come forward with a different set of circumstance explaining that new job of still integrating these two departments. There's value in this. So I will bring that forward at another time.
I remain concerned that we will be able to fill the position, especially when you're adding more supervision and creating a lot more complex work for one individual.
Yeah, that is something to take into consideration, especially given that we are our own SELPA. So if this person is now overseeing both sides, but still responsible for the SELPA overall.
And I certainly don't disagree with that. I just think that to Dr. Martinez's point earlier, that sometimes you need to go slow in order to go fast, that I'd like a clearer understanding of both our overall budget, as well as to make sure that members of the CAC, other groups that would be impacted with this, have an opportunity to weigh in, and that we receive all that feedback. I have heard concerns about the overall structure and things, and I do want to make sure that those voices are fully heard before we would make a move.
So I would just add that I feel like I heard from key members of CAC, and their concern was that if you recall, the original version of the reorg did not have this title change for this position to assistant soup. It's maintained it at executive director with still all the same responsibilities and adding student services to it. And the couple of folks that I talked to were highly concerned about it not being an assistant soup, felt it was only right that it would be an assistant soup. They also requested the title to include the word special ed, which was done. Dr. Martinez did make that change as well. So the more recent version that we got did make it an assistant soup. That was not part of his original, but based on their input, he changed the title. I mean, I'm not, he didn't tell me this, I'm just putting two and two together, but they talked to, I talked to, again, the members, and that was very specifically what they wanted was those two things. And then I saw that it happened, so.
Yeah, so that is an example of, hearing input from important groups. In this case, CAC, yes, that's exactly what feedback they sent to us after the last discussion of this, I believe. So that's correct.
But I also don't think if we aren't doing it for HR, according to the plan that Dr. Martinez provided, then I think I would have trouble going the other way where, we do it for this, but then not for the other. So there seems to be concern about, in general, the title and the salary. I do think all three positions are in the proposal, the 3 assistant soup title. The people with those those jobs are much bigger than any job anybody has right now, level of responsibility. So that's why it all made sense to me, but not to go back on that, but I just think it's important that is the other concern, is this position is changing dramatically in terms of scope.
Right.
But I'm just saying that I think that was true for the other 2 as well. So.
Yeah, I think that is true. Actually, if you look at this one, they're taking over not only special ed, but also people services. If you look at human resources, we have some high expectations about a lot of work that needs to get done in that area. And then the assistant soup educational services is basically replacing 3 assistant soups.
Right.
So
all principals are reporting, ultimately all our principals ultimately report to that assistant soup. So it's a huge. Anyway, we're now hoping not to have a motion on this. I think is that what we're thinking?
But
Right?
it's the will of the board. I mean, if someone would like to make a motion, they can certainly do so.
Well, we have nothing to lose. I would move that we approve the job description for the assistant superintendent, pupil services, and special education.
Okay. Do we have a second? Okay. Motion dies for lack of a second. We will move along to item 17.13. Review and potential approval of the certificated job description for assistant superintendent educational services. Discussion that we haven't already had? Okay.
I'm going to jump in here and just suggest that I pull the item.
Okay. Let's pull item 17.13 by staff, and we'll have that reflected in the agenda. We'll move along to 17.14. Review and potential approval of the classified job description for Director, Technology and Innovation. We already had some discussion around this topic earlier. Do we have further discussion, further questions on this?
I would make a motion we approve.
A second.
Okay. Motion, Ms. Mason, second, Ms. Durkee. Ms. Durkee, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo,
Yes.
Ms. Cound.
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item carries, is approved 5-0. Review and potential approval of the classified job description for Director of Partnerships and MTSS. Any questions, any discussion?
For me, it makes more sense if it says partnerships and grants. And after listening to Dr. Martinez earlier, the multi-tiered system of support, I would move up in whatever position ends up, if it's going to be Executive Director of Educational Services and multi-tiered systems of support. But we need to be pursuing grants, and we don't really address a grant person anywhere. And before with special projects, this person wrote grants. So that would be the only change I would make. But it's not a deal breaker.
Yeah, so very originally the person that's in the position that was her title, right? It was grant. I think it was in her title, and then it got changed to special projects because she was being pulled in to help with a lot of special projects. I guess I had the maybe not specific understanding that in this description, this person will be involved in more, right, within educational services or whatever we're calling that now. But and that's where the MTSS came from, because I thought that made sense. I thought that to be more integrated into not just special projects, but more into the department. And I think there's a lot that could be offered. And so that maybe I made a leap assumption there, but that's why I thought the purpose of the MTSS is that the position's much more integrated into educational services. And yes, I agree, grants are a huge part. But I don't know that we need like even a 50% grant, right? Or, because of what the opportunities are not. And so I just thought there are more ways this position could help, was what I was trying to say. And I thought maybe that was why it came to this. So I don't know if that's correct or not.
Yeah, actually, Joanne, you're right on in the sense of the individual who would be doing this work would be helping us to continue to build partnerships, whether that's through grants, whether that's through business associations, whether it's through multiple ways to get services into the schools where we need them. Again, and that's where the multi-tiered is again seen as the support to the process, not the lead of the process, because we have to do the work about what the schools need as you build those multi-tiered systems. So it's part of the educational services division for sure. It isn't necessarily the lead of the educational services division.
Right.
I guess I'm thinking about what the when public or potential, well, I guess if potential partners are trying to figure out who to talk to, they would talk to Director of Partnerships. So you've got that. But if it's a potential grant and the grant's in that name too, then they would know exactly who to go to. Versus MTSS.
Okay. Is there further discussion? I'm comfortable myself with the job description and the job title, but is there a motion from the floor?
I will move to approve the classified job description for Director, Partnerships, and MTSS.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Motion from Ms. Durkee, second from Ms. Mayo. Ms. Mason, I'll start the voting with you.
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Cound?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. Review and potential approval of the classified job description for chief accountant. Is there, and Dr. Martinez, I think, mentioned in his superintendent's report that I believe this was one of the positions that where some changes, as we didn't need another position. Having this one, is there conversation, questions, discussion on this item?
So this particular item under education experience has the same phrase that I'm presuming would be adopted if it's, or inserted if we approve the job description for any combination equivalent to. And there were members of our community who felt that the qualifications, the way it was worded was lowering the qualifications. I mean, the qualifications were lowered over the previous job description. And that's not the case in this instant if we're changing the equivalent to, correct?
Well, except that number one is a little bit different than how it was worded for some other job descriptions. This one says bachelor's degree or any combination of professional training or experience. So bachelor's degree would not be required for this position, is how I'm reading that.
Right.
I heard that same concern, and I did go and look at it again, and I think I felt very comfortable with the description here, having known people in these kinds of jobs in school districts that were highly successful and very good, and who didn't necessarily have a bachelor's degree. That's becoming probably less and less common, but so and I just personally, I heard the concern, but I don't agree with that. I feel like, and it's going to be a matter of who applies, you know what I mean? It gives a little room there, to, if just what the competition is, so to speak. So it doesn't mean that we're not going to still hire someone who has a bachelor's degree, but.
So the qualification here would be a minimum of 4 years experience if they are using the closely related field. And is that a correct assumption? Is that where we would be starting with?
Yes, again, just if I can clarify, part of the process is, again, as Board Member Durkee was indicating, there are some individuals who kind of come up through the ranks. They have multitude of professional development, of hours of study, of expertise. And so we don't want to exclude individuals from these levels of positions who may not have had the opportunity to also extend out into obtaining a degree. While the degree is in a business or related field, again, sometimes this type of on-the-job training and skill that you develop is really more apropos for this particular level of position. So I'm comfortable with some of the flexibility in the title as we've been talking about it, but that's what this is intended to do, is not limit us in the ability to be aware of individuals who may be absolutely qualified for these jobs by having an arbitrary criteria of a degree in one field or another without fully examining their skills and experience.
So
I just like to be consistent. It doesn't seem consistent to me.
So this is a range 8, is what it says on there.
Mhm.
So I'm just wondering, our other range 8 positions, currently, do we require a bachelor's degree for construction manager 1, manager building and grounds, supervisor, senior trades, positions like that?
Our assistant director of maintenance and operations is sitting here in the room, and she said it's a combination, but bachelor's degrees are not required for that range.
Well, not having another solution, I would move that we approve this job description.
Okay. Motion from Ms. Mayo. Do we have a second?
I'll second it. I thought Miss Mason was saying something. No, did you get a finish chance? Did you get? Oh, no. Oh, I thought you were saying something. Okay, I'll second.
Okay. Motion by Ms. Mayo, second by Ms. Durkee. Ms. Durkee, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Cound?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. Okay, 17.7 or 17.17, review and potential approval of the classified job description for Director of Fiscal Services. Questions or discussion? Okay.
This is one where I think the question of the bachelor's degree is a bigger deal. It's a higher level position. We're at range 41 now. And Director of Fiscal Services, I think, is who we're depending on for a heck of a lot of information, and especially right now to keep our entire district afloat. So whether those calculations are done at, correctly or not makes a really big difference to us. So I would say let's take a close look at what we're requiring for that position.
Okay, so I would say a board member certainly could make a motion and as part of the motion change that requirement, or we also have the opportunity that the board would be approving people for the positions, and that's certainly something that we could look at. Those would seem to be two options. Other discussion?
The only concern I have with that, Brian, is by time we're approving it, the person's pretty much been offered the job, and I would hate someone to come up and then we say, oh, by the way, we really wanted a bachelor's degree.
Yep.
Right?
And I say the same thing about this I said about the previous one. I know it's a higher level, but I have seen, CBOs, believe it or not. It's not common, but, who come up through the ranks, very successful, it's who don't have a bachelor's degree. And again, this says preferred. I think there's a lot of room in here, and I think hopefully, if our salaries are decent enough, you're going to attract, people that have all of that, and then you select based on, that process. But I'm okay with this kind of flexibility. It does say preferred.
Well,
Yeah.
what you need to do is look at number 3, because it says a combination of relevant and comparable training and experience may be substituted for a bachelor's degree. So I was looking at, that's 4 years at least, some depending on where you go to school, maybe it's 5 years. And then you have to have 5 years experience in a school district financial administration. So that's a combination of a minimum of 9 years experience.
Oh, so those two don't overlap?
Well, I don't know if you've made the assumption that we
Experience could be, yeah.
Well, you worked out the language about equivalent to, any
That's true.
combination equivalent to is what this one says.
Well, I'm kind of with Sharice on this one, though. For the level it is, I would think they'd have at least a bachelor's degree.
Okay, further discussion?
And again, I will jump in.
Please.
Knowing people within the fiscal world and the departments who have come up through the ranks, served in areas of payroll, accounting, accounts receivable, fiscal oversight as auditors, oftentimes individuals who have many years of experience, have developed professional skills, are able to do the work, and through their own whatever process have not gone and obtained a degree for a bachelor's. It does not mean that these people cannot do jobs. And so it gives us the flexibility to look at individuals without excluding individuals as we come for the hiring process. And so it just broadens our ability without excluding people from these positions. In the certificated world, again, you have to have a bachelor's degree to be able to have a credential. You have to be able to then have postgraduate work to get an administrative credential. In the world of business, you have to be able to certify the work that you can do it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to. That's why we've used the preferred word here in the sense of not being able to exclude our professionals who are oftentimes coming up again through the ranks, or else we've put some ceilings in place here that may or may not be arbitrarily designed. So just, we believe this is a good solution.
I would just weigh in and say, I think we make it clear that a bachelor's degree is preferred. But I would think that if we had a candidate who the superintendent and staff brought forward who did not have a bachelor's degree, that there would be compelling evidence to support why that person was qualified for the job. So I would be comfortable with this as it is written, even though I would prefer, I would certainly prefer a bachelor's degree, but to me, that's not the be all end all. And I hear what Dr. Martinez is saying in regards to, casting a wide net, which has been some of the concern on some of these other positions. So I don't want to.
The other thing that's interesting to me is it doesn't say a bachelor's degree in what. I got a bachelor's degree in music.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? In English.
Yeah, the
which I'm sure
previous
which has
previous
happened.
job description for chief accountant actually had more description of what bachelor's degree is needed.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm agreeing with Brian, really. I've just seen it. I've seen people with bachelors, they have a bachelor's, but it has nothing to do with accounting. And then they go on and are very highly successful in accounting. So I can think of a couple of people who we have, so like that. Anyway, maybe, are we ready to vote?
Yes.
I am. So do we have a motion?
I thought we had one. I'll move. I will move to approve the classified job description for Director Fiscal Services.
Second.
All right. Motion, Ms. Durkee, second, Ms. Mayo. Ms. Mayo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Cound, how do you vote?
No.
Okay. Ms. Durkee,
Yes.
Ms. Mason,
No.
I vote yes. Item passes 3-2. Okay. Review and potential approval of the certificated job description for Director of Curriculum and Instruction. Discussion? Questions?
So we currently have an executive director instructional support and assistant director instructional support. And the redesign was assistant director would become director and executive director would become assistant superintendent. Is that correct?
Executive director would become the assistant superintendent. The assistant director, again, by process, does not exist, but we would have the director of curriculum. We're just talking positions now. So again, I've pulled the assistant superintendent. You did not vote on that, but we will have somebody in charge of educational services. So that is now going to be a different position. Won't be an assistant superintendent unless somebody changes their mind in a little bit. But if not, then we still need to have a director of curriculum and instruction.
Okay, further discussion or questions?
I do think curriculum is very important. We do have a number of areas that we need to work on in terms of our curriculum. So finding a qualified person is going to be important.
Okay. So important that you would like to make a motion, or would we like someone else?
And I like that it has experience in implementing state and district curriculum frameworks. So yes, I will make a motion.
All right.
How about that? I move to approve the certificated job description for director, curriculum, and instruction.
A
With
second.
editing.
Right,
Oh,
with the
yeah,
assumed
okay.
editing of the any combination
Yeah,
extreme.
right.
All right, I heard a motion from Ms. Cound and I believe a second from Ms. Mayo. But don't worry, Ms.
No, it's
Mason, you.
Durkee.
Oh. Well, I'm still going to let Deborah vote first. So
Yes,
fine.
I vote yes.
Deborah votes yes. Ms. Mayo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Durkee,
Yes.
Ms. Cound,
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. And that brings us along to review and potential approval of the certificated job description for Assistant Director Student Services. Discussion, questions, conversation. Is there a motion?
So this appears to be in that area where there's some redesign going on. So we took away administrator, school and community, and I guess kept coordinator after school programs. And we're adding the assistant director student services.
No, this position is replacing the current admin student services position. It's a position
Oh,
right under the director of student services. This is simply a title change. Again, we're removing this admin of something. We believe the assistant director carries more weight within working with a director to get the work done that these two individuals will be doing in the area of student services in the pupil services division.
okay. So that title change then goes all the way across to be consistent.
Correct. And I think that's a helpful and useful thing. It's almost like, in financial industries where they have like a vice president and then a managing director, and it's hard to know who's who and things
Right.
like that. I think this brings some clarity to what the roles are. And I agree that administrator was ambiguous and confusing. So I think this is a good step. Further discussion?
So this, it looks like it also adds in including oversight of nursing into the job description. Was that?
It's currently what student services, that's where the nurses are right now.
Okay, so it's just updating to current practice, basically.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. President, I move that we approve the certificated job description for Assistant Director, Student Services.
Subject to editing.
Subject to editing, thank you.
Okay. Does that count as a second, Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Great. Motion by Ms. Cound, second by Ms. Mayo. Ms. Cound, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mason, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo
Yes.
and Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0.
Well, I'm sorry. One of the things I wanted to clarify is that we have talked about one of the removals of, again, one of the positions in student services. What we're also doing is replacing it with a counselor position who will be targeted on focusing with our foster youth and our homeless youth. So again, that was just part of the translation in the process. We've talked about it early on. We hadn't revisited that. So there's another component there, the actual service provider to groups of individuals. We talked specifically about oversight, but there'll be another person working directly with these populations of students.
Right.
Okay.
So is it the counselor that does the reporting, or that's a different administrator would take on?
Administrators, the counselor will be doing direct service with the students under the guidance of the director and the assistant director.
Okay. I believe that brings us, was that the end of our voting items?
So it's the end of our meeting, right?
Yep.
Well,
So
we need to close the meeting in
Oh,
memory of
yes, yes,
two staff members.
right.
yes, Ms. Mayo, would you please share that?
The two staff members are Angela Connor and Kathleen Randall. If we could close the meeting in their memory.
Okay, we will do so. And with that, we will go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night, everybody. Good
Good
morning.
night.
Good night.